What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself. Your health is here, we got it. Reaching 350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show.
You are now listening to CTR Media Network.
What up, family? CTR Media Network. Yeah. Best in the biz. Yeah. Join the team. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far. Whether you listen at your home, at your job, in your car, come get the information that's needed above par. Never lasting, motivational podcasting, giving you the answers to the questions that you're asking. Serious talks and topics, how to come up and profit, how to better yourself, your health is here.
The podcast on CTR Media Network.
That's me. I'm so happy to be here. Thanks to her, my podcast is doing great.
350 million, they tuning in. We in 50 different countries, we all can. And like-minded, find your purpose and your assignment. Come get your fix, your feel, your mental alignment. Get active and speak to the masses. Build your influence, all levels and all classes. Now you know you can monetize and grow. CTR Media Network, start the show. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network. CTR is who we are, the media network, that's the best by far, you know. CTR Media Network. CTR Media Network.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
All right. Hello, everybody. How are you doing on this amazing day? We're back to our CTR Media Network live stream where you can connect and see and learn and grow with all of our amazing podcasters that are here on our platform. So what we're going to do right now is that we're going to share some information, share our podcasters with you. Make sure to like, follow, share, and subscribe. We have right now playing is Mother's Talks, or I should say the Mother's Place, Truth Talks with Coach Shayna. So enjoy the show and make sure to like, follow, share, and subscribe. And we'll be sharing with you some more things about upcoming events and everything like that. Engage with us. These shows are here to make a positive impact. Thank you so much for everything that you are doing and connecting with our network. We're now actively seeking and accepting new podcasters, content creators, and also sponsors and vendors. Check us out at ctrmedianetwork.com. Have a great day. Bye.
Before you came back, I was talking about The Shallow. going into the show. You want to go to the unspoken promise? That's cool. Okay.
Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this because people, we can say promise all day. We can talk about the verbal commitment, but what about the unspoken promise, right? So the unspoken promises are expressed or understood without being directly stated, not spoken. For example, when you choose to become a parent, that's an unspoken promise. Relationships, when you're walking with someone, whether it's a friendship, when you came into that foundation of becoming friends or co-workers or in that relationship, that's an unspoken promise. Just because you don't have a ring or you haven't verbally made that commitment doesn't mean that it's not an unspoken promise. You have already made the statement that we're in a relationship. So when you make the statement that we're in a relationship and both of you know it, then that's an unspoken promise.
Right. That's true.
Those are things we don't have to say, oh yes, a verbal promise. I promise to. No.
That's like your prerequisite.
Right. We have so many people, I think, that are in situations where they're not realizing that they've made an unspoken promise.
Yeah, that's true. And I know when you mentioned about the relationships, some of the things of the unspoken promises with relationships were, am I fully ready to do this? Because that's something you think in your mind. The willingness to prioritize, which is very important. The will to put in the work for that person. And am I going to communicate with you? Also, am I willing to walk away? Which is what you mentioned in regards to the marriage portion. It's like, all right, I know this is not it. So yeah, sometimes it leads to that.
Or being able to love somebody so much that you know that your relationship together, you may be hindering the process. Well, you know what? I'd rather walk away than to lose this friendship. I'd rather just walk away. I remember somebody saying before that if you love it enough and it's worth and it's supposed to be, that love will return.
Right.
And beyond that, you know what I'm saying? So so yeah, that unspoken promise is real. Like when you think about that, you like, wow, like can you imagine every time you come and you're walking with somebody that you're into an unspoken promise? Like if we were to think about that, we would go into different relationships or different situations with a conscious thought of like, hey, if I go into this relationship, if I go into this friendship, if I go into this or becoming a mother, like there's duties, there's responsibilities, there's obligations that come with that. It'll make you more self-conscious about who you're with, who you're interacting with, and becoming that parent or who you connecting with. So those things are, things that we need to take seriously, right?
True. I think we forget about that sometimes.
Yeah, I think we do. I think that we're so anxious to get to the promise that we don't realize the work that goes in the promise.
That's
like
true.
It doesn't work like that. You got to go through the work in order to get to the promise, so it takes work. So I definitely agree. Can you think of any unspoken promises that you may have got yourself in where you were like, man, let me
I think definitely when it comes to am I really fully ready to do this? That'll be my main thing. I think sometimes I could jump the gun, and that could be whether it's a relationship, that can be in a business venture. It's like, am I ready to do this? Maybe there's some things I need to reevaluate, set in order, but I just like, some people just be like, oh, just go ahead and jump in. Yeah, but sometimes you have to like, am I really fully ready for this? Say that for me would be the main unspoken one.
Am I ready
for this? I forget about that.
Let's go here. Let's talk about being single. Okay, so I'm single. Are you single, Ms. Coach Rod?
I'm in a situationship.
Okay. We can take the situationship. If y'all don't know what situationship, it means it's complicated. Okay, it's complicated. So being single, when you're single and you're not in a relationship, you get so, at first it's like, oh, I want somebody, but then sometimes you sit back and you be like, you know what, I am so comfortable. You know, I ain't got to answer to nobody. Where you going? What you doing? How you doing it? What you look like? What you don't look like? You just so comfortable. But then you had those times where you're like, hey, I really desire to be in a relationship, right? So, and you know what? I believe that it really comes with growth. We have a lot of young women out here who go from relationship to relationship, and they're passing on pain from other relationships to new relationships. And we had this conversation earlier, and I said, we need to learn how to heal ourselves or heal from the broken pain that we went through their previous relationship. So we won't take that same pain into the next relationship, because that new person does not deserve to embrace or have to get that same pain that you were holding on to.
Right. And we do that a lot.
We do that a lot.
And that's because and we say this often, a lot of the traumas that we deal with, we manage them for years and years and years. And honestly, they don't come back up until you're in a situation and you realize, dang, I didn't realize I was still dealing with that. So as you said, if you took some time out for yourself, there would be a lot of solved problems. So when you go into a relationship, it goes healthy the whole way through versus it just being, whew,
I like how you said that. Yes, I like how you said that when you said we get in situations and things happen and we don't even know that trauma is actually there.
Right.
And I just started thinking about one time I went to California, right? So I never been to Cali before. Never been to Cali. Brandon was like, one of my best friends, Brandon was like, we going to Cali for your birthday. I was like, okay, that's what's up. We going to Cali. I'm excited. I've known Brandon forever. Let me tell you something. Forever. I mean, for years, right? So I go to California and I'm working. Brandon had to go take care of some business somewhere or whatever. I'm in a hotel room and all of a sudden my mind was like, wait a minute. He left. He gone. I'm by myself. What if he just leave me? What if he just dipped on me and be like,
wow.
Like, I had a total panic attack. I called like 6 people trying to get home. Like, I think I need to go home. I got some money for a ticket. I might need some extra money. You know what I'm saying? Like, where am I at? Where my mindset at? Why did I come out here? What am I thinking? You know, what is it? Like, I really had a total anxiety, a panic attack, because I was in a state that I knew nobody in. I was out there with Brandon, but he had went somewhere, and I had a panic attack. And I realized somebody else called me, and one of my girlfriends, Miko, was like, Shayna, it's Brandon. I was like, you're right. So then I had to go back into myself and say, where did that come from? It came from being put in situations to where you had no choice but to leave or to get out or to be out in the streets. And it was some things that I went through in my childhood with my mom. You know, she'll be going through some situations and she'll be like, Shani, you got to go. Not knowing where I was going, what I'm going to do the next day, and it would totally put me in a panic. And it put females in situations that they shouldn't be in. And so that right there was one of those experiences. So when he took me out to California, he promised unspokenly that he would make sure that I would get back safely and that we would have a good time. It was me that forgot about the promise.
Yeah, we do that sometimes. We forget about it.
So like you said, we have to make sure that we're ready for that relationship so we won't take those traumas or those traumatic experiences into that next relationship.
So true.
Yes. So the third one we want to talk about tonight is the shallow promise. The shallow promise. Did anybody know that this existed? Did you know this existed? Exactly what it looks like. It's the shallow. Let's just cover up promise. What does it mean to be shallow? Can you elaborate on what it means to be shallow, Coach Ross?
It's not even deep. It's the surface. That's it. You think you about to go swimming and you step in that water and your toes just wet. That's it. That's what that is.
That was definitely a great way to explain it.
You teased me. That's what you did.
Oh my God. When you think about a shallow promise, it's like, why even make a promise at all? Just don't say nothing. Right?
Right.
Why make shallow promises? You trying to fool? It was just it's just to ease their comfort, to let them, to appease them, like, yeah, that's what it is. And it's not. I was talking on the phone to one of my girlfriends today, and we read a post on Facebook, and it said something like, when's the last time that you lied to a man? And this guy was like, watch these women say that they never lied to a man before. So my girlfriend goes sit up here and say, Shayna, you really trying to think about the last lie because you be telling the truth.
I'm out of that boat.
I'm like, oh my God. Now, have I ever lied to a man before? Yes, I have lied to a man before. But how long ago that was? It was a long time ago. So I'm not going to sit up here and say I've never lied to a guy, but I really have to go back in my mind and think about the last lie that I told a guy. Because I've gotten to this area where I'd rather tell the truth. Truth talks.
I mean, I wouldn't call it a lie. I would call it a fairy tale promise. I just left out the small print. Like,
It was between the lies. It was between the statements, the words that was
right.
No, I got it. Because I used to be bad at this. I didn't tell the lie. It's just I didn't say nothing at all. It was just
right.
I knew what the truth was, and I'd rather just not bring it up because I didn't want to get caught in the lie. So I just rather just go around the lie. That's how I kept myself out of trouble.
That's a good one.
So a shallow promise. Like my thing is with this is that shallow promises hurt. They hurt people. The people who make shallow promises, they don't have a care in the world for the person that they made that promise to.
Oh, yes.
And so it's like, why even make the promise? And then at the same time, think about how what goes around come around. And what if that person made a shallow promise to you, and how would you feel about that promise being made? So we need to think about the type of promises that we give people, the type of promises that we speak, and the ones that's unspoken. We have to learn how to walk in with people who are like us. And if we don't like the people that we're hanging around, then it's something within us that we need to change in order to make better decisions about who we are around.
Right.
And ourselves, because it starts with self first.
Definitely.
It starts with self first. So those are the 3 promises that we want to talk about tonight. Or we talked about tonight was a different type of promises. And so I'm going to ask you, the audience out there, when's the last time you made a verbal promise or unspoken promise or a shallow promise? And how did it turn out? 2, is that spouse or that relationship that you're in, is it the promise that you were looking for? Or better yet, is that the promise that you deserved to have? So again, audience, I just want to ask that question, like, where are you when it comes to promises? So do you have any ending words or last words, Coach Rod, in regards to promises?
Definitely, if you're going to make a promise, uphold to it. Because breaking them could, like I said earlier, it can lead to a long time of issues, especially when it comes to children. When you make them promises, I think more so children, I'm more concerned about making a promise to a child than an adult, honestly. Because as I said, my daughter can remember something from 2 weeks ago, tell you exactly where you was at, what you said exactly verbatim, and you be like, oh, okay. They are going to remember, and not just then.
Put in our everyday life. It's not anything that is complicated. We'll be right back.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
All righty, we are back, and I am going to change my screen a little bit and put us back to my presentation here. Okay, I want those words to be a little bit bigger for you so you can see them. Okay, so gratitude practices, that's what we're talking about this evening. And we're doing this because it is pre-Thanksgiving. And I do have a question for all of you at the end of my presentation or my show on things. But these are just gratitude practices that you can put into place in your everyday life. You can cultivate these practices. Start out slow and keep building in them. So the first one is mindful moments. So you want to take a moment to reflect. Have you noticed there's a lot of reflection going on here? Have you noticed that? So you want to take a moment to reflect on the present and acknowledge the positive aspects of your surroundings. So I don't care how bad it is. Look, reflect on the presence and acknowledge the positive. You hear what I'm saying? The positive aspects of your surroundings, not the negative, the positive. Try not to find or try not to emphasize negative. Always find somewhere in your life or in your daily practice to find that positive thing. Because that positive thing is what is going to lift you up. Seriously, that positive thing. Then the next one is gratitude meditation. You want to incorporate gratitude in your meditation practice by focusing on things that you are grateful for. We all have different things that we are grateful for, but you know what they are. Write them down. There's the start of your gratitude journal. You know what you're grateful for. I tell God and thank God every morning for letting me get up, because that's not guaranteed. So I thank Him. And I thank Him every morning for my blessings. And even throughout the day, I thank Him. I thank Him for my food. I thank Him for my home. And those are gratitude meditations. It's just when you're sitting alone and you're thinking about things, and sometimes you just feel blessed. You just feel blessed. And if you feel that, you should just say thank you. Just say thank you and move on. So the next one is acts of kindness. Engage in acts of kindness for others. The acts of kindness can enhance your sense of gratitude. And I know that we show acts of kindness in numerous ways. I'm going to kind of tell you some ways that where it has been done to me. And I'm also going to share with you some of the things that I have done. So I don't know where people are tuning in from and all of that, but I do know I live in a Midwestern state. And we have a grocery store here that is called Aldi's. Now, I don't know if you have Aldi's in your area, but it is a store where you have to insert a quarter into the cart in order to get a cart. And to, if you want to use a cart into the store. And I have been to that store numerous times where people have just given me a card. I didn't have to insert the quarter. And that's an act of kindness, because they could give you their card and then want a quarter for it, but most times they don't ask for it. And so when those things happen, like that happened to me, I pay it forward. When I come out the store, I give that card to somebody else. I don't ask for money for it. And sometimes I just don't even ask for money for the card. So you want to pass your blessings on. So I'm in a business, and I'll let you know what it is, and I'm going to share with you what I do as acts of kindness in my business. I do several things, but this one is in my jewelry business. I am a consultant for a major jewelry company. Well, I'm going to say I'm a director. I'm a director for a major jewelry company. And this is a way that I introduce my jewelry to people that I don't even know. I take like a little goodie bag and I put my business card in it. I might drop a little piece of candy in that. And I put a piece of jewelry in it. I tie it up. And out during the course of the day, when I meet people, I just hand them that bag, and they're shocked. So they can wear the jewelry if there's a new piece. They can wear the jewelry if they want, or whatever they want to do. Now, another time, because most people know, if you might not know that I'm crafty, but I also quilt, and I'm in a quilting guild. And what we did in the quilting guild, because I just want to share with you, because there is no set way of doing acts of kindness. There's no set way of doing it. There's no rule stating, oh, this we got to do, this like this. No. So what we did was we made hearts, little hearts. We made hearts, and they were quilted. And then we attached a little piece of paper on it, and we said, I need a home. I need a home. And we would place those hearts in little inconspicuous places, not in public places, but inconspicuous places, so that when people found it, do you know how they felt when they found that heart? So that's an act of kindness. So I'm sure that you have numerous ways, just numerous ways that you can show acts of kindness. I've had people pay for my food. Just, and I've paid for their food. Okay. I've given people things. It's okay, because those are acts of kindness. And when you pay it forward, it is going to come back to you. So I want to stop on that note and go. I got to do another commercial, y'all. I got to do another commercial. This is my favorite commercial, because it's all about my business, one of my businesses.
Oh my goodness, the mailman came. I hope my sweet little thing cookie's in here. I just hope it's in here. Let me see. Let me open this up. That's it. That's it. Sweet little thing cookie. That sweet little thing cookie. Oh, I'ma have me a ball now. Let me just get this right here. Listane cookie, that sweet Listane cookie. Oh yeah, I finally got my cookies. The sweet Listane cookies. Oh yeah, I'ma have fun. This package kind of big though. Man, it got a lot of cookies. Oh yeah, this the best day ever. I'm trying to tell you, I got my cookies, and I'm gonna eat these cookies, and ain't nobody gonna stop me. Wait, what?
Marie, what you doing, man? You can't have those cookies right now. I'm sorry, we about to eat dinner. Once we finish dinner, then you can have those cookies. Go ahead, put them up. Go ahead, put them up.
Are you serious, bruh? I got sweet Listane cookies, and now I gotta wait for dinner? Fine, can I at least look at the cookies? Thank you. Oh my goodness, I have waited all this time now. I got to do all this. Fine. Oh yeah. I got my hands on some sweet Listane cookies. But I can't eat them right now because bruh talking about I gotta wait to dinner. Okay, I'ma do that. But once I finish that, it's gonna be on, y'all.
All right, let's continue with gratitude practices. Excuse me. If you're just tuning in, I just want to let you know that we're talking about gratitude practices, and we're doing this because of it is pre-Thanksgiving, and this is the time of the year where you see more gratitude than you see in any other parts of the year. But hopefully everyone is showing some type of gratitude throughout the course of the year. Okay. So with that being said, let's talk about creating a ritual. So you want to develop routines that remind you to be grateful, such as expressing thanks before a meal. You know, do you all still pray before you have a meal? Do you bless your meal? I know I've been in a lot of situations where I see people that they don't bless their meals anymore. Getting a meal is a blessing. It's not guaranteed that you can get a meal. So you should be thankful that in your life you're able to have a meal, because there's a lot of people out here that don't have a decent meal. So create those rituals. I know at my church we have what is called a knitting ministry. I do a knitting ministry, and we knit hats, scarves, and blankets and stuff for the cancer victims at a local hospital. And we bless those items before we give them to them, expressing the thanks that we were able to make them. It's not guaranteed that you're able to do all of those things. So we bless those, and we pass those blessings and hope that those items will be grateful or worthwhile for those individuals. And then the last one here. I just started this, and I'm going to be honest with you with this one, is that I have not done this one consistently like I should have. But this here gives me hope because it's a wonderful idea. And I started off the year with a gratitude jar where I write down notes of gratitude and place them in the jar. Now, I did not do it daily. It was supposed to be done at the end of the week. And at the end of the week, I was supposed to write down something that I was thankful for in that week and put it in the jar. And then I'm going to do it. I'm going to try it. I'm going to do it again because you have to be consistent, and sometimes life gets in the way. And so with that, life got in the way. But it's such an excellent job because even though I started it, and I went back and I looked at the jar and I pulled out some of those items that I had written, and it really did make me feel better. So write notes of gratitude and place them in a jar. Periodically, you want to revive the notes to reflect on positive experiences. So I do this one, but it's not every, sometimes, like I said, life gets in the way. But I am going to try this, and it's going to be one of my things that I am going to try at the beginning of the year. So maybe, and I'm going to still stick with the once a week because, if you're busy and you're doing so much stuff, it's so extremely hard to fit all of these things in. So now what we're going to do is we are going to take another break, and then I'm going to come back and I am going to wrap up this evening with you. All right, hold on. Here we go.
The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today on Amazon.com by simply searching the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The Homeschooling Interactive Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy from Amazon today.
All righty, we are back, and I want to take this time to thank you for joining me this evening. And I just want to let you know that by incorporating these practices into your daily life, you can cultivate a habit of gratitude and reap its benefits. It is so beneficial for you by practicing gratitude. I also want to take this time to wish everyone a Thanksgiving blessing. And I told you I was going to ask a question at the end, a call to action. And that is, what is your Thanksgiving blessing? What is your Thanksgiving blessing? What is your tradition? What does your family do? What is your Thanksgiving blessing? All right. So as I wrap up a little, I want to let you know about the upcoming events that are I'm going to take this out right now. I want to let you know about the upcoming events that are coming up. And this one is coming up very quickly. It's the Handle Messiah Party. If you're in the Chicagoland area, it's a free, this guy is absolutely awesome. And he has professional singers coming in, and it is free. So you better get there early so you can get to your seat. And it is Friday, December 1st, and it's at the Redeemer Lutheran Church, which is located in South Holland, Illinois. So, with that being said, I am going to bid you adieu, and I'm hoping that in some way this evening that I have inspired you. I'm hoping that I have encouraged you, and most of all, I'm hoping that I have empowered you to live a healthier lifestyle. And so I close all of my shows and my lives with my 3 L's. And so the first L is to live. Live your life. Live it to the fullest and live it well. Life is short, and so you need to take time in your life to make you feel good. The second thing that I want to pass on to you is to laugh. Make sure you laugh. Find somewhere in your day that you can put laughter into your life, because laughter is good for the soul. And when you laugh, you feel better. And that's what we're all about, the well-being of the whole individual. The last thing, though, is to love. So you want to be able to love everyone. And I found when I was growing up that was very difficult for me. But my grandmother always told me that you can love everyone, honey. It's just that some people you have to love with a long wooden spoon. And so I pass that on to you, that knowledge, that wisdom that she passed on to me. But the most important person that you need to love is you, self-love. Self-love is the most important love. You got to love yourself in order for others to love you. So take care of yourself. Pat yourself on the back. And don't let anyone discourage you in your journey, in your life. It's your life. You live it to the fullest. So with that, I am going to leave you. There are a few things that I will be doing toward the end to show recognition for some of those people and those people who have donated certain donations to me. I always try to acknowledge them at the end of my program. So you all have a great evening, and I will see you next Wednesday, because I come every Wednesday. Every Wednesday I'm on. So have a great one, and don't eat too much turkey. Bye-bye.
What's up? What's up? What's up, everybody? This is the Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast, tapping in with the people. I'm one of your hosts. I am T Swin. Let's see. Man, we live. Baby, you in there, bro?
Doing today, T Swin? Yeah, man.
Good,
I'm in here, man.
I'm good, bro.
Yeah, it's your host with the most, J Bean.
Yes, sir. Yeah, shout out to Mr. Jeff Clay, man. Wind Down Wednesday in the True Sessions. True Session was really good today. I was in. I sat in on the True Session. It was a really good a lesson on authenticity. Man, if you missed it, make sure you go to his channel, his YouTube, check that out. Check it out. Also, man, shout out to CTR Media Network, man. The home network. Shout out to them, Miss Tina Ramsey, Curtis Ramsey, man. Shout out to them. So put your boys on the map. Also, man, shout out to Miss She Trucking.
Oh, right.
They got an amazing episode coming up on her channel, her podcast. Really good. And also,
yeah, man.
If you missed it last night, man, King Started Today. King Started Today podcast. Check that episode out. What's up, bro?
I was gonna say, man, how's your week been going, man?
Man, week has been amazing. Oh shoot, man, hit the studio with my twin. New song coming out called Still Here. You can check out a little footage or look at the reels. See me and my twin back in the studio together, man. I Mix Studios, man, home of Bruce Bang. Bruce Bang has engineered and recorded some of the biggest artists in the music game. When they come down here, they deal with Bruce Bang. So, man, y'all be on the lookout there, man. More music come. It's been lovely, man. I cannot complain, bro. Cannot complain.
Yeah, man.
What's been up with you, bro? You did something major today.
Oh, nothing, man. Oh yeah, I did some jiu-jitsu today. I got a little promotion. You know,
That's
just
what's
a little
up,
one step closer to the
So
goal.
you got another body on your belt.
Nah, no bodies this time. Nobody. Just a promotion.
Gotcha.
Just a promotion. Yeah.
Man, let's see what's going down.
But yeah, man.
Hey, Mr. Clay, what's going down, man? Hey, amazing true sessions today. Really, really good. Really, really good. It was a good class was in session. For real. Like I say, man.
Oh yeah.
Hey, there we go.
I gotta go back and watch it, man.
Shout out to Miss C Trucking. She is in the building. What is up? T Swin and J Bean just checking in, man, tapping in with the people. A lot of big things going over there in She Trucking. If you want to get some information about the trucking business, tap into her website, shetrucking.com. Go get the information. She'll point you in the right direction. She has ebooks and classes and courses on her website. Check that out. Man, always the one, the host with the most. Always. Let's see, man. So what's been on your mind, JB? What's been going down with you?
Oh, nothing, man. Just, life. Just life.
You was very
not life, do you?
About
sometimes it's good and sometimes it's good and sometimes it's bad, man. You try to do what's right, and then some people are just gonna assassinate your character. So I guess we're gonna get into that today, man. People assassinate your character.
Gotcha. So, man, did somebody recently do that with you?
Try to assassinate. Man, I ain't gonna throw no names. I'm in a situation. Some. I'm not gonna just say it's all that person's fault. I got myself in that situation also. But
Gotcha.
when kids are involved in stuff, and you with somebody, man, and somebody's used to having their way about certain things, and then when the law is on their side, some things can get kind of out of hand. You know what I'm saying? So,
I got it right here. I got to hit the post office. It's right here. I got you.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's like, you know, people use. It's just sad when people use your child against you, man. It's just sad,
Yeah, yeah.
Because only
Yeah, it's
person
that
that, in the
situation.
end of the day, only person that hurts the child. No, me and you don't get along. That's fine. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gotta deal with each other, but you
Yeah,
know, he deserves to know not only your side of the family, but he did deserve to know my side of the family too, you know?
yeah. Man, we've been seeing a lot of stuff like that lately too, man, in the news. A lot of people who have been kept away from their fathers, really finding out who their fathers are now. And at later time and age, people 40, 50 years old find out who their real fathers was. And finding out that their fathers
Yeah,
ain't the person that their mother said they was. You know?
yeah,
Ain't the dead beast that they said they was. It's crazy because some of these people are famous, you know. Kirk Franklin, Kerry Washington, finding out who their real fathers are. Some people, man, I've known have found out who their real fathers was, and their mothers kept them from the real fathers, or lied on the
yeah.
father.
Oh yeah.
Yes, sir.
I got
And
it.
then they
I
find
got
out
it.
that the dude is actually a really good person, that he was about his business. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? It's crazy. I've had my I've had my name drugged through the mud before. And I had to
yeah,
I was in the military, man. And I remember getting off for I was doing military police. And I remember getting off for work, night shift, going to my room on base, getting ready to get in the bed so I can go to sleep, and somebody bamming on my door telling me, get your ass back dressed. We need you to go to the main building. They waiting on you. So I get to the building, man, I get dressed like, what's going on? And it's my supervisor. Me and him cool. But all of a sudden he got a real bad attitude and he talking to me crazy. I'm like, what's up? So I get to the building. They tell me that my significant other has informed them, or informed one of the officers that deal with like family stuff,
yeah,
that I've abandoned this person. This person is homeless. They don't have any money. All kinds. They have nowhere to go. They have no place to live. I put them out in the child. Man, I'm standing up there. They yelling. They yelling at me, they cussing at me, calling me all kind of names, calling me all out my name. I'm standing up there at attention. Man, they must have chewed me out for about 30 minutes, 30, 45 minutes. And they were like, do you have anything to say for yourself? I said, everything that you just said is a lie. And I got receipts,
yeah,
you know? So I said, if you let me go back to my room, I'll go get receipts for everything. You know, so I came back with all my proof that this person did have somewhere that they was living, that I did not put them out, that they left on their own will, that they were not broke because I was sending money, you know? So,
yeah,
yeah, man, I know all too well. And they will lie because they are jealous that you didn't fail. That's a big thing
yeah.
right there. That's a big thing.
But
And so,
but it's so
man,
crazy though.
go ahead.
I was just so crazy though, because those that if you got somebody who's in the child's life, if they win, the child wins. It's just
Yeah,
going. And even though if I make more money and I'm not paying you more money, the state, especially Texas, the state of Texas don't play when it comes to child support. You know what I'm saying? I
yeah.
know I had somebody tell me, "Oh, you're behind 6 months on your child support." My child support is X amount of dollars, and in the state of Texas, once you get over 2,500, you facing jail time. They pulling your license. They pulling your
They take your
everything.
passport.
They're gonna make it so hard for you to do anything, to be able to do anything and function. You know,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, they take your license. Now you can't drive to work. Now you got to
can't
take
drive to
public
work,
transportation.
and if you do get caught driving, guess what happens?
Yeah, you
You know
go
what
to
I'm
jail.
saying? You go to jail,
Yeah, so that's
and
and
then
that's
who?
it's crazy too, man. Because a lot of the good paying jobs or areas don't have buses going to them. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So now
Especially,
they take that away
especially
from 'em. You
here,
can't get to work. Yeah, you can't get
yeah,
to work.
especially in
The
Texas. It's
transportation
weird.
don't go there.
Yeah, our public transportation sucks. You can't just hop on a bus and go anywhere.
Yeah, it
In
ain't like New
Houston, at
York.
least.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is
but
got the subway everywhere.
But yeah, man, in my situation, bro, I had all my receipts. I had all my ducks in a row because I knew who I was dealing with at that time.
Yeah.
And I showed all my proof and showed them it wasn't what they thought it was and what they was lied to about. And they had to apologize. They all apologized to me, man. But it was sad that they jumped the gun. You know what I'm saying? And didn't check with me first. They just assumed. That's another thing. That's another thing too, man. We catch a bad rap a lot, man. Media paints us that we don't care about our kids. That none of us wants to be fathers. That kind of almost every dude in my clique, everybody I know wanted to be a father, wanted to be a husband. They want to see a little mini me. They want their legacy to live on. And everybody in my clique care about their kids. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it's wild because like, they make it seem like because I don't want to deal with you, I don't want to deal with the kid, I don't have to, it ain't about you. You can do whatever you want to do, If we don't, it's obviously that we can't make it work. Go live your life.
Yeah.
Let me live my life. But in the end of the day, it comes down to what's best for the kid, man.
What's best for the child, yeah.
It's in my situation, it's gotten so bad where we can't communicate. I gotta communicate to my mother, you know what I'm saying? And then what really made me mad about stuff is like when I have them over my house and she asks a question, I respond, but I can't get the same courtesy, It's like that's just crazy to me, And if I go over there to her house to be like a demanding, like I need to do this or that, you know what I'm saying? Then this was gonna happen to me. It's just ridiculous how they can just use a child as a weapon, man. It just
weaponize a child.
It's crazy, man. It's like,
man, yeah.
It don't have nothing to do. Me and you don't have nothing to do with my love I have for my child. It doesn't have nothing to do with it. So, that's your own selfishness. Your own selfishness that is causing a rift. I don't have to talk to you. We don't have to get along. But in the end of the day, we have to do what's best for the child. So
you have to be cordial for the child. That's it.
Exactly. Well, yeah. Like I said, I'm probably going to have to just pay somebody. I'm probably going to be paying mediation, which is more wasted money. You know what I'm saying? That money could be going to the child. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, some people make it harder than it has to be.
Exactly.
Yeah, man. A lot of times, man, the kid get used as a weapon. You got people that keep the child away from you. Stop all communication. Hide the kids. I got a buddy, man. Shoot, I got a buddy, man. He had custody. He won custody, and the kids had his kids had visitation with their mama, and she ran off with him, and the law did nothing. She kidnapped him, and the law did nothing. It's very lopsided, man.
Yeah.
See, we got a comment here, Mr. Clay. It's hard to father when the mother is shading your healthy image or love for your child. Exactly. It's, man, man, I've dealt with this myself, man. And my kids, I don't tell no lies to my children. So when they ask me something, when they was younger, I would say, when you get older, we'll have a conversation. Right now, you're a kid. This is above your head. Stay in a child's place. When you get older, you ask me anything you want to know, I'll tell you. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, they'll paint this picture, and man, it's so bad, man. I've had times where people have tried to purposely make you look bad in front of the kid. At one time I was purposely given the wrong dates for an award ceremony, and I told my child I was gonna be there. You know what I'm saying? And I was given the wrong dates. So when I did show up, they was like, "What you doing here?" They just thought it popped up out of nowhere. But because and I had talked to my daughter, and she was like, "Dad, you gonna be there?" I'm like, "Yeah, Dad'll be there." But I was given the wrong dates. And then when that day came, my daughter called me crying hysterically. She said, "You said you was gonna be here, but you wasn't." I say, "I was told it was this day." She said, "No, it was today." I say, "But this is what was given to me." And I was like, because in that time, me and the mother had bad blood. You know what I'm saying? So she purposely did that to try to make me look bad in front of my child. And boy, that hurt. It hurt the kid the most. You know what I'm saying? So don't hurt the kid. If you and the father ain't seeing eye to eye, and you and the mother ain't seeing eye to eye, don't hurt that child to get back at that person. Don't do that.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm saying no. And it goes both ways, not just men, but women too, man. It's like, some sorry man out there too, man. But you actually got somebody who's trying to do the right thing, man. It's like,
Yeah.
you trying to. It's just crazy to me. It's like no, I'm gonna go with my situation, man. I had my baby's mother tell me that she don't get no help. Well, one, you don't get no help because you don't tell me nothing. So how am I supposed to help if you don't tell me nothing? Two, I don't get no help. So you don't get no help, but my child, I'm supposed to have my child 2 weekends out of a month. He's over there no least than 8, right? But he's actually over there more sometimes, which I don't care. You know what I'm saying? So you can,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? I'm grinding, working 6 days, try to pay child support. You know what I'm saying? So I don't get to see him as much as I would like to because I got to pay child support, which is fine. You know what I'm saying? That's my responsibility, is to pay the child support, right? But also, it's your responsibility. It becomes your responsibility because you put me in a situation where I can't. You took my time away from me because I have to go make this money. You can't expect me to just stop what I'm doing and stop working. You know what I'm saying? To go do something because all of a sudden you want me to do it. It doesn't work like that. Because if I stop working, the penalties against me are severe. You have no penalties. If you know what I'm saying? Not saying that you don't have no penalty. Well, I'm trying to phrase this in a good way. But you put me in a situation where you took my time away from me. So you want my time or do you want my money? You can't have both, right? Unfortunately, you can't have both. So you made a choice to pick money over time. You know what I'm saying? I was willing, I was giving my time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you can't have, you put me in a situation where you took me out the picture because I got to grind and work,
Yeah, I
because,
understand that.
I ain't gonna say they take an unfair amount. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna say that. I just have to make more money. But as soon as I make more money, they're gonna increase it anyway. So you're in a trap. Yeah, you're in a trap.
Yeah.
It's like you can't never get your head. No, you can't get your head out of. But no, there's ways of doing it.
That system is lopsided, man. Because
it's lopsided,
guys,
man.
There's guys that have one custody, and they don't receive a dime. Most guys don't want a dime, but the woman is penalized for not paying. I say if we're gonna have an equal society, an equal system, then everything needs to be held accountable across the board.
Yeah, I've heard of that too, where people have the woman on child support. They don't do nothing to them when they don't pay. No. But let us get a little bit behind. We get you gonna get that letter quick from the Attorney General.
But like you said, the system is stacked against us. It's so they don't want to vilify that person. They want to vilify you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And keep the narrative going. You're a deadbeat. You don't do this. You don't take care of yours. It was a brother that went to jail. It was a brother that went to jail because he was paying too much money. He was sending extra money.
And then the woman had the nerve to say he was harassing her because he was trying to get his child when he's supposed to have him.
So make it make sense, man. Make it make sense.
Don't. I know. I got you. Go ahead.
Nobody can keep me away from my kids, man. I remember I was going through it, and I was told, you're not gonna ever talk to your kids again. You ain't gonna see them. You ain't gonna know where they're at. I say, man, nobody keep me from my kids. I'm just gonna pop up. I made these kids. I'm gonna pop up and see my kids. You ain't keeping me. Just because me and you ain't on the same page or the same court. My kids, that's different. That's a part of me. That's a piece of me right there. They're gonna see me.
But the thing about it though, but no, that's not saying that. I'm not saying that's what you're not supposed to do, but you gotta think about it too, man. All they gotta say is you harassing them or you're violent or something, then you know what I'm saying, you don't put yourself in a situation. They're gonna unfortunately they're gonna take their side before our side. So
man, shoot, they don't own the street. They don't own the street. They don't own the sidewalk. But shoot, man, like she couldn't deny it, man. She couldn't deny it when I showed up and my kids light up and they see me, they run outside. She couldn't stop that happiness or that joy. She's like, damn. Go ahead now. Go ahead on. But that was that was back then. But you know what I'm saying? It's all about the kids. That's the most important thing.
Like I said, I always have said, man, like since I've been in the system, man, they need to change to where it's called child support, right? I think both parties should pay. Now, the person that the child lives with should pay less. I agree with that. I don't mind paying 20%, but you need to pay 10%, and it needs to go together into a fund that's just for him. It's only being spent on him, not your basic living needs or hair or nails or trips, whatever else you doing with the money. You know what I'm saying? It should be goes straight for the child. I'm not saying that that's my situation. I really don't know because she don't tell me anything. So I don't know what she does with it. But I think shout out to is that the state of Delaware that did that? They made it to where they have a card they have to use, and all that card you can't use it but for certain things,
Yeah,
I think that
you
should
can only
be
make specific purchases,
and
things toward the child, not for yourself.
Yeah, I think both parties should pay. It should go on the card. Both parents should have a card. You know what I'm saying? So that way, they know where the funds are going, and then whatever money is left over should go towards college. That's child support.
Just have a percentage of that, or have a percentage of that go to a school fund. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it shouldn't be whatever that person feels like they want or need, or you know what I'm saying?
I've seen it out too many times being in that office. Shoot, man, shout out to my boy Byron, man, because we linked back up one time in the office. We both was in there. Hey, man, that boy sound familiar. Man, shout out to Byron, man, LDC1. And but I seen too many times in the office where there were mothers in there, hair done, nails did, expensive clothes, expensive bags, but the kids look like crap.
Yeah.
And they in there talking about, I need to get my money. He better pay me my money. And you can obviously see that she's spending it as her money.
Where's it going?
Because the child's clothes is too little. The child's clothes too tight, dirty, hair ain't combed, But $300 being spent on the weave, the Louis Vuitton bag, Gucci bag, all that kind of stuff. It's a nice car in the parking lot.
Yeah,
it's crazy. So like the system needs to be set up to where we know that the funds are going toward the care of the kids. And people tend to act like, people tend to act like that the man also doesn't have bills of his own.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like he ain't got a place he got to pay for to stay in. Lights, water, gas, you know what I'm saying? Fuel that he got to take care of. People act like, he just living free, he gallivanting, he doing what he spending his money on. Whatever. This man also got bills too. This man may also have another family. This man may also have other children that they have to take care of that may live with him. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes people don't care who they hurt. They don't care who they hurt. I've seen one time where in court, where a woman she told the judge, I want this and that, and the judge said, "Man, well, you handicapped." The lady was like, "No." She said, "Well, you need to get a job because I'm not about to let you make this man broke because you feel you need a certain amount of money." It's like, "Are you handicapped? No, then go get a job."
Yeah.
And so, man, and we bringing this up too, man, because a lot of time, man, dudes get a bad rap. The name of the podcast is Men Can't Always Be Wrong.
Yeah.
So sometimes, man, you need to check in. Sometimes you gotta look into things deeper than what people are telling you. We was having to talk the other night about, you know what I'm saying, going off of what people say. Sometimes people are trying to manipulate you or tell you certain things about a person so you can feel the same way they feel about that person. I judge everybody individually. Somebody could talk about you bad all day. Until you show me something bad, I'm going to treat you respectfully. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm not going to go off of what they say. Yeah, I'm going to make a note and be aware. But until you show me that, I'm not going to just judge you. You know?
Yeah, because like what they say, there's three sides to it's three sides to every story. And that's the way, when you're in the outside looking in, that's the way you should look at it, It's going to be her, the one person's side, the other person's side, and somewhere in the middle is gonna be the truth, right? So you can't go in there with a biased brain saying that person's right, even if your own family member, man. You know, it's been times where people that you trusted or whatever, and you find out later they were wrong, you know? So you can't go in there just based on what somebody says. You got to go in there, judge a person by what you know by that person, and that what that person's done for you or their character they've done for you. You know what I'm saying? You can't go in there based on because somebody got in their emotions and not upset with you. Of course they're gonna slander you. Of course they're gonna say bad things about you. Of course they're gonna say he ain't this, he ain't that. You know, but I can only judge you for what you've done, but my interaction with you, not what somebody says with you. If I don't know you, I can't judge you. Like another thing, man. Like I tell people all the time, like if you don't have my phone number and can call me, then you don't know me. You know, you do not know me if you can't call me.
Exactly.
Like straight up. So
exactly. I had to make sure I had something to sip on tonight's show.
Yeah, man. I need something. I got some water.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah,
I
man.
got you covered, man. You know, I got you covered over here, man.
Yeah, then you know, man, it's crazy because like they say, a lot of men don't like drama because you know, like we were talking about this last night.
Say that again, JB.
A lot of men don't like drama. Nobody don't like drama because when a man get emotional, it's bad. It's real bad because it's gonna be. It can get real bad, you know, depending on that man. Some men have really good control of emotions, some men don't. But when a man gets out of emotional, it can get bad, right?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Furniture can get to move and some damage can happen. Some lives can
exactly. You don't want to. You don't want You don't want an emotional man. No, I do. I try to do things to keep my emotion, but sometimes depending when it comes to certain things, sometimes your emotions is gonna get the best of you. You know what I'm saying? So
I say like that. Some people, man, I say never give them the power to push your buttons.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. Like, man, it's like in red flags, man. Pay attention to the red flags, and don't give it. Like I said, don't give nobody the power for them to push your buttons or do things they know is gonna get you out of character. Don't give them that power. You know, peep their character, what kind of person they are. Or they're a fire starter. They like drama. They like chaos. You know what I'm saying? And also, man, check yourself. Check yourself. Are you the one that adds fuel to the fire?
Yeah, you know, and sometimes that can be the case too. I ain't gonna sit here and like I'm the perfect person because there is no perfect person. There's been situations that I should have handled differently or could have handled differently, you know, but still don't go put it like this. If you go looking for a fight, be prepared to suffer the consequences when you went to go look for one.
Yeah, be prepared for one.
Because you don't, just because you initiate, that means it's gonna go your way.
hey, the one. Hey, yes indeed.
Yeah.
Salute. Man, Mr. Clay says I avoid it. Just walk away, and that hurts more. Man,
yeah,
that is my thing. That is my thing. To me, that's my thing. I feel like it hurts more or bothers people more when you just don't acknowledge them or respond and just turn your back to them and walk off. Because you have to decide, does this situation deserve my energy or not?
Yeah.
Is it important? Is it serious? If not, it don't deserve my energy. I'm not finna dedicate any energy toward it. I'm just gonna remove myself from the issue.
Yeah.
There's some things in life you can't remove yourself from the issue. You got to handle it. But then there's a lot of things you can just remove yourself from the problem. Say, this ain't got nothing to do with me, or I don't have to deal with this. And just move on.
My thing is this, man. But this is my thing. You know, sometimes you have to. You can only let somebody run over you for so long before you just like enough is enough. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, if you're doing something where you start disrespecting other people, you bring other people into the situation that don't even involve them. You know what I'm saying? Are you disrespecting somebody who's done nothing but helped you the whole time? When is enough? You know, sometimes you just can't sit there and let somebody. What Dave Chappelle say? Sometimes you got to be a lion to be the lamb you really are. Sometimes you just. Sometimes they just go. They habitually. We're gonna use Dave Chappelle. They habitually a line crosser, right? It just get to a point to where it's like, hey, enough. You got to put your foot down, because if not, if you cower, they're gonna keep on doing it.
They're gonna take a mile.
You gotta draw a line in this. You gotta draw a line and saying at some point, you know, like, hey, you can't cross this line no more.
Yeah.
You know,
like when it comes to kids, that's a hard situation to walk away from. That ain't something you can just like. Some people do that, and it's wrong. Because, like I said, man, you got to think about the kids. You know what I'm saying? But also, you got to think about your sanity too. You can get away from that person and still have interaction with the children. You know?
Yeah.
But there are a lot of other things outside of that, outside of marriage and children. A lot of that other stuff you just walk away from.
Yeah, most definitely. But yeah,
those are things you can walk away from too. But you got to put some real thought into it.
Yeah. You gotta play your cards right too, because it can
You gotta be strategic too.
Yeah, it can end up so bad. So and it's so bad for no reason. That's what trips me out. It's like it shouldn't even got this far, but it did, you know.
Yeah, that's right. You're not gonna get my energy. I've had somebody tell me I was too nonchalant.
Yeah.
Too laid back. But it took time to get like that.
Yeah.
The younger me was more reactive. You know? But it took time to say, oh man, I'm stressing myself out. I'm hurting myself, nobody else. Man, forget all that. Forget all that.
Man.
Does it deserve my time and energy? Does it deserve my attention? No, I don't. This person ain't got my best interest. Man, forget it.
Yeah. And then find a healthy outlet, man. Thank God I got jiu-jitsu. I would have been postal a long time ago. I went plumb crazy long. Or get choked out legally.
Man, you good in class tonight. You don't know what I'm going through. Yeah.
Find your health. It don't have to be what I do. It could be jogging, going to the gym. Find you a healthy outlet to get it out. Because if you keep on stuffing this is going to accumulate and you're going to explode.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Shout out to Aces Jiu-Jitsu and Muay Thai. If you need to let some of that energy go to Aces Jiu-Jitsu and Muay Thai, man, on FM 1960 in Ella in Houston, Texas, man. Check them out, man. They teach Jiu-Jitsu and Muay Thai, man. Get you some. Get you an outlet, man. I would say that all men, and not everybody needs an outlet, but men, young men, learn you self-defense or martial art. And man, get the energy out, man. It's a good, positive environment, man. Not only are you building up confidence, you're learning how to protect yourself. You're building up camaraderie. You know what I'm saying? And you meet some interesting people too.
Oh yeah, very interesting. All walks of life. You meet from doctors to lawyers to it's crazy who people who are in the martial arts. It's real crazy. The people that you come across.
It's crazy. You have to remove yourself from their presence and keep it moving. Yeah, man. And it takes, man. It takes a strong person to walk away from that stuff, man. To recognize what it is and be like, nah, I'm gonna keep it moving and get up out of there. Because most people, man, if they not mature, they're not level-headed, they can't process what's going on, they're gonna stick around and take the bait. And that fight is gonna keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And they're gonna do something that they regret.
Yeah.
You don't want to do something you regret that your time and your freedom finna get taken away from you.
Exactly.
Or you do something where you regret to where you done did something somebody can't come back from.
Yeah, but that is so true, man.
Nobody should ever get you, man. If you're in a relationship, that person's never get you mad enough to where you want to put your hands on that person. If somebody's doing that, man, y'all don't need to be together.
Yeah.
Saying if they're doing it all the time, I mean they don't respect you. Be with somebody that respect you. Don't waste your time with somebody that don't. Let's see, man. We got, if you allow them to weaponize that child, you will become emotionally. That is true. You can become emotionally unstable, but then you get some people, man.
True.
Shoot, man. One of my family members was going through something, and because I already been through it, I told him, I said, man, chill. It ain't that serious, man. I already went through this. It's all right, man. It's all right. It's all right. Even though you're not with that woman, you're still that child's father. They can't change that. You know what I'm saying? You're just not with that person.
And
but
know,
you still are that child's father.
you know,
so just chill, bro.
And try to know the laws, man. Like know the rights. Because people will say stuff and do stuff and like think and make you believe stuff that ain't true. So you got to know the law, especially when it comes to like that, because they'll play.
Yeah.
They play with the law, man. Like big time, man.
Some of them people, man, they know you love them kids. They have you jumping through hoops.
Yeah, exactly.
They have you like a puppet on the string.
Yeah, and I try to I try not to let on, but yeah, when it comes, of course you're gonna do what you're supposed to do. No, like I said, mine don't believe that. I think she don't believe that I care for my child because I don't deal with her. I don't have to deal with you. It's not about you. That's you being selfish and egotistical.
Yeah,
we don't have to deal with each other. And I don't care what you do or who you do it with, as long as he's okay. You know what I'm saying? It's like I don't care what you do.
My child is not in harm's way.
And you shouldn't care what I do or who I do, as long as I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, right? And so don't sit here and be like you ain't got no help, because you got a whole village, not a whole village, but you got more help than any other supposedly single mother I know. Where can you go and drop off your kid for 5-6 days? Just drop them off. Don't have to bring no clothes, no nothing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? What single parent has that? You know what I'm saying? You blessed.
Man.
You're extremely blessed. You know what I mean? And don't realize it.
Yeah, a lot of times they take advantage of the good guy, and a lot of times a good guy come from a good family, and they know that family care about their child, so they're gonna take advantage of that. Because I'm gonna be real, man. Some people families ain't about crap. They ain't shit.
Yeah.
So they know it's like, man, I'm gonna dangle all these people on the string. Yeah. I'm gonna just drive the kids out of his mama house because I know they're not gonna say no. Boom.
No. Grandma definitely ain't gonna say no, grandbaby.
I'm gonna just pop up because I know he ain't gonna say no. Oh, he posting on Facebook that he finna go somewhere. Oh, here I come with these kids.
Hey,
they know you love the kids.
Hey,
they know you love the
I
kids.
Can't go no. Hey, I can't go nowhere. Oh, hey, all thing I do is jiu-jitsu and work, bro. That's it.
Yeah. Oh, he live on Facebook right now. I'm gonna go read
exactly. Hey,
I'm gonna mess the podcast up. Oh, yeah.
All the way up,
man. Hey,
and it's so funny
that the way they should have treated you. Hey, that's 100 right there.
Hey.
Yeah.
And it's so funny though. You trying to assassinate my character on the podcast, but the podcast takes off. Who gonna get the money? You are stupid. You know what I'm saying?
Man, who's gonna benefit? Little man.
Who's gonna benefit? Exactly. As long as money coming in, as long as I'm on child support,
the
attorney general is gonna make sure you get your cut.
Man,
and also they get their cut. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but some people, man, they so bent on hurting you, they just burn the whole house down.
Yeah.
They don't see that they're affecting themselves and the child. They just burn the whole house down, and then after the damage is done, they be like, "Oh, I shouldn't have done that." Yeah.
Like if you got a person like that's doing what they're supposed to do, they don't bother you. They let you drop the child off whenever you want to. That's the perfect situation. You winning.
Yeah, you got a man that's taking care of his responsibilities. He takes care of his child. He's part of his child life. He's raising that kid. Yeah. He cares for that kid. He sees about that kid. Yeah. He provides for that kid. You lucky. Don't get that man a hard time. He doing what he's supposed to do. Just because he's not with you, don't give him a hard time.
Exactly.
But something, man, I got a buddy right now, man. He got one on the way. He's with another woman. They're engaged and they got one on the way. But he has a kid with him. she trying to make their life hard because he done moved on.
Yeah.
He done moved on. His life now is like a picture. It's like picture perfect.
Yeah.
You know, and
Yeah,
she got somebody, but she threatening his new lady, trying to make his life hard.
Yeah.
You know?
And I was in a situation where I was going out of town for business, you know, for my job.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'd be gone for like 10 days, sometimes 15 days. No, but
Yeah.
I'm working 17-hour days. You know what I'm saying? I'm not out there having no fun. I'm working, I'm going to sleep. I'm working, I'm going to sleep. I'm working, I'm going to sleep.
Yeah.
I might go get out to dinner with the crew, but that's just to eat, then go where? To sleep. Because we gotta get back up and go to work. I'm not out there having no fun.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
You know?
Them hot wings at the strip club ain't what they cracked up to be.
No, like
Not a joke.
with that job I was doing, man, we literally worked anywhere from 13 to 17 hours a day.
Yeah.
So basically all I had time to do was work, eat, then go to sleep. The last day you might get off a little bit early, but then you pack in to get ready to go home. You know, I'm not out there having fun. I'm out there to make money. You know.
Yeah, that's what it is right there. You see that, JB, you're the problem because you're successful.
Yeah. I'm
oh man, that's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point, Mr. Clay. Once you move on, you're not supposed to do any better.
Yeah.
Some people feel that way. That once they're out of your life, that you shouldn't level up or your life shouldn't get better. But it's not this. Man, it's not the situation. Especially if you've been on one that's the grinder. Yeah. Your life gonna be a whole lot better than the other person who's not the grinder. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, my life gonna continue because I'm the one that brought these things in the picture. I'm the one that kept these things in the picture. I'm the one that set the foundation. So yeah, my life is gonna keep going. I'm gonna have things. I'm gonna be able to do things because I work for these things. I put the time in. You know, if you don't, you can't. You know, ain't nothing gonna happen for you. You can be stuck in the same spot.
Yeah.
And then people gonna look at you and see you as a burden and say, you more of a liability than an asset.
Yeah. Like I said, man, always saying is that if you got a man who's doing what he's supposed to, don't be a hurdle. You know what I'm saying? Because you should be supporting that man. You should everything he's trying to accomplish, you should support because who's gonna benefit? You and that child gonna benefit. Right? Because the more you make, the more they know they're gonna increase. You know, if I make 100,000, they're gonna take that 20%. If I make 150,000, they're gonna take that 20%. So who's benefiting? You get what I'm saying? You should be doing everything in the world to make my life make it easy for me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Not saying be like bow down to me or nothing like that. I'm not saying nothing like that. I'm just saying you shouldn't be doing nothing to harm me, and I shouldn't be doing nothing to harm you, right? So it's just crazy, man. Just crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. You're getting a little something off the chest.
Yeah, a little bit, man. It's sad, man, that somebody one time was like, "Oh, I love you to death." Now you just about to beat each other up and throw them off the third row like we're in prison. So
man, I don't know about that, man. Sometimes it's like, was there really ever any love?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Was it all just a plan?
Exactly.
Were you just a pawn, you know, in their scheme?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, and you know what I'm saying? It kind of ruins it for the next person you get involved with because now your trust is like gone.
So. That brings up another thing too, man. People having kids for financial gain, not even having the children out of love. Yeah. It's not the kid isn't here because these two people wanted to bring the child. This kid isn't here because somebody tried to play another person. You know, they had those situations.
Yeah.
You know? That's sad.
Yeah, but that's the world we live in. But that's the way that system allows. That system needs to be revamped.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Mr. Clay says they're coming for that bag, and if they can have it, they will try and destroy everything and everyone. Yeah. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like even
They
seeing
will.
on TV. Hey, remember I don't really watch Love and Hip Hop. I saw this clip because I don't watch that show at all. Be real, but that's that Safari, right? His name's Safari, right?
Yeah,
I
the
forgot
guy
who
used to be
he.
with Nicki Minaj.
Yeah, he was married to the old girl, whatever. I know her name. Can't think of her name right now, but she was crying because I think at least he said he makes $60,000 a month, and they only gave me 4,000 or something like that. $4,000 for one kid?
No kid needs $4,000. No kid.
Yeah.
It don't cost that much.
And then you a celebrity too. Like it amazed me. Like they say Kanye pays $200,000 a month, and Kim Kardashian is a billionaire.
Yeah, it don't make no sense.
It makes no sense at all. So you telling me the billionaire needs more money?
It's crazy.
You know, I don't get it, man. This system is so tore up. It's so tore up. So
Yeah,
lopsided.
no kid needs that much, man.
Yeah. And I'm saying it's like it's just crazy, bro.
Hey,
That system.
Tyrese song. I don't think you ever really loved me. That's the truth, man. That's a question I had to ask. You know, I was like, man, did you ever really love me, or was I always, a part of your plan?
Yeah.
You know. You have
But
to
yeah,
watch yourself, man. You have to watch yourself. They got this thing where they got this term chameleons. You know what I'm saying? People that play the part so they can get what they want up out of you.
Yeah.
You know? Because
And
you wasn't their first choice, but you part of the plan though.
Exactly. There's a lot of people out there. They selling for you because they see something they need from you. So, and that's not every situation, but sometimes it's like that though. I couldn't get the one I want, so I guess I'm just stuck with you.
Yeah. But ladies, if you're out there watching, man, can you chime in? Because I would like to know, like, if some of you have female friends, why did they cut off access to the child from the father, or why did they give their child's father a hard time, or why did you give your child's father a hard time? You know, chime in.
We're not saying that the men are right, but we're saying that
Men
what's
can't
the
always be
reason?
wrong.
You got to yeah, it can always be wrong. Like some of you, I'm pretty sure some of you ladies have some valid reasons to why you did what you did. I'm not going to dispute it because I don't know your situation. So I'm not going to be like, oh, okay, they're all women are wrong. We're not saying that, but but sometimes it's just out of spite, man.
Yeah,
Out of
sometimes.
spite, and you're a control freak.
Sometimes some bullshit.
Yeah.
They want to make everybody hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. So that's what's been going on in my life.
Yeah, I was, like I said, man, I was told one time before, I'm gonna make your life a living hell.
Yeah.
And at that time I was like, why? I ain't did nothing to hurt you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? At that time, I was like, man, you didn't even want me. So obviously you didn't want me. So why you want to make my life a living hell? Is it because now the things that I was doing for you, I'm about to do for somebody else? And now you don't have access to it anymore. You can't take advantage anymore. So now you want to make my life hard because you can't use me no more.
Yeah.
It's crazy how sometimes how people think.
Yeah, I've gotten to the point now, man. It's like my trust is like out the door now, man. It's like, why should I sit here and build something with you when I have a whim at the moment, you just gonna destroy, depending on how you feel that week or that month. You know what I'm saying? You just burn down everything we created, just destroy it all. It's like, oh hell, fuck it. We're gonna just knock all the Legos down. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna knock all the Legos down.
Knock the sandcastle down. Yeah.
So why would I take a chance anymore? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. You playing defense.
Exactly. playing dodgeball the rest of my life. Man,
if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge the ball.
You dodge the ball.
Yeah, exactly. Crazy stuff, man. But yeah, we just, man, that was on JB's heart, man, and I just wanted to put my 2 cents in, man, because I've experienced, a part of this myself. And man, in the beginning, when it first started with me, I was a puppet on the string. And then I say, man, I got to choose the less stressful route. I got to choose my happiness and my sanity, because my kids gonna be my kids, and I'm gonna be their father.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
And
remember, man, they're gonna grow up at some point. They're gonna see things for themselves.
Exactly. And remember, man, like even though they said they're a custodial parent, man, just know your rights. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just know your rights. You do have rights, man.
Yeah. Yeah. And sometimes too, man, the best interest of the child ain't always with the mother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though the courts don't see it that way.
Yeah, majority of the time.
And we're not saying that the mother is wrong. No, we're not saying that either. There's some very good mothers. Very good mothers. I was raised mostly by my mother, so we're not saying that.
He was looking at my face.
Yeah. Yeah.
But now I'm just saying, and man, in today's times, man, it's not, man, the moms ain't the same as they was when we was coming up or before us.
Yeah.
The moms out there twerking with the daughters in the club now.
On Instagram. Man, social media, like I know we use social media to do the podcast and all that stuff, but social media has changed. I don't know, man. It's done more damage. It's done a lot of damage.
It is. It has exposed people to a lot of things they wouldn't have normally been exposed to back in the day.
Yeah.
Because back in the day, you wouldn't just see somebody in a thong on a commercial, or women flesh being exposed the way it is. Now they just show everything on TV.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Back when we was kids, even the cable channels, the basic cable channels didn't cuss.
They
didn't cuss.
The radio
now the basic cable channels cussing up a storm. You ain't got to pay for premium channels no more. They cussing up a storm. And
the radio stations too.
They not even, you ain't even getting a clean version of a song anymore.
Nah, it's just the straight version.
You getting the edited version that's not really edited.
Right.
So man, things have changed a lot. Things have changed a lot. And I wouldn't say for the better.
Nah, man, because there's some things that a child is not ready to be exposed to a certain age. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Keep the kid innocent as long as possible. But the way the world works now, man, with this internet, we got tablets and phones, and you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to keep them innocent, man. They get exposed to so much.
Yeah. A lot of that falls back on the parent, man, controlling what your kids have access to.
Yeah.
There's parental blocks and stuff like that on these phones, these tablets, these electronics, or you could just not have the services in your home.
But that's the thing. But that's the thing that when they go to school, everybody don't follow your guidelines. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So,
but you can control your home.
Yeah, you can control your home.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully. Depending on who you with.
Well, pick somebody that's gonna let you,
Yeah, selection, like we say, selection.
Yeah, it all comes back to decisions, man. Like that's why I say choose wisely. A lot of these things, almost everything we deal with is based on the decisions that we ourselves made.
Yeah.
So, like you say, man, be wise in who you are and who you're dealing with, and decide whether or not you can compromise or put up with the BS that person gonna bring or not.
Yeah.
Because at some point, you knew who you was dealing with, or you knew what you was dealing with.
And like you said,
there's always signs.
And like I said, we're not saying ain't no good women. There's plenty of good women out there. You know what I'm saying? We're just going based on our situations. And
a lot of people that we know, man, have gone through similar situations. So we just tell them.
Yeah.
We tell people like some people say, man, hey, these shows or these male shows be dogging out women. Nah, we not dogging out women. We just saying what we done been through and telling young men to not put up with it or to avoid it.
Yeah.
Some of these other shows, they go off calling names. They calling people out of their names. You get all kind of B's and H's, and all kind of other things. We're not doing all that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We just telling people, hey man, if it looks like this, it's probably this, or be wise to this. Avoid this, avoid that. Save yourself the drama, the pain, and the hurt. You know what I'm
saying? And like I said, we're not saying that we're perfect and we know all. And like I said, man, I've called women out their name, but most of the time they deserved it. I don't put it like that.
You know what, man? I've never really called a woman out of name.
I'm like, you know me, I'm pretty laid back, man. For me to get out of character, it takes a lot for me to get out of character. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
But I'm not gonna sit here. I'm not gonna sit here and be like, oh, I'm holier than thou. I'm not. Ain't no person holier than, you know what I'm saying? All of us are not perfect. All of us has faults. All of us done stuff that we shouldn't have done. So I'm not gonna be like I'm just the perfect person because I'm far from it. You know what I'm saying? But what Steve Harvey said, he ain't done with me yet. Hey, God definitely ain't done with me yet. You know what I'm saying? I'm still working and trying to improve to be a better me. But still, man, don't throw gasoline onto a fire, man. You know what I'm saying? You do you have like when I was talking about, I ain't gonna say women, people. I always talk about I got triggers, but don't you think that other person has triggers too?
Yeah, you're not the only one. Yeah,
you're not the only one. You ain't the only one that been through stuff, man.
Yeah.
Remember that before you go looking for a fight or try to cause an argument or confusion.
Yeah, and in a relationship, man, it's give and take. You ain't the only important person in that relationship.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? You can't just keep taking. You got to give some too. Yeah. The other person needs some attention. The other person needs some affection. They need some listening. You know what I'm saying?
Like, I don't know where I heard this quote from. It said, you shouldn't be just like, just giving in to that person. Y'all both should be trying to get better for each other. That should be the goal. You know what I'm saying? I don't know where I heard that thing. You get better for each other.
Yeah, it just has to be, man.
Yeah.
It should be a perfect balance of give and take. We know that's hard, but you should be striving for it.
And then, but this is another thing too. Before we get up out of here, man, it's like if a person that you're involved with, you know what I'm saying, have a change of heart, be like, hey, I'm not ready for this. Don't try to force them to be ready for something they're not ready for.
That is true.
So if a person's telling you, hey, I'm not ready for this situation, to be involved this way or that way, you know what I'm saying? And you're ready for that situation, go find it in somebody else,
Let them be, because you're only gonna hurt yourself.
You're only gonna hurt yourself because you're gonna force that person. Some people are not good at saying no or sticking to their guns. But if somebody said that's a flag right there. If somebody tell you they're not ready for a situation, that's a flag.
Yeah, don't force it.
Don't force it.
Mr. Clay says, amazing podcast. I got to run, fam. Thanks for the support. Wind Down Wednesdays and the Truth says, yes, sir, all the time, man.
Yes, y'all make sure
y'all check out Mr. JF Clay's Wind Down Wednesdays on Wednesdays at 7 Central Time. And on the Truth sessions on Saturdays at 3 o'clock Central Time.
We trying to figure out where you got them singers from, man.
Hey, yeah. So you check out, those live singers. They was doing their thing today in the True Session. They was killing it, man. I thought it was pre-recorded music in the background, and I was like, man, they echoing everything he's saying. I said, hold up, he got live singers. I was like, did you say something? Authenticity, and I'm like, hold up, man. That ain't just no song playing in the background. There's real people in there. It's killing it. It was an amazing session, man. Make sure y'all check that out, man. Shout out to Mr. Jeff Clay. But man, yeah, man, we just wanted to come on here, man, voice our opinion. It's like the man can't always be the problem. Yeah. The man can't always be wrong. There's some good men out here, some good fathers out here. If you got a good man in your life and you got a good father to your child in your life, don't give that man a hard time. If you're doing everything he's supposed to do not give that man a hard time because you're not with him or he done moved on. If you done moved on, move on. You know what I'm saying? But don't give that dude a hard time. Men can't always be wrong.
Yeah, and then on top of that too, it could be the both of y'all tripping.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, society, man, a lot today, they try to display that it's always a man's fault. We seeing something with Tyrese right now. Tyrese came out and said, he said, I was never mean to this woman. He said, I didn't beat this woman. I didn't cheat on this woman. You know? He said, contrary to popular belief. Yeah, I know. Yeah, he was live. He said he was live. Yes, sir. It was all the way live. But because people they're gonna make the assumption that he was the one that screwed up.
Yeah.
This man was blindsided. You know? So we seeing what he dealing with.
Yeah.
You know, so it ain't always the man's fault. And sometimes there are good men out there, but society will have you believe that there are no good men, and especially there are no good black men.
And then that man is spending millions to enforce a prenup. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Man, it's your guys, T Swin.
And your boy, J Bean.
This has been the Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast. Make sure you tune in. Make sure you hit the notification bell, man. Make sure you subscribe, like, share, and comment. Join the conversation, man. If you got an opinion on tonight's episode, tonight's show, man, make sure you tap in the comments, man. Make sure you be on the lookout for upcoming shows. Make sure you tap in the CTR Media Network, CTRmedianetwork.com. Check out all the other amazing podcasters that are over there. And also, if you want to learn how to podcast, make sure you check out the website. And also get your hands on the book, The Power of Podcasting. I will get that up on the screen for y'all right now. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Power of Podcasting by Dr. Tina Ramsey, man. Go get that book. It's on Amazon. It's an Amazon bestseller, man. Make sure you check that out, man. Like always, as I said, if you want to learn about trucking, man, tap into Miss She Trucking, man. SheTrucking.com, man. Get some knowledge about the transportation game. Also, you can holler at Mr. Michael Nams. If you want to get some spiritual and self-healing, man, you can holler at our guy, Jay Chatalongzi. We keep contact with a lot of amazing people, man. If you also want to get some teaching, man, Mr. Jeff Clay, holler at him. You know what I'm saying?
Sir.
We got cool people. We got cool and amazing people in our network. Tap into them, man. You know, get the help you need. Better yourself. Better your situation. And, man, make sure you holler at you guys, man. If you would like to be a guest on our show, go to CTRmedianetwork.com. Click on that Men Can't Always Be Wrong icon. Register as a guest. And, man, we'll hit you up, man, and get you on in here so you can get your product, your voice, your message to the people. This has been the Men Can't Always Be Wrong podcast. Peace, love, happiness, and abundance, health. We see y'all later. Every
day get education with some meditation. Using my black magic to better situations. Complications can pop up from the enemy, but I don't entertain negative energy. Beautiful colors everywhere, I can see the light. I wonder what dimension I'm gonna see tonight. Take flight, let my consciousness take a trip to the fountain of life while they focus on the drip. There's more to life than a foreign car. In my code, you can see the sun in the northern star. The time is now, the time is here. Round up the soldiers and lend me your ear. Pick your head up, stick your chest out, be strong, listen closely, cause men can't always be wrong. The time is now, the time is here. Round up the soldiers and lend me your ear. Pick your head up, stick your chest out, be strong, listen closely, cause men can't always be wrong. Men can't always be. Men can't always be. Men can't always be wrong. Men can't always be. Men can't always be. Men can't always be. Men can't always be wrong. Men can't always be.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
Our sponsors. The Finkley Experience, an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education and which prepares high school students for college. For more information, visit their website at thefinkleyexperience.com. Fathers to Father Incorporated, a nonprofit organization that strengthens families through father engagement with a goal to help men in our communities to be great dads. For more information, visit their website, fathertofatherinc.org. Ablaze Entertainment. The goal of Ablaze is to take emerging artists and develop them to the next level of their career. For more information, visit their website at ablazeentertainment.net. Thank you. Hey Think fam, it's your favorite host, Michael Finkley, and you can listen to us on CTR Media Network. Go listen in. It's finally here. My brand new single, Biggest Dream Come True. Now available on all streaming platforms.
Hi, I'm Eric Hansen, actor, producer, and director, and you are watching The Michael Finkley Show.
On the next Michael Finkley, co-founder of E! Entertainment, Larry Namer is here. He gives us in-depth information about how he got started in this business, how he was able to start a network today, now worth millions of dollars. He talks projects, future plans, and so much more, Think fam. Next Finkley.
There's a new familiar face this time. Say hello to the new daytime. See it everywhere you go. Doing the greatest show. It's no other than the Michael Finkley Show. There is no other. He's like no other. I'm so glad that someone resonates with me.
Everybody, welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. Now, y'all, my next guest, I know you know who he is. He is the man himself when it comes down to entertainment, the co-founder of E! Entertainment. He is Larry Namer. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for having me on.
You are so welcome. Again, thank you for just being with us these few moments, because I feel my viewers can learn something from you. I can learn something from you, and hopefully in the midst of you talking, you're like, oh, I didn't realize that about myself. So I'm ready to have the conversation.
Well, if you stay around long enough, you end up having made all the mistakes and they're behind you. So hopefully you learn from them.
That's the goal, though. That's the goal, is to learn, right? That's the goal, is to learn. So let's go all the way back, Larry, all the way back there to New York. How did your upbringing in New York shape the person we see today as this mogul in entertainment?
I grew up in Brooklyn before it was trendy Brooklyn. The area I grew up in is still considered the hood, Coney Island. It's a rough neighborhood, but we were poor, but we didn't know it because we all were the same. Yeah. And it was a great time to grow up there because it truly was a mixed neighborhood. And we didn't really think of like, oh, this guy's black, this guy's Puerto Rican, it was just, we all played in the street together. So it was a great time to grow up there. And what's interesting, I ended up going to high school, public high school there. And, it was the neighborhood school, not a special school or anything. And it's very strange that to this day, it's the #1 school in America for turning out Nobel Prize winners, which is crazy. So on that hand, you had Nobel Prize winners. On, then the other side, you had, people that got into entertainment like myself. Lou Gossett Jr. was the neighbor across the street. Neil Diamond went to the school. You name it, they all kind of came out of there. And the commonality is we were all children of World War II parents. Most of us were the children of immigrants. And growing up as a kid of an immigrant those days was like you're going to succeed or I'm going to beat it out of you.
Yeah,
my
no choice.
My parents were tough and stuff, but not abusive tough and whatever. They just wanted the kids to have a better life than they did, and they were going to push us and stuff. So that's kind of the common thing. So that's where I grew up, and I ended up going to school in Brooklyn, and I was the first kid in the family to go to college. Certainly the first kid to graduate, and I ended up getting a degree in economics, and I was going to teach history, but the New York City school system and I didn't see eye to eye on what history really was. They wanted me to teach their version, and I didn't believe their version. So we parted ways, thank God. And I took what I thought was going to be a kind of a mindless temporary job. Somebody said we just unionized this thing called cable TV. I'm not quite sure what it is, but go see this guy. And so they gave me a job splicing cables in the sewers of Manhattan.
Wow.
I wasn't even the real splicer. I was the assistant to the splicer. And I think I was the only person with a college degree in the company then. And so literally every day I would go under the streets of New York with the roaches and the rats and put wires together, and $90 a week and stuff like that. But I loved it. I thought it was a great job. And so that's kind of my introduction to the cable TV world. And then I really started to go, wait a second, this could be really cool if they do it right. And the company got bought by Time Incorporated. Time was a magazine company at that time. And, this was way before Time Warner. And they decided that they wanted to spend 10 years migrating themselves from being a publishing company to becoming a media company. Really? So it was time to be there because it was kind of the beginning of it all. And so I got put into what was called the video group. And I don't know, maybe there were 10 of us in the video group. I was by far the youngest. And, by that time I had rose to become the director of operations. So I went from under the sewer system to the director of operations.
That's a big leap, Larry.
Yeah. And I was like 25 years old, and I was director of operations of Manhattan Cable, the biggest cable system in the US. And, I think I had like 305 people report to me, all of which were older, which was an interesting dynamic.
I could only imagine.
But it was a great time to be there because it was like when we started home box office and Cinemax and using satellites. Nobody ever used satellites before. This guy, Jerry Levin, who was part of the video group, who ran HBO, said, "Oh, we're going to do satellites." And we all looked at him and go, "What the hell are satellites?" And but HBO took off and urban cable took off. And that was kind of where I grew up there. And I ended up spending my 10 years there, and I was the director of corporate development. And I was supposed to find new and inventive uses of cable television other than just providing good, silly programming.
Right.
And it was great. So, even before the internet, I was doing data communications and, remote medical diagnostics, just all kinds of crazy stuff. And so that kind of opened my mind up to like what all the possibilities were.
Wow. So you used what you learned to establish what you wanted to in the future.
Yeah. It was a great training ground because it was very corporate. So, they were all Harvard and Yale's. So it was very corporate discipline. So I really learned about financing and money and managing and, all of that kind of stuff. And, because I was so young and in, such a visible position for them, they were always worried that I might say the wrong thing to the press. So they made me go through media training pretty extensively.
Really?
Which was great because it kind of got me comfortable. I mean, I could talk now to one-on-one. I could talk to 5,000 people. It doesn't affect me whatsoever. And that was a great thing to learn. But then what happened was I got my 10 years in, And I said, oh my God, I'm going to invest in the pension fund. And I'm like 30 years old. I said, there's got to be more to life than this. And it was just then that all the big cities were thinking about cable now because they realized it was more than just good reception. And there was a company that won the franchise for Los Angeles. And but the caveat that they had was they got the franchise, but they had to build it underground, not on telephone poles. Well, all the cable systems in the country were all built on telephone poles except Manhattan Cable. So they had no choice but to like find me and say, come out here. And, and I was just an arrogant, son of a bee at that point. And I just said, look, I'm a Brooklyn kid. I don't come to La La Land. I'm not doing that. And they finally just said to me, they go, well, what would it take to get you to move? And I just named like 4 times what I was making. And they went, that's absurd. That's ridiculous. No. And I went, yeah, okay, cool. Bye. Adios. And, but then, a few weeks later, they did call back. And it was like a cold winter and, living in New York. And, it's beautiful the day it snows, but the day after it's all black gook. And, cab comes by and splashes like cold snow all over me. And I was just going, what am I doing here? And then they called and said, look, what you asked for is ridiculous, but how fast could you get out of here? And I went, okay. And, I just literally walked into my boss then, Manhattan Cable, and said, I'm done. I'm out of here. Look at me. I'm covered in shit. And he said, come on, you want a new office chair? What do we need to do to keep you? And I went, there's nothing. I said, unless you can provide me sunshine 360 days a year, I'm gone. I'm out of here. And
Wow.
I literally packed up and left and went. And, it was kind of interesting because, Manhattan, I was in charge of all the, the technical operas, construction and installation and service and all of that stuff. But I didn't have programming. I didn't have finance or whatever. But when I came out to California to build Valley Cable, first, it was the first 61-channel two-way cable system ever built in America. And again, I was the ripe old age of 30. And, they basically handed me a franchise paper and said, here's what you got to build. And by the way, here's the credit line with Toronto Dominion Bank. Have fun. See you. And they disappeared. And, literally all the company, including legal and everything, reported to me. So I had to grow up really fast.
Very quickly. Wow. Wow, but you did it though. You did it.
Yeah, I did it.
Of course.
And, sometimes it's better not to be so smart and, to figure stuff out. And, a lot of it is just my street sense and stuff. So we very quickly became, Forbes magazine named us as the national model for cable programming because we were just doing innovative stuff because we didn't know we were supposed to do it a different way. So the stuff we were doing was very different than, what other folks were doing. And we got a lot of recognition for it. We won Emmy Awards and ACE Awards and stuff like that. So again, it was fun.
I see. I can tell it was fun because look at the product we have today that we're still viewing and we're still watching and still monumentous in this industry. So entertainment, right? As you begin to build this amazing industry, did you know that you were breaking grounds on so many different ways?
The answer is yes. My partner, Alan Marufka, who's my friend from New Jersey, when the company that I worked for sold out and they decided to go back to Canada, they wanted me to go to Toronto. And I went, whoa, whoa, whoa. I had to go from Brooklyn to LA to go to Canada. I said, I'm done with snow. I'm staying here. So I said, Alan and I were saying, okay, let's come up with something that, keeps us here. And, when you're a Brooklyn kid and you're in LA, everybody's going to parties and premieres and actors and actresses and making movies. And, and we just said, you know what? There used to be the weather on TV. So at 11:25 at night, you would watch the weather to find out what you needed to wear tomorrow. And then all of a sudden the Weather Channel came. 24 hours a day of weather, anytime you wanted it. And news. The news used to be on at 6 o'clock or 11 o'clock. And then CNN came and you had news anytime. We said, all these people that love this Hollywood stuff, why do they need to get 15 seconds on Entertainment Tonight when we could create a whole channel? So we basically said, let's do MTV of the movies.
Wow. Wow. Again, it's I think about when you're speaking about this, right? It was just something, I feel like it was just an idea, right? Idea that it came to mind and you were like, let's just do it. What's the worst that can happen?
Well, it turned out to be a lot harder than we thought. We thought it was such a great idea. And everybody we talked to said, yeah, that's a great idea, but you're not Rupert Murdoch. You're not Ted Turner. People don't wake up and start TV channels. Nobody's ever done it before. And why should we believe you two guys will do it? And we weren't smart enough to listen. And at that time, the going kind of cost to start a TV network was somewhere between 60 and $100 million. I mean, now it's way higher.
Of course.
But, it took us 3.5 years and we didn't raise 10 cents. And then we realized there was nobody out there going to give us 60 or $100 million. And then we met someone who turned us on to a banker on Wall Street who had just gotten his job in investment banking. And he was looking for deals. And we met with him and he's like, oh, I love this. I used to be the entertainment reporter for my college newspaper. And we were like, yeah. He goes, I'm going to do this deal. And I was like, okay, great. Could you give us more like the 100 million than the 60 so we could do all the things we really want to do? And he went, oh, no, I can't do that. I'm only allowed to sign for 2.5. I went, well, what are we supposed to do with 2.5 million? It costs like minimum 60. And he goes, I'm only allowed to sign for 2.5. Sal and I looked at each other and said, you know what? We're two smart guys. We're going to figure it out.
Right.
So we took the $2.5 million. And I had a friend who was teaching radio, television, film at Austin, Texas, UT. And I called him up and I said, hey, you got a bunch of kids that need intern jobs. And he went, yeah, we had a hard time placing kids this year. I said, send them all. We rented apartments. We bought mattresses. And so E really started, well, we started out under the name Movie Time. And then we changed the name a little bit after. But E started with 11 employees and 31 interns. And then my friend wanted to kill me, actually, because half of the kids never went back. They started in the summer. They were interns in the summer, and by the fall, they were vice presidents. Because as soon as it went on the air, everybody went, oh, my God, why don't you tell us that's what you want to do? We would have given you the money 3 years ago. It's always like that.
And the light bulb clicked on years later.
Yeah. Well, once you saw it, to Alan and I, it was so obvious. People around the world love Hollywood gossip. They love Hollywood disasters. They love all the Hollywood stories. So here we had, the opportunity to develop them in detail. And, people were real interested in, how the business works and not just, what movies coming out, but like how movies get financed and, all of that. And we were able to do that because we had 24 hours a day. Gotcha. And, we started very simply. If you look at MTV back in the early days when they actually did music videos, they had a host in front of a screen and Madonna has a new video. Oh, we said we could stand a host in front of a screen and go, and Schwarzenegger has a new movie. We said it's the same arm movement. I mean, right. And people loved it. And then, we started getting into other stuff. We, the first show we really did was Talk Soup. And,
I remember that.
With Greg Kinnear.
Yeah.
And, people said, Larry, you're out of your mind. You want to do a TV show that makes fun of TV shows. And I'm like, yeah, exactly.
Why not?
And, we had Greg and, Greg was wonderful. You couldn't have had a better host, for that show than Greg. And I think, there are probably, almost 20 people that have hosted that. The show ran 26 years. From my crazy, silly idea, a 26-year run was pretty good. And, so that did good. And then we went on, Al and I met this radio guy in elevator in New York, and he was telling us about his show. And we were like, yeah. Of course, you're the biggest thing we've ever. And he goes, no, come and watch. And, we did. And then, we went back to the team in LA and said, hey, we want to put cameras in this guy's radio show. And they were like, Larry, radio's been dead for 40 years. Why would we do that? I go, you guys don't understand. This is the reality show of KRP in Cincinnati. I said, this is an ensemble comedy show. And, that was Howard Stern. And, so that went and did good. And, and again, Alan and I always looked at it and said, Hollywood is funny stuff. Don't try and make believe it's like rocket science or stuff like that. So he did, Wild on E and Hollywood True Story. It was very irreverent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's amazing. As you were talking again, I was thinking about the times where I was watching E growing up, and at certain times you had to have a certain package in your cable selection to get E, and we didn't always have it because we couldn't afford that part. But as time went on, it became more selective, and we were able to watch it in its entirety. And I really loved because I love the whole documentary aspect. Yeah. So I really loved the whole True Hollywood stories and all that kind of good. Just seeing the behind the scenes things of people and how they were brought up, and that really opened my eyes up to me even having my own show today. So it really paved the way for a lot of individuals. I can only imagine, Larry, that there are a lot of no's in this process as well. How did you handle those no's?
Before we found that one guy that wrote the $2.5 million check, we were rejected, I think, 71 times.
Wow.
Where we went in and pitched and were told, get out of here. And again, it was always, you're not Rupert Murdoch, go away. There was even one meeting that we went to where we sat in the conference room and the main guy came in like an hour late. I mean, just had to sit there. I mean, totally rude. And he came in the room and with carrying the business plan. Again, you had to print the business plan in those days, and it was like that thick. And he just sat down and he said, who had the nerve to send me this piece of garbage, and throws the business plan at my head? And I'm like, I duck, and he didn't get me. And, I just said, okay, this guy obviously is not buying. But then again, I'm a Brooklyn kid. I ain't letting people throw stuff at my head. So I was just like, blah, 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 blah. And we went back and forth for like 20 minutes, like yelling at each other. And he just looked at us and said, I like it. I'm in for $500,000. And I went, what? And he walked out of the room and he gave us $500,000.
That's crazy to go through all that and say, here's somebody, goodbye. Wow.
It was crazy. But, if you look at it now, everybody talks about influencers and all of that kind of stuff. E is now in 142 countries. Yeah. On any given day, E reaches 100 times more people than the biggest influencers on the internet. Think about that. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, Larry. So from the E that was started way back when to now, are you pleased with the progress that E has done over the years?
So this is your Louisiana girl, Denise Boutte, coming at you on the Michael Finkley Show. And you guys may know me from Why Did I Get Married as the really sweet girl, Trina, or maybe Meet the Browns as Sasha. But I'm coming at you guys from the great state of California, but originally from Louisiana, because I can't lose that Southern girl, baby. All right, you guys stay tuned to Michael Finkley.
On the next Michael Finkley, from Tyler Perry's Have and Have Nots, actor Patrick Fawcett is with us. And from the motion picture Million to One, actor Michael J. Patterson. Next Finkley. Hello everybody, it's Finkley from the Finkley Experience. We're an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education. So we assist students with their college and career endeavors. We train school administrators on the state of first-generation students. And also, we partner with colleges and universities to assist their first-generation population for easy transition from high school to college. So So if you're looking for a presenter or speaker that presents on these topics and so much more, visit our website at thethinklyexperience.com and learn about all that we do. We're looking forward to working with you. Don't go away. We'll be right back. Hey, did you get your merch yet? Your Michael Finkley merch. Visit our website, michaelfinkleyshow.com, and click Finkley Store. You won't be disappointed, I'm telling you. That's good.
Welcome to Father to Father.
The mission of Father to Father Charleston, South Carolina is to help fathers in the Low Country area of South Carolina to be a positive and consistent presence in their children's lives. Father to Father provides community-based programs and support groups for fathers free of charge. They also help fathers connect to other resources they need so they can meet their responsibilities and secure their parental rights. Father to Father offers job coaching and employment connections that benefit fathers. Father to Father is a resource for local organizations that want to provide family support and father-friendly services. If this program is a fit for you, visit our location in North Charleston, South Carolina, and meet our friendly staff here to help and assist. Or visit our website at fathertofatherinc.org. Let me ask you this, Larry. So from the eve that was started way back when to now, are you pleased with the progress that E has done over the years?
Some of it, yes, some of it, no.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think, the folks that followed me, because I kind of got tired of being the corporate guy. I'm a creative, and I was spending all my time in like legal and board meetings and budgets, and I just said, you know what, I'm going to get somebody to do that other stuff, and I'm going to go and play international and do all of that. So some of the stuff, yes, the people that followed me did a really good job, in the day-to-day. Some of the stuff I wasn't happy with. When the Anna Nicole show was on, I thought, I said, guys, you're pushing this girl too hard. I said, you're going to cause her to have a nervous breakdown, more than a nervous breakdown. She died. Yeah. I said, you can't keep pushing her the way you're pushing her. And, it turned out not well. Yeah, but then you look at the Kardashians and, there's a story that probably will never be replicated in our lifetime again. I mean, it's amazing. It's a multi-billion-dollar brand that was built on E.
Exactly. And how much is it worth today?
E? It's about 5.2 billion. Yeah.
$5.2 billion in a network. Wow, that's just fantastic.
Yeah. Our investors were very happy.
I know. Oh, Larry, I must say, please tell us the Oscar story, because you tried, when you first began, you tried to go into these different arenas and you weren't as welcome as you are now, but please tell us this Oscar story.
Yeah, well, in our first year, we got out there, we were doing pretty well. And, we actually were able to buy a camera and do all of that stuff. And, of course, we started with like corporate industrial equipment. We didn't have enough money for broadcast equipment. So, we would buy it from like companies who were shooting their training videos. And so the Oscars were coming up and we applied for press credentials. And we got this very rude no-go way, going, you're some dopey little cable system. No, you can't get it. So again, not knowing how you take no for an answer, we just gathered the crew, we climbed over the fence, and we snuck in. So here we are on the red carpet interviewing people and doing that. And then security caught us and they threw us out. But we had so much great footage. And again, it was very different than, Entertainment Tonight would be, so tell us about your next project. We were like, hey, what are you wearing? And we just took this whole different approach there, and it's like, instead of tell us about your next project, you go, what do you do with your kids on the weekend? And people just loved it. And they said, it looks like you took us in some place that we didn't belong. And I said, yeah, actually, we didn't belong, but, whatever. So that kind of, helped us because people saw it and they loved it. And they said, "Oh, we see the kind of stuff you guys can do." And then when the studio started polling people and say, "How did you decide what movie to go see this weekend?" It was like 1%, 3%, 7%. No, we got up to like 25% of the people who were going to the movies saying, "I decided based on what I saw on E." And then all of a sudden the studios were like, "Hey, we're shooting a movie in Brazil. Would you like to come?" And that kind of helped blow it up.
Yeah, you're a trendsetter, my friend. Definitely a trendsetter, what we see today and how the other networks have followed that path even today. But Larry, even more so now, being a creative being, you took your talents abroad. Tell us about those different experiences and projects that were successful abroad.
Yeah, sure. I decided, I got to go to places where Rupert Murdoch doesn't mean anything. So I went to Russia and, just kind of as a joke. And, I was still at E and started doing stuff in Russia. And, it was just when they were going through the transformation from, this communist government economy to, whatever they became. And I met the mayor of St. Petersburg. And the mayor of St. Petersburg said, "Hey, could you help me start a charity for the Children's Hospital and the orphanage because we're having a hard time getting money sent from Moscow to help us keep these things going. So we want to start a music festival." And I was like, "No, I don't really do music." And they went, "Well, you got to know more than we do." And I went, "Okay, yeah, that's probably true." So we put together this thing called the White Nights Festival. Every year, it's 6 days, June 16th to 21st. We would do this music festival. We would bring major acts from David Bowie to Ringo Starr to Sheryl Crow, you name it. We brought them there. And we, over this 6-day music festival, we would raise 100% of the budget for the Children's Hospital and the orphanage. And, then people in the music business here were going, "Help us set up a concert for Paul McCartney." And I went, "No, I don't do music." And they went, "Oh, when you needed us for your music festival, you did music, right?" And so we ended up with a concert company that we did about 305 concerts, like major stuff, even 3 tenors on Red Square and things like that. And, and that festival ran 31 years. It stopped literally 2 years ago when this Ukraine thing started, because there's nobody that's going to go to Russia while the war is going on. And, but, so I was there and then I decided that, well, this is fun. And, Russian people are too serious and have too many problems. Instead of reading Dostoevsky all day, let's give them soap operas. So we launched a soap opera there that was on 5 nights a week. And it ran 10 years. It was the #1 and #2 show in Russia for 10 years, which is crazy, but it did. And then I actually married the former president of Russia's niece. And so I married Brezhnev's niece, and we have a cute little Sasha who's now in Boston College. And we, when we divorced, I said, "Hey, your family comes from Russia. You keep the Russia company, and I'll take, the U.S. company." And so I just said, "Okay, where else can I go?" And it was just then I got called in by the Chinese government because I helped the Russians like rewrite media legislation. It's like if you're going to bring in a Western economy, you have to have marketing opportunities that look a little bit familiar to Western marketers. So it's not like if you know the right person in the Communist Party, you do whatever you feel like. So, so I had come in and helped the Russians do media reform. And then when the Chinese realized they needed to do the same thing if they were going to build an economy, they went to the Russians and said, "Hey, could you help us?" And the Russians went, No, there's a guy in LA that helped us. And so I got called in by the Chinese government. And, so I helped the Chinese rewrite media reform. And then they asked me if I would teach and there's a quote, young television executives, the process of creativity for profit, which I did. And, and then kind of the guys that run the day to day there, if you had a profile it, they're 40 to 50, went to Harvard and Yale and Stanford and stuff like that. So they believe in the cause, but they're not the heavy duty doctrine guys. Those are like 70-year-old guys. And they said, Larry, why don't you start a media company here so we could learn from you? And I went, you don't let Western media companies in here. And they went, no, we just don't let the ones we don't like. I go, okay, why are you going to be so kind to me? And they went, it's really simple. When we have a fight with Rupert Murdoch, it's front page of the Wall Street Journal. We have a fight with you. We go out for drinks. We yell at each other all night. But tomorrow we're good. They said, we'd rather do it that way for now. I went, okay, that's pretty honest. I get it. So started this media company in China. And it's still going. So, I don't get to go as often since COVID, but the company's doing fine. And we do films, we do TV shows, we do internet content, we do stuff for brands that, Western brands that are looking to get in the market and build their brand awareness. And now the big thing we're doing is, I don't know if you've seen here in the US, they have these immersive Van Gogh, these immersive experiences where you go in a room and you kind of like living inside the Van Gogh paintings and stuff like that. It's a huge phenomenon in the US. It's really brought younger folks back into the world of art and culture because they don't teach it in school anymore. And, you can't tell a kid, here's a book on, Vincent Van Gogh, go read it. That's nothing. Well, you bring them into this immersive thing and sound and lights and digital and whatever, and they get into it. And so it's kind of expanded that. So we're doing those in China. And probably the most fun thing that happened for me in China, and it's funny because people always ask me the question, what's your biggest success story? And they expect me to say E. And, financially, yeah, it's E. But I decided that even though I've never written comedy or produced comedy in my life, I'm going to do comedy. So I wrote a comedy about the contradictions of modern Chinese life, which is basically what happens when you have incredible economic growth in a short period of time and people's social skills don't grow as quickly as their bank account. We've seen it with the Russians and the Arabs with the gold chains and the Gucci this and Prada that, pink Porsches and Ferraris and all of that stuff. So I wrote this comedy and it was kind of funny because I gave it to my, and I write the story. I can't write dialogue in China.
Gotcha.
And so I gave it to our partner there, a woman in China named Jean. And she said, I love this. Could I take it to the TV station? I went, yeah, sure, go ahead. She comes back, she says, I took it to the big TV station, CCTV 8 in China, reaches 1.1 billion homes. It's crazy. And she said, I took it to the head of station, he really likes it, and he asked to have dinner with the writer. And Tuesday night, we're going to dinner with Mr. or whatever his name was. So I'm sitting there and they come in and the guy looks at me and I know enough Mandarin that he's going, no, I want to meet the writer. This is a white guy. And, I'm going, do you really think so? And he goes, and the guy went to school in the West. He goes, no, I didn't mean any offense. He said, but when I read the story, it was so insightful into modern Chinese life that I never thought that it could be written by anybody who wasn't Chinese. And he goes, but you're an American and we're Communist Party TV. We can't put this on television. I went, oh, okay, whatever. But 2 weeks later, he called back and said, okay, I spoke to the propaganda department because they do have a propaganda department. And they said, yeah, they know who you are. You're okay. They said, but they really love the message of the story, which is not, it's got to be rich or got to be poor or city or rural. It's about finding the balance in life. It's about finding happy as opposed to, getting a new gold bracelet or, whatever. And they said, if we want to do it, we can do it. And I said, okay, what does that mean? He goes, let's do the series. So I ended up doing the series, and we ended up doing 72 episodes of this story. It was called Return to the Village of Good Fortune. And it ends up getting nominated in the Best Sitcom category at the Asia TV Awards in Singapore. Now, the interesting part is that it was the only comedy from China nominated. And I said, wait a second. I said, how cool is this? I wrote a comedy in a language I don't speak for a culture I didn't grow up in, and it's now considered the funniest TV show to come out of China.
That's mind-blowing.
I said, yeah. I said, think about the funniest TV show in China is written by a New York Jew. It doesn't get any better than that. So to me, that's like the magic moment. But if it was financial, it's E, of course.
That's mind-blowing, Larry. It is. It is like it's so different, but it's unique, and it worked. It worked tremendously.
Yeah. So, that's the one that I look at even today, and I go, how did I do that? And that one amazed. E to me was logical. People like Hollywood gossip and train wrecks. I get it. Yeah. So we executed it very well, and we did really well in building the company. But to write a comedy that I've never written comedy before in a language I don't speak is like crazy.
That is crazy. That is crazy. I must ask, in all of that you've done across seas, in the States, all the awards that you've won, do you find yourself a success?
Yes, in a way. I mean, I look at it and go, okay, it's the biggest influencer on the planet, pop culture. So that's a success. But, I still believe my best stuff is in front of me. It's not behind. People go, why are you doing this? And I'm going, well, what would I do? Go play golf? I said, I don't like that. So I still think there's a lot of fun stuff. I'm enamored. I've always been looking at not what was, but I like looking at what's next. And that's kind of been my history. I was in cable before cable was cool, and pay TV before, and internet before. And, now I'm very much into the new economy. I'm into crypto and NFTs and metaverse and blockchain and all of that kind of stuff. And so, that keeps me going. And again, I think my best stuff is somewhere in front of me, not behind me. I mean, like people don't, my kids get a kick out of it because my kids and we listen to the same music and watch the same TV shows, and they're going like, you're not like any other dad. And I'm going, because I don't want to listen to 80s oldies. I'm like listening to like Little Nas and, stuff like that. Right. I said, I like it.
Right. And you listen to what you like. You do what you like. There's no box. There's no box. And that's what people do. They put us in boxes to say that you should like this because you're this age or you act this way. No, let me be me. I'm going to be me. I if you don't understand that, then so be it. But I'm going to be me. How do you stay focused? Because you've done so much. A lot of people in your position, like you said, they've done so much in your past. They have the big head, right? But how do you stay grounded?
Well, first growing up where I did and how I did, my parents were, they were tough. And, so that's it. And, a lot of it is, I'm still friends with my friends from high school. Like people think that I'm going to be friends with Rupert Murdoch or whatever. And so I don't relate to those people. I relate to my friends from high school. So that's my happy place is when we go out to eat in Brooklyn and stuff like that. I still think of myself as a Coney Island kid. Like I go to Nathan's for hot dogs, and I love eating pizza in Brooklyn and stuff like that. So the rest of it is interesting, and it certainly has its advantages. Don't get me wrong. And now I get invited to every Hollywood party and stuff, and I have actresses that want to date me and, stuff like that. But, to me, it's like, like, what does it really mean, in the scheme of life?
Exactly. When you're not creating, How does Larry spend his days?
I go to the gym a lot. I go to the gym literally 6 days a week.
Nice.
I do an hour, no more, no less. I just do an hour.
That's all you need.
It's great, and I never have an excuse for not doing it.
Right.
Because you could always find an hour, maybe sometimes in the morning, sometimes at night. But my passion is cooking. I've been cooking since I'm 12. My mother was a horrible cook, terrible. And my mother and my father both worked. So my choice was learn how to cook yourself or eat peanut butter and jelly for dinner. So I learned how to cook and I said, hey, I like this. And I started reading cookbooks. And then when I was in college, I actually got a job in a Chinese restaurant delivering the food, which meant you go in the kitchen, you pick up the bags, and this was before, DoorDash and those things. And I just love cooking, and I would always ask the guys in the kitchen, teach me how to do this and teach me how to do that. They just thought it was the funniest thing to teach the Caucasian kid how to cook Chinese food. And so I learned how to cook Chinese. And I did that for 2 years. And then I went and cooked in an Italian restaurant. And then after that, I've always either taken short courses in cooking, or I literally buy a cookbook every month. And I learn something new from every cookbook, and so I'm good now. I could cook anything. Even here's another funny Chinese thing. In China, when I started doing, we go out to eat, and they go, "Well, let us show you how you use the chopsticks." And I'm like, "No, no, no. Let me show you how to use the chopsticks." And then they would talk about certain foods, and I would say, "Oh yeah, this is the way you cook that." And they were like, how do you know all this? So I ended up having a cooking show in China, which was loosely titled The White Boy Cooks Chinese Food. And, it was on Beijing TV, and they had a crew follow me around and stuff like that. It was hilarious. I loved it, but I couldn't do it. I mean, I had like real work to do. I couldn't do it all the time. But yeah, so that was fun. And, even now in LA, people fight to get an invite to my dinner parties because I do like 12 people and I cook like good stuff.
What's your specialty?
I think what amazes people the most is Chinese. Because they can't, how do you know how to cook Chinese? And I don't want to go into the whole long story. I could do Brooklyn Italian really well. Brooklyn Italian was immigrant Italian, red sauce and stuff, not California foo-foo Italian. We never put duck on our pizza. And so I do Italian good, but now I've started lately playing around with Croatian food, which is kind of fun, and because it's a hybrid between Italian, Hungarian, whatever. I like Mexican. I could do Mexican pretty well. Okay. So pretty much I've done almost everything, to some degree. And but I'm really good in like the European cuisines and stuff: French, Italian, Croatian, Serbian, all of that stuff.
Now I gotta ask this because being from the South, we know about a little bit of cooking down here as well. Do you know any Southern dishes?
Oh yeah, I do. The South cracks me up. I love, now these days I try and eat healthy.
I got you.
And I go down south, like I'll go to like Houston or something. They're right on the Gulf, and they catch all this fresh fish. And what do they do with it? They fry it. I'm going, no, that's everything fried this and fried that. So yeah, I learned New Orleans cooking. I've learned a lot of Southern. I'm a huge fried chicken fan. I can do fried chicken in a whole bunch of different ways. But, when you get to things like fried pickles and fried Snickers bars, I'm going like, why would you do that?
Because it's fried.
But for the most part, I try and eat healthy these days. Because, like I say, I go to the gym a lot, and I now equate bad food with pain. I go, okay, if I eat that, it's like 2 hours on the treadmill. Nah, I don't want to do that. So like I'll eat like fish or chicken or something.
I got you. That makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. Keep on cooking. Keep on cooking, Larry. Keep on cooking. So, with in the future, do you see yourself creating another media company in the future?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, first of all, I wake up every morning with 10 new ideas. By the time I go to sleep, I realize that usually the 10 are all pretty dopey, but every once in a while I have a good one. So I'm doing this thing now. Actually, the writer's strike is now in Hollywood. You know, the writers are all on strike, and
Yeah.
coming out of the creative community, I would never do anything that would jeopardize, my brothers on the picket lines, and stuff. So I was going to do an award show in June. Well, now we're moving it to the fall because hopefully the writer's strike will be over.
Yeah.
You know, and when I watch the Golden Globes this year, the award shows haven't come to recognize that the geography of the media business has changed. It used to be the US centric and there was nothing else. Now the US is like only 30% of the box office. I mean, China's bigger, and great movies coming out of Turkey and Germany and all over the world. There's good stuff being happening. So they've never really realized that the world has changed and they should change. Like you look at the Academy Awards, it's like, one category, foreign film. Everything else is, I go, and when I looked at the Golden Globes, first of all, the Golden Globes used to be run by the Hollywood Foreign Press. So at least there was a somewhat objective group that was picking the awards, and they were foreign, so hopefully it was more inclusive of foreign stuff. But they sold it to a money company, to a finance company. So now it's not, anything. And then if you watched it, it was basically this year was it was almost like an apology for 50 years of like ignoring African Americans. And it was so over the top. I'm going, this is so wrong. The award should be based on the best of the best. I don't care where they come from. I don't care what color they are. We should recognize the best work. Plain and simple. No politics, no nothing in it. So, and then, you looked at the Academy Awards and it was basically an apology to Asians. And I went, okay, yeah, you've been shitty to Asians for so many years, but now to just pick a movie that I thought was okay, but say this is the best movie of the year, to me, it wasn't the best movie of the year. It was kind of there trying to make friends with the Asian community again. I mean, there was a movie that came out of Germany called All's Quiet on the Western Front. And the movie was in German and it was brilliant. It was by far the best movie of the year. But I said, it can't win because it's a foreign film. And, so I said, okay, I'm going to take this on myself. So we started, myself and a guy named Chris Nook, who really comes out of the tech world, the financial tech world. We're starting something called the Nifties, NFTYS. And it's let's call it the Oscars of the metaverse. So, just like the music industry resisted digital music for years, much to their detriment. Technology is going to come, and if it's good for the people, it's going to win. I mean, now everything's streaming or whatever, and it's great. And, there's some inequalities there that need to be dealt with, between artists and the people that control the platforms. But you can't hold back technology that's good for the consumer. It's just not going to happen. So you look at, the NFTs in the metaverse and stuff. This is going to happen whether Hollywood or the media world wants it to happen or not. So rather than fight it, my feeling is get behind it and become part of the change, and make sure that it's done right. And so we're doing this award show. We were going to do it in June, but now we're moving it because I won't do it during the writer's strike. And it really recognizes the best work in NFTs and AI and, metaverse and stuff like that. And hopefully we'll get to do it in the fall we're going to do it. I mean, we're well organized now and stuff like that. But it really is, we had to form our own academy. So we've got a pretty diverse academy. So it really is diverse and inclusive, from people all over the world. And it's a recognition that, this is a global business, not a US centric business. And it's not white, it's not black, it's not this or that, it's all. It's the most creative people should be celebrated. So, but some of the stuff we're doing is pretty cool. So out of this studio in Las Vegas, it's the most advanced studio I've ever seen. So built on top of a Zoom platform, they built the software so that we could do 570 million simultaneous live streams. So yeah, so it could go out pretty wide. And in order to get one of the streams, you need to buy the NFT or the token. And really what that is, if you went to a concert or you went to a play, you always got this program. It was like your memorabilia. So the token gets recorded on the blockchain. So it really shows that you were there and you went to the first NFT awards ever to be. And that stands for that stands for all time. So nobody could ever dispute that you were there. And that's your admission into it. And, and one of the things that's interesting, like you look at the Woodstock 1969, there were 500,000 people who were there roughly. But yet when somebody did polling of people around the world, 20 million people claimed that they were there. So how do you validate and authenticate a lot of stuff? So we're doing that. And then the nice part is like in China where they don't let you stream direct to the home. So we deliver one of the 570,000 feeds and they rebroadcast it. So they're going to get somewhere between 3 and 7 million people picking up off of one feed. So we've got that. And then on the rebroadcast, I have 193 million homes around the world carrying rebroadcast. And, some of the fun stuff, I'm using artificial intelligence. So when the host speaks English, when the feed goes into France, the host is speaking French. When the feed goes into Spain, the host is speaking not just Spanish, but Spain Spanish, the dialect. When it goes into Mexico, the host is speaking Mexican Spanish. And AI is so sophisticated now, in this stuff that you can't see you don't know that he's speaking English. He's speaking that language. And I think we're up to now, we're going to go out at about 34 different languages. And which is kind of fun, incredible. And then we have the ability to mint NFTs literally on the fly. So when the host is going to be wearing a dress, I have a friend of mine who's a really cool designer named Richie Rich. Richie is like, a huge figure in the LGBTQI plus community. And he dresses Gaga and like Katy Perry, and he dressed Madonna and on and on. So he's going to dress the host. Well, we're going to be able to mint that dress. So somebody could buy the physical dress, but also buy the digital version of the dress. So if you want to dress your avatar like Lady Gaga, you could buy that NFT and it gets recorded. So nobody could ever question its authenticity because it's recorded on the blockchain. We have some singers. There's a young kid from named A.Y. Young, who's a young rapper, and he represents sustainability for the UN. And he goes around the world, singing and trying to get young people to pay attention to the fact that we're screwing up the planet. And so he's going to do original music, and we're going to be able to mint that version of that song and sell it. And the money will go to the UN to do this education stuff. And he doesn't have to give up any of his rights. So the artist still maintains the rights, which is really cool. So, we're doing that kind of stuff, a lot of fun stuff.
That is fun. Oh my gosh. I love how you continue to dream and you make those dreams come to life. And that's one thing that's why I started my platform. This is my biggest dream come true. Now I have to continue to dream bigger. Larry, what is your next biggest dream?
My next biggest dream, other than perfecting my Peking duck recipe,
I love it.
I really like this building this academy and the award show because I really do think it's a game changer. Again, I've done stuff all over the world and I know people all over the world. I grew up in a very mixed neighborhood and stuff like that. And I think it's time for the media world to adapt to the fact that it's different now than it was 30 years ago in every way. So, building this award, this academy to truly be diverse and inclusive and fair. And again, it's not favor this one or make up for past mistakes. It's the people that do the best work should be recognized and there should be no other consideration. So that does it for me. I'm kind of in what I call my Kardashians repentance phase, where doing socially responsible stuff. So there's a woman that does all these TED Talks about parenting.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're creating a series around her called Conscious Parenting. And when you think about it, being a parent in today's world is unbelievably complex. I mean, when I was a baby, my mother brought me home from the hospital and my grandma lived upstairs and my aunt lived next door. And my mother had a support system. Now, these kids go away to school, typically. They get married. They don't return to where they were born and raised. And, they get married and then they have a kid. And now you go to the hospital with a kid, you're in and out the same day. And they basically hand you this little thing and they go, here you go. And you're like, what do I do with it? There's nobody there to support you. So, and then, it gets more and more complex, to think that, a lot of folks that go, I can't wait till my kids are, 18 and out of the house. No, you're the parent for the rest of your life. And, like it or not, you are. And, so you got school shootings, you got bullying, you got gender ID issues. It's so complex now that, we're developing this series that basically tries to help parents and kids with the realization that, these kids, it's not the old days. When I was a kid, it was children should be seen and not heard. And, if you did something bad, you got a smack across the head.
Right.
It's not today's world. Kids have opinions and they're people and you got to treat them like that. Otherwise they grow up to be depressed and find guns and shoot their friends in school. I mean, there's a lot of the problems that go on today, which are really all stem back to the fact they weren't brought up properly, or they weren't brought up in a house that cherished them and loved them and, did all that stuff. So, that's the one I want to see there. And again, because I think the world needs it.
Exactly. Especially in 2023. We've gone through just so much. And we need that assurance sometimes in life. Just saying, you know what? You got this. It's going to be okay. Give a helping hand. Share an encouraging word. It doesn't cost a thing.
Yeah. And, just, Catherine Sellery, who's the host of the show, she does TED Talks all around the world. She really is a great expert. And, but, what we're doing is in the show, we're providing counterpoints. I'm bringing in co-hosts from different cultures. So, in one, I actually have a woman who grew up in a village in Nigeria. And she's got a whole different way of looking at bringing up kids than Catherine does. And it just makes an interesting discussion. And it's a discussion we need to have.
Gotcha. Most definitely. I must say, Larry, I have had a pleasure in chatting with you. Oh my gosh, this has been the highlight of my day. When you talk with different people, because you talk with such passion about what you do, when people come to you and they're like, I'm just getting into this field, of entertainment, I wanna be the best that I can be. And me included in this, I am an educator by trade. I've been in the classroom for 12 plus years. But now I'm venturing off into this new arena that I'm beginning to love. I love so well. What advice do you give to those individuals that come to you and say, I want to be the best? What can you tell me?
Well, everybody uses that phrase, follow your passion. Mm-hmm. I'm kind of the anti-passion person. Really? I think my message is you got to be honest with yourself. Not everything you come up with is going to be brilliant. The biggest problem I see people have today is they think that whatever the idea was, they're going to do it. And you know what? The environment changes, you get everything, technology changes and stuff. So what might have been a good idea yesterday doesn't stay a good idea forever. And people get so locked into it because of their ego that they spend all their time focused on, I'm not going to give up. It's my passion, da 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 da. And they spend times on things that they shouldn't be spending time. The one thing we all have that's totally finite is time. We all have the same amount of it and stuff, and you got to maximize it. So, like I say, I wake up with 10 new ideas. By the time I go to sleep, I reassess everything literally every night, going, seemed like a good idea this morning. How dopey was that? And, once in a while. So I only put my time into those things that have a reasonable chance of success, where I see loads of people just hanging on because their ego will not let them just admit, okay, it wasn't so good. Next. And I do that a lot. I mean, I look at it and go, oh my God, next, and I move quickly. And that's, I think, what separates me out from, most people.
I like that, Larry, because, I've been trying to find the words to describe how I feel about things in life. And that phrase just describes how I feel. I never want to have the conversation of shoulda, woulda, coulda. I want to say I did it, and this is how it happened. I didn't do so well, but this is what I learned, right? And I moved on to the next thing. I was having that conversation with my best friend, and I'm like, if I want to write a book, I'm going to write a book. If I want to sing a song, I'm going to go sing a song. But I'm doing what I want to do.
Right. Yeah. And then, you sing the song, and then you got to be honest with yourself going, okay, that was kind of fun, but, should I really be doing this? Is the voice that good or not? And again, it's just be honest with yourself. Not everything you come up with, everything you do is going to be gold. Get rid of the stuff that can't work and just focus on the stuff that's good. Because again, the thing that you have that's finite is time. Where you put your time on needs to be directed to the things that can be successful.
Definitely. Oh my, I could talk to you all day long, sir. But that means you have to come back, especially in talking about this amazing new academy that you've started as well. I'd love to hear more in depthly about that process and how that went. But that means you have to come back, sir. You got to come back.
You got to just get in touch with me, and we'll figure out a time where I can do it.
I love it, sir. How can the Think Fam follow you on social media?
Well, I'll give you the secret. The only one that I do for myself is I do my Facebook page myself.
Gotcha.
And my Facebook is, most people call it a food blog because I put down like what I cooked that day. So on Facebook, Larry Namer, easy to find me. I try and answer everybody that messages me.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it takes me a day or two, but I usually am pretty good with answering. The other stuff, quite honestly, gets intercepted or hijacked by the folks in the office. And, I'm not sure what they do under my name, but they do.
I gotcha. And all your information in the description below as well. Thank you, Larry, for being with us. We appreciate you.
All righty. Take care, Michael. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Hey, this is Nelson Estevez, aka Alonzo from Tyler Perry's The Oval, and you're now watching the Michael Finkley Show.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.
I want to tell you that you have to be self-aware if you want to really grow. Like, you have to be conscious of not only the good things about you, but the things that you have to fix. And that's how we evolve as humans. And so for me, recently, I have hit a place where I noticed that I still have things to work on. And I've come to this when I really sat down and I think over myself, I evaluate myself. And so now when I evaluate myself, I look at situations, how I handle this situation, how this thing going in my life. Did I handle that the way I should have? Was I more mature in this area than I am in this area? Like really evaluate yourself and see the bigger picture and look at yourself and see if you want to be like that. See if this the person that you're picture of being. See if you being the person that you always wanted to be when you come to certain situations. And for me, I noticed that I had a lot of things to work on still. And sometimes we think we already got it made. We think we already fixed. We think we already whole. We think we're already healed. And a lot of times we're not. A lot of times we're just on this journey. And sometimes you feel like you at your highest. Sometimes you feel like you at your lowest. But that's a part of the journey. But be always conscious of where you're at. Be always self-aware of where you at in your life right now. So you can make adjustments, so you can evolve, so you can fix, so you can heal, so you can forgive, so you can move forward. Like that is why self-awareness is very important. So you can be aware of what you need to fix in order for you to go to the next level. Because it's new levels every day, especially when you want to reach a certain type of height in your life. It's a new level. It's a new person that you have to become. You can't be the same person that you was on level 1 when you get to level 5. And level 5, to get to level 5 to 6, going to take you to be another person. So all these levels in your life, all these heights in your life, all these accomplishments you want, all these goals you want, all these dreams you want, all these things you want in your life going to cause you to continue to become a new person. And you can't do that if you're not aware of what you need to work on before you get to that new height so you can get there. So always be self-aware. Always be self-conscious.
And you will see. Hey, what's good? It's Vashawn Mitchell, gospel recording artist, and you're watching The Michael Finkley Show. Keep it locked. You will see the goodness of the Lord.
On the next Michael Finkley, from Tyler Perry's Have and Have Nots, actor Patrick Fawcett is with us. And from the motion picture Million to One, actor Michael J. Patterson. Next Finkley.
Welcome, everyone, to Wisdom Tips with Dr. Connie Green. I am so excited to be here tonight. I've been gone for a few weeks. Can you believe that? So, to some of you that miss me and I wasn't here, I wasn't being disrespectful and not just coming on, but my husband had to be hospitalized and he was taken good care of. And now he's home and he's doing great. And so now I'm back, and hopefully I will be continuing the broadcast of Wisdom Tips on Thursday, every Thursday at 7 p.m. And those of you that have been joining me and been supporting me, I would like to say thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for supporting Wisdom Tips. Thank you for tuning in. And I just wanted to be accountable to let everyone know what was going on so I can just keep doing what God has called me to do. Tonight is a very exciting topic that we're going to talk about. And I want you to stay to the end because I have some exciting news that I want to share with you at the end. So if you know anyone today that want to hear anything about wisdom and especially concerning yourself, this will be a good broadcast for them to tune in to do. So if you can and if you will, please like and share this broadcast with someone. And if you haven't subscribed, please do that too, if you choose to. Okay. All right. Again, those of you that are just tuning in that may not know me, I'm Dr. Connie Green. Thank you for joining us here on Wisdom Tips. And welcome. I'm your host, Dr. Connie Green. I'm here to drop pearls of true wisdom, giving you the tools that you need to live a victorious life. You know, it's good to live your best life, but sometimes our best life is not our best life because we go through a lot of things and we fail in some of the things that we, have going on in our lives, and we get discouraged and all kind of things. But when you live a victorious life, that means that you was able to fight every obstacle that the devil brought your way, and you won in the end. And that's why I often say, giving you the tools that you need to live a victorious life, not just your best life, but your best life has to be victorious. It means that you win always in the end. So today's topic we're going to be dealing with and talking about being your authentic self. In other words, taking the mask off. Taking the mask off. All of us have masks. We put up a front. It depends on who we're in the company with. It depends on where we're at, what we're doing. We can always switch and try to be somebody else. But tonight we're going to be talking about how to be your authentic self. Not somebody else, not trying to be like somebody else, not trying to put up airs or put up something to make you feel like you're more important than somebody else, or even that you're just pious and you're just so humble. You know, if that's really you, then yeah, absolutely be your authentic self. But if it's not, we need to learn how to be ourselves. We need to take the mask off and find our way back home. Where's our home? Right here in our heart and in our spirit. And our minds and what God has called us to do. That's where we're really at. What really makes us laugh, what really makes us excited about getting up in the morning. That's our authentic self, being who you really are. What you really want to say, when you don't say, you just keep your mouth shut. Sometimes when we keep our mouth shut and we don't say what we really mean, and we say what people really want to hear, we're not being our authentic self. Now, I know I'm talking to somebody right now. So go ahead and share that broadcast, because you're going to get help tonight, and you're going to be excited to know that you can now don't just drop your guards, but now just drop what you've been pretending to be or who you've been pretending to be, and be yourself, whether they like you or not. Oh, somebody don't like that. You know, some people ain't gonna like you. You can be perfect, they still ain't gonna like it. But that's okay. Don't try to be like them. Don't try to get somebody to try to pretend like you're somebody else that you're not, just to make somebody happy or just to appease somebody. And when you're really not yourself, and you're holding your breath, and you're not saying anything what you really want to say. And when we do that, sometimes we can get sick. We can have headaches, anxiety, even depression can cause those type of things to come up when we're not being ourselves. But when you begin to be your authentic self, you begin to be free and you have peace. And it really doesn't matter what people say about you. You know, I'm of the age now, I'm at the point that it really don't matter to me if you don't like me. What matters to me that I like you, because I know if I want to make it in, I got to love you and like you. I might not love you 100%, but I'm gonna like you and try to go on towards the love piece, because we've talked about that too. But at the end of the day, I'm gonna be kind. And if you don't like it, that's your problem. It's not mine. All right. So taking the mask off helps us to be authentic. It helps us find our way back to ourselves, who we really are. It helps us to rediscover who we are, what the true person is inside, deep down inside, that we're covering up. It helps us to begin to go on a journey of being conscious minded, knowing who we really are, what we like, what we don't like, what we're going to put up with, what we're not going to put up with. Then, it makes you become free. Being authentic is the key to your health and your well-being. So somebody ought to put that in the comment right now, your health and your well-being. And it helps you with whatever go on in the inside of you, it's going to eventually come out anyway. It's a scripture that says, whatsoever in a man's heart, so is he, or whatsoever man says, so is he. But it's another scripture talks about that whatever that comes out of our mouth, we really meant it because it was in our heart. So, whatever we're feeling, it's going to come out at the end of the day. So you might as well be who you are, and no matter what they think, no matter what somebody, opinion is of you, you just got to be yourself. Now I'm talking about being your good self, because, we got a bad self too, that we can really be ugly. We can really be nasty. But I'm talking about the real self that God created in you. He created us to love. He created us to love and to love humanity and to help people and have the love of God in our hearts. But we don't want that ugly part. We're talking about the good part. But yeah, I know we got the good and the ugly and the bad. But even if we do get ugly every now and then, we got to learn how to turn that thing around and ask somebody to forgive us. All right. Now I know what I'm talking about now, because in my own life, and when I have feelings of being overwhelmed, or when somebody has offended me or something like that, or the issues of life come, I notice what usually happens to me when I feel offended, or we having something going on in life, or I have something personally going on, and the issues just keep coming and seem like nothing is letting up, and I'm just getting upset and frustrated, and even a little bit of the anxiety or even anxiousness. Sometimes what I usually do, I just shut down. Now, sometimes it's good to shut down, because if we don't shut down, sometimes we might go to another direction of opening up our mouth and saying things that we should not say and acting unseemly, right? But if you hold it too long and you don't really express what you're feeling, it's going to come out. One way or the other is going to come out. That overwhelm going to come out and everything. So I have found out when I get overwhelmed, I clam up, I get quiet, and then I start internalizing what's going on in me. I internalize the affliction, the assault, the offense, the bewilderness. I start analyzing it. And so what happens when I analyze it and I don't discuss it and I don't talk about it, I begin to have this short fuse. You know what I'm talking about? Anybody out there have a short fuse every now and then where they just fly off the handle before they know it? Well, I've done that before. And and even just recently, with my husband, I had to be his caretaker. After he got home, I had to take care of him. And I was up, I think it was 2 weeks without any sleep, because he would get up, I would have to get up. He'd get up, I get up. And I found out, that if you don't get enough sleep, you're going to be grouchy, you're going to be grumpy and all those sort of things. So I was real grumpy with him one day. And once I had my meltdown and had my emotional roller coaster that was going on in my head and in my mind and in my mouth. After I did all of that stuff, I had to calm myself down and go and apologize and say, honey, I'm sorry. I'm just a little bit overwhelmed right now. Maybe I should have talked to you about it. And I didn't. I was acting unseemly, and that's not my authentic self. Because really, I love helping people. I love helping people. I never get angry or grumpy when I have to help somebody or take care of somebody or do something for somebody, because that's what I love to do. So when I lash out like that, I found out that's not my authentic self. That was that self that I internalized, and I didn't say nothing, and I didn't talk about it, and I didn't express it. And because I didn't do that, all of a sudden, bam, it came out. I shouldn't even say out of nowhere. I was getting ready to say out of nowhere. No, it was right in here. It was in my heart. It was in my mind, but I didn't want to communicate it. So we got to learn how to communicate it when we have those battles that are going on in the inside of it, because we want to be a true, authentic self, the good part. Yeah, the good, the ugly and the bad. That's who we are. We're not perfect, but we want to try to tune in on the good part that God created in us. Okay, the good part. And when we get disappointed and all of that kind of stuff with ourselves, please go back and apologize. Don't have too much pride that you feel like I'm not going to apologize, because that's not who you are. That's not who God created you to be. God created you for love and not fear. Okay. So if this resonates with you, what I'm talking about tonight, then I have some great news for you, and I want to share with you tonight. So please stay to the end so I can share with you. It's about being your authentic self. Yes, it's a little bit about that, and it's a little bit about some other tips that I'm going to share with you in the end. But I don't want you to go anywhere, okay? Stay with us. But right now, unfortunately, it is break time. And so when we come back, we're going to share with you some wisdom tips that you're going to love, that's going to really help you. We're going to be talking about being authentic and some of the things that we can do to be the very best that we can be, so we can be happy and have peace and be our authentic self. So if you're just joining us, please share this broadcast with someone. And if you haven't subscribed, go ahead and subscribe. Touch that like button. It helps the algorithm so we can get other people to come in. I appreciate you tuning in today. So please come back right after commercial. We will give you the wisdom tips for today. I'll see you when you get back.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Place, a home, a place where God dwells inside of you. If you want to truly be authentic, open up the door and let him come in and let him sit with you and help you to become all that you were created to be. Welcome back, everyone. I'm here to give you the wisdom tips. I'm Dr. Connie Green, here to drop pearls of true wisdom, giving you
the tools that you need to live a victorious life. Today, we have some tips we want to share with you on how you can be your authentic self and have peace and joy that's unspeakable and full of glory. Tip number one, take time for self-reflection. Take time for self-reflection. Not taking time to talk about somebody else or point fingers at what somebody else has done, but what have you done? Sometimes we just need to take a deep breath, slow ourselves down. When things are not going well and you're not happy and your mind is just going in all different directions, you can't even think, you can't concentrate, you can't remember things. Take a reflection, take time out for reflection. When you do that, when you daily or regularly take time out for reflections, you can understand your values, your beliefs, and your passions. What are your passions? Have you stopped doing some of your passion things that you loved to do when you was a child or when you were a teenager? Some of those things have been put on the shelf, but you have passions, you have beliefs, you have values. Are you keeping your values? Are you keeping your beliefs? What do you believe in? Are you living the life that you need to live according to your beliefs? Reflecting on your experiences and emotions can provide valuable insight into your true self. Oh, I'm talking good tonight. This is really helping me too. When I was studying on this and the Lord gave me some things to share with you guys today, I had to stop to reflect on my own self. And it just really blessed me. So I wanted to share with you. And I hope you share with somebody. If you want, even if you go back and, tell somebody you listen to how to become authentic on tonight on Wisdom Tips and they missed it, go back to the replay. I'm pretty sure it's going to help them. It's going to bless them. Number two, develop godly practices. Godly practices. Realize that God created you and you're fearfully and wonderfully made. So when we act ugly inside, that's not the best part of us. But when you develop godly principles and practices with God, like gauging in devotion and prayer and meditation with God and having a special time just for Him, put it on your calendar. What do you have on your calendar? Do you have God on your calendar? That's a good topic. I might need to talk about that. But put God on your calendar. When we do things like that, these practices help us to stay present in the moment. Instead of digging up what happened years ago, dig up what happened last week, it keeps us grounded and keep us present with what's going on today so we can deal with what's going on today. I can't worry about what happened last night or what happened yesterday. I've got something to do, so I got to do it. So stay present. And then you won't be as anxious and having anxiety and headaches and stomach aches and aches and pains in your body because you worried about something that happened yesterday. Stay in the present. Deal with that day right then and now, not the other day or 2 days ago or 5 days ago or 10 days ago, but right now, stay in the present. When we do that, it reduces stress and it connects us to our authentic self of who we really are. Tip number 3, embrace imperfections. All right, ladies, I'm talking to you. Embrace imperfections. In other words, be yourself. You don't have to be like everybody else. I know, somebody gonna get mad at me, but I'm just gonna say it. When I go out there and I see young ladies running around and they dressed up and they looking beautiful, I notice a lot of them are looking just like the next one. They got a thing now. Everybody's wearing long wavy hair with baby hair at the front and eyelashes and other things that I noticed that every girl I see when I go to the restaurant or I go to the store or somewhere else, they seem like everybody's dressed the same way. Everybody's got the same hairstyle, the same makeup. Everything is the same. Why don't you just try being yourself and see what kind of beauty that God can show you who you are, and you don't have to pattern yourself after anybody else. Now, I'm not trying to step on nobody's toes or anything, but embrace imperfections. So what? You don't gain a few pounds. Lose the pounds. The best way to lose is to shut your mouth and don't eat things you don't need to have. Oh, somebody don't like that kind of talk either, do you? But it's true. If you really care about yourself and realize that your body is a temple of God, it doesn't even belong to you. And if you want to live a long, good, healthy life, I'm talking to the young people now, even those that are older, you have to eat right, exercise, have positive attitudes, all the things that I've been teaching here on Wisdom Tips. Go back and see my replays, and you will really get blessed of some things, the tips I've shared with you that I did myself personally. I used to have depression years ago, and I was able to get totally delivered from depression without medication. I did it the natural way. Now I'm trying to tell somebody to get off their meds because I'm not a medical doctor, and I don't treat and I don't give out prescriptions. But I do know for me what I did personally, and it helped me, and it can help you too. So embrace your imperfections. You don't like your hair. You don't like that color. So you see somebody else got red hair. So you go get red hair. You see somebody else wearing a wavy wig. So you go get the wavy wig. You try to keep up with the Joneses because you see what other people are doing. No, 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 no. Embrace who you are and love it. Love yourself. And start pulling out things that are inside of you, gifts and talents, and start loving yourself. And God really, really will help you in that area. Because sometimes I think we don't want to, forgive our own selves because of some things that we've done in life. But embrace it. Yeah, I made a mistake. I asked God to forgive me. I'm moving on. Then move on. Just move on. All right. And remember, accept that nobody is perfect. So if you got a friend, a boyfriend, a husband, a children, or whoever, auntie, grandma, whatever that offend you, they're not perfect. Everybody's not perfect. I'm sure you've offended someone, right? So embrace imperfections, even people that you feel like should be better off than they are. Stop talking about them. Pray for them and accept them the way they are, and pray for them and love them. All right? Embrace your flaws and your mistakes. It's part of your unique journey. So don't be so hard on yourself. Be authentic. It comes from being comfortable with your imperfections. Oh, now that's good. It comes with being comfortable with your imperfections. Then you can learn to be yourself and not try to be somebody else. It is what it is. When you get my age, you're going to know what I'm talking about. So you don't have to wait till you get my age to do some things that can make you happy and make you have a prosperous life and make you have a life of peace and joy and happiness, right? Tip number 4, boundaries. Make sure you have some strong boundaries, setting boundaries, clear boundaries, not just little boundaries here and there, but have some clear boundaries that you will not cross. This will protect you in times of trouble. It will give you energy and well-being. And you will be able to stand for what's wrong when you know what you're doing is right and somebody think is wrong. Saying no sometimes is necessary. It's an important aspect of your life. And it stands true when you get overwhelmed and you keep saying yes, 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 then you can't do the things that you were really called to do. So it's okay. It's okay to say no to some people. I can't do it this time. I can't come to that event this time. Stand true to yourself and your priorities. Tip number 5, and this is my last tip for this evening. Surround yourself with authentic people. I am so tired of hypocrites, people pretending like they like you, smiling in your face and all of that. I know you'd have been there. We got some tips about that too on Wisdom Tips. And I taught you guys how to deal with people like that. But it's some good people out there that's just like you. Surround yourself with authentic people that's going to be true, that's going to tell you just like it is, even if they hurt your feelings, people that's going to love you and say, hey, you don't need to be doing that. Oh, hey, you need to go over on this side. Don't go over on that side. And you run out in the street and get hit by a car because they're trying to tell you something. Well, they was just trying to tell you the truth because they're authentic. They don't want to see you hurt. So be a relationship with people who appreciate and accept you for who you are. Oh, I know I'm talking good tonight. Somebody ought to hear this broadcast. If people don't celebrate you and they just tolerating you, you don't need to be in that group. That's not your group. Be around authentic people. Authentic connections can inspire you, support you on your journey of self-discovery. Never force a connection. Never force a connection. People that don't want you to be their friends and don't want to have nothing to do with you, don't force it. Be authentic. Let your authentic being or your authentic personality connect you with happiness organically. All right? Well, that's going to be it for this week for Wisdom Tips with Dr. Connie Green. Join us every Thursday, 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we're on YouTube channel. We're on Facebook, CTR Media Network, Google Podcasts, and Spotify. Yes, I'm on all of those platforms. And be sure to like and subscribe this channel. If you will, click the notification button or hit like, because we're going to be uploading new content every week. And we want you to hit that bell so we can let you know when we come on. All right? And always remember, we ain't got no time for no tears and fears. We're too blessed to be stressed, because wisdom is the principal thing, and all that getting and understanding. Why? So you can live a victorious life. Talk to you next week. I love you guys. Bye-bye.
My name is Brittany Petty, and I help teen girls to heal from physical and mental abuse so they can achieve their goals, such as attend college, develop a trade, or start their own business. So it is so important to understand that in today's society, a lot of teen girls, they don't just go off to college because they're presented with so many different opportunities. And so for me, that is what I'm passionate about, is helping teenagers discover their passion and their purpose and what it is in life that they are put here on earth to do. And so whatever they tell me, if it makes sense and it's something that they're willing to put forth the effort and apply action and dedication to, then I'm willing to help them to achieve those goals. And starting a trade, so many young girls have told me that they want to start their own lash business, go to cosmetology school, do all these different things. So I'm here to support the vision as long as they're willing to put forth the action. But first, let me tell you a little bit about myself. I grew up in Cedar Hill, Texas. Go my Longhorns. And I'm also a part of the Mean Green Crew, University of North Texas. That's where I graduated from. I majored in business administration, minored in communications, and I also attended Capella University, where I majored in school counseling, which has led me on the path of mental health counseling, which has been amazing. I was in the military. I did Army Reserves, and I've met so many amazing, wonderful people along my journey in life. And so I'm really grateful for the opportunities and the people I've met and things of that nature. But a lot of people always ask me, they're shocked when I tell them I was in the military. And a lot of people always like, were you interested in that growing up? No, not at all. So it's just amazing how God can transform our life and take us down so many different paths and roads. But I'm so grateful that he did that, because I wouldn't be the woman I am today had I not taken all these journeys and tosses and turns and things of that nature. I also have 4 beautiful, amazing children. I have 3 boys and 1 girl. And I have an amazing husband that I've been married to for 11 years. But because of my life and my past journey and things that I have experienced and dealt with, I have had to heal from physical and mental abuse from my childhood. And so that has led me on the path, because after working in corporate America, I have a really good friend who got me into the field of education, which I'm so glad she did. At the time, I didn't see it, but I'm so glad she did. And it allowed me to realize that so many are hurting inside. And so when we're a child, when we're growing up, we have to deal with those pains, our past pains and trauma and things of that nature. And so that's why it's so important to heal from physical and mental abuse, because if not, we end up taking those things into our adulthood. And so for me, I am so passionate about helping, middle school girls, teen girls to heal from physical and mental abuse so they can live a life that is worth living when they get into their adulthood. Because you don't want to carry all of this baggage around, which is so important, because in life, if we don't learn to let go of that baggage, it will just weigh us down, and that becomes a very heavy weight. And so it is so important for me also to help others to define their self-worth, discover what it is that really pushes them forward to excel and propel into this world ready to fly their wings, just ready to navigate whatever it is life has in store for them. And so when I tell you I am so passionate about helping others to define their purpose, I am. Because when I was growing up, I didn't know. I didn't know what my passion was. I didn't know what my purpose was. And when anytime I would ask, people just say, oh, just, your purpose is just whatever you're passionate about. And for me, I was like, okay. And then I realized that, okay, I love helping people. That's something. But I would lay awake at night still not knowing what my purpose in life was, because helping is so many things, right? It can be helping the elderly. It could be becoming a nurse. It can be so many different things. And then I was like, okay, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, but I'm not necessarily happy doing it, right? And then I had to realize, okay, after I've been through different life experiences, okay, I like this, I don't like that. I like this, okay, I want to do more of that, right? And so because of life's journey and the things that I've been through in my life experiences, and also having a teenage daughter, it's important for me to be able to help others to say, you know what, I too deserve happiness. I too deserve to live life and be free, not holding on to that baggage. And so today that brings me to my topic, what I'm going to be talking about. Okay, on top of discovering your self-worth, but the importance of hashtag staying focused. But before I talk to you about that, I'm going to give you a little bit of tea. Okay, so let me ask you a question. How many of you have a teenage daughter or know someone with a teenage daughter? Okay. Did you know that 1 in 9 girls experience some type of mental, physical, or sexual abuse by the age of 18? And did you know that 82% of all victims are girls? It's so important for us to address the issues and things that are going on. And that's why I am so passionate, once again, about talking about self-worth. Hashtag staying focused. So today I'm going to talk about the 3 top ways to hashtag stay focused. Okay? Tip number 1 is we have to let go of those self-limiting, self-sabotaging beliefs. So anytime someone in life has said, you can't do this or you can't do that, or you are not going to amount to anything, or this or that, you have to let it go. Anything that is holding you back from excelling, propelling, letting your wings go so you can fly, anything like that, you have to learn to let it go. Okay? Tip number 2, you have to stay focused on yourself. Stay focused on yourself. You have to. I wrote a book called Stop the Drama, Stop Comparing, and Focus on Yourself. And it's so important because in this book, I talk so much about the importance of you loving yourself, discovering what self-love is, not comparing yourself to others, understanding the difference between self-worth, self-love, self-esteem. Because if you cannot look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself and embrace yourself how much you love yourself, then you're not going to be able to turn around and love others. And so I am so big on setting a solid foundation, because if you don't set that solid foundation, it's going to be very hard to move forward. Okay? I'm telling you guys, I'm giving you guys all the tea here. Okay? And tip number 3, you have to take action. Okay, you have to take action in order to determine your dreams and your desires and your goals. Because so many times I hear time and time again, so many groups of young ladies, they sit around and they talk. I've even heard this amongst adults. They talk about life and what they want to do, what they desire to do, or what they're going to do. But why do you think they are still in the same place 1 year later, 3 years later, 10 years later? It's because they didn't apply action. They might have heard something that sounded good. They might have heard something and they say, you know what, that's what I want. That's what I dream. That's what I desire, right? But they didn't actually put forth the effort. They didn't put one foot after the next to get to the next place. And so it is so important for you to say, you know what, I'm not going to be that person that just dreams about it and not take action. No, I'm going to say, I'm going to take me a notepad, okay? And I'm going to write down step by step what I need to do. And if I don't know what to do, I'm going to look it up. Attach myself to the right resources, attach myself to the right people who can get me to the next level. A lot of times in life, we just have to ask questions. We have to surround ourselves. We have to expand our brain, our knowledge, read, listen to things that are empowering us, pushing us to excel and be better. And so my question to you today, what are you doing that's different from the rest? And I say that and I ask that question because if you are hashtag staying focused, then that means you are focusing on how can you get yourself to the next level? What can you do? And so what are you doing that's different from the rest? Meaning if you want to get to the top, you have to do something different. If you want to be successful, you have to put forth action. You have to let go of those, number one, let go of those self-sabotaging beliefs. You have to, number two, you have to focus on yourself. And you have to, number three, you have to take action. So what are you doing to separate yourself? What are you doing to not allow those self-sabotaging beliefs to get in the way? What are you doing to say, you know what, no matter what, I can push forward. No matter what, I need to stay focused on me. No matter what, I need to take action. And so when it comes to everything, I want you to make sure that you have to be healed in order to go to the top. So I encourage you to go to focusyoursuccess.com to download my free ebook. And you can follow me on Instagram at Ingeniously Made Whole. And you can also book me to be a speaker. Okay, I would love to come and speak to all of my teen girls and everyone to help push you to excel, to be better. So thank you for tuning in and listening to hashtag Stay Focused. I am Brittany Petty from Cedar Hill.
You turn your camera back on.
So good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to the Speak Easy podcast. I am your host, Constance Woolard, and I'm excited. I'm excited because tonight we have the collaborating authors and the visionary author of the product here to talk about Winner by Knockout. And this is a new anthology that's going to be released, Winner by Knockout. And so I have Doreen Lettsome Reed, Dr. Doreen Lettsome Reed, who is the visionary of this collaboration. I have Adeyinka Kalani. She's one of the collaborating authors. I have the vivacious Lady P, Patricia Anderson, here joining us tonight with her sparkly cap that I love so much. And I have Danielle Michaels here joining us. We also have George, and we have Tutu here with us tonight. And so I'm so thankful for all of our guests. I'm excited about this anthology, Winner by Knockout. And so Dr. Doreen, good evening. Welcome to the Speakeasy podcast. And I first want to ask you, where did the inspiration for this anthology come from?
Nurse Coach Jean Turner. Literally, Nurse Coach Jean Turner. As you know, before I get into your question, I want to just thank you, Constance, for this opportunity to be on this platform. Good evening, good morning to everyone that is watching. We just welcome you into this atmosphere, and I want you to come with your eyes and your ears and your heart open to receive what the Holy Spirit is saying, because ultimately he's the one that wrote the book. Ultimately, he's the winner by knockout. Ultimately, he's the one that has thoroughly defeated the force of darkness. And so as we acknowledge him tonight, we are expecting the yokes of your life, the chains off your life, the hindrances of your life to be totally removed, because that's what a winner by knockout does. It totally removes in anything that's hindering you in any way, shape, or form. So we just want to welcome all of our readers, our co-authors, and all of you tonight with an expectation. Come with the expectation. As I said in the green room, this is more than just an anthology. This is an opportunity for you to come to the cross. If you've never been to the cross, if you're frustrated with life, if you don't know if you're coming or going, this is your opportunity to become a winner by knockout, because the victory has already been won through and by Christ Jesus. But if you're outside of Christ Jesus, that's what makes us losers. When I was outside of Christ Jesus, I was nothing but a loser. Why? Because I wasn't in Christ Jesus. When I got into Christ Jesus, this is where I can lift up my head and look to the hills for my help and say, I'm a winner by knockout because of Jesus Christ. Nothing that I've done, nothing that I could have ever done. It's by the grace of God that I stand before you in this moment. And this is how all of this came about, because Nurse Coach Jean Turner and I have the same mind. We have the same testimony. We were sisters in Christ, and we just connected. And Constance was the editor for Unlock What's Inside You magazine. And I was literally asleep about a year or two ago in my bed, and the Lord woke me up. I think it was like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. He sometimes do this. And I was waking up with this vision, and the Lord was speaking to me. And he had Nurse Coach Jean Turner in my heart very strongly. And when I woke up, I remembered the picture of her when she some time ago was first diagnosed with an illness, and she had to shave her head. And she did this picture with the boxing glove in her hand, and she had a stance to say, look, I'm a winner by knockout. I'm not playing. I'm taking ground. I'm taking territory. I'm not letting anything or anyone defeat me. And so the Lord brought this picture back to my mind. And this is where the title came from almost 2 years ago, Winner by Knockout. And I saw the cover of the magazine in red. And the Holy Spirit was telling me that she was covered in the blood of Jesus, and that we overcome and are winner by knockout by the blood of the Lamb. And so he was sharing all of these things with me. So the next day, next morning, which was that morning because I was already up, I contacted Nurse Coach Jean Turner, and I told her I needed to talk with her. And she was like, okay. So we made an appointment to talk, and I shared with her what God said. And at first she was very apprehensive, because she said, well, you know, that picture was already on my book. And she said, I don't know if I want people to remember that about me. She said, that was a very painful time for me. And I said, okay, you think about it and you let me know what the Holy Spirit said. And I left it alone. And she comes back to me in a text message, and she says, I trust the God in you. That's what she told me. I have the text message. She said, I trust the God in you. Go and do what thus saith the Lord. And Constance, we put that magazine together very carefully. We put it together with very intentionally, because leaders intentionally trailblaze. We were doing something very unique with that magazine. Just the whole release of it, the whole issue of it was centered around Jean and her story, but it also highlighted other women. So that magazine issue, Winner by Knockout, catapulted into an anthology. The Lord told me I'm not done with this yet. He kept bringing it back to my mind, kept having me and Jean pray about it, talk about it. We were doing it behind the scenes. As I had shared in the green room, we were very close behind the scenes. We prayed for hours behind the scenes with one another. And so God would not let this go. He would not let it go out my heart. And he told me to do an anthology. So I went back to Jean and I told her I need to meet with you again. And she was like, every time you need me to, you ask me to meet with you, God is up to something. I was like, well, here we are again, and he's giving us instruction. And so we came together. We did the launching of, asking the ladies to share their stories, their personal journeys. And as you can see, many of them responded to the call. It is a call. When God has done something in your life, you have to make a decision. Am I going to hide this, or am I going to boldly testify of what he's done? And these ladies have boldly testified to what God has done in their lives and how they have truly been through Jesus Christ and are a winner by knockout. You're advancing the kingdom of God, and you're overcoming the forces of darkness, and you're doing it through Jesus Christ, because you cannot do it within yourself. It's impossible. That's why we needed a savior. And with that being said, all of this came about with my good friend, nurse coach Jean Turner, who was an international coach, an international speaker, an international author, a great minister of the gospel, who had the heart of being a militant minister. She did not play with the devil. She put him under her feet. She was a fierce prayer warrior. And earlier this year, she has got her crown. Yes, I said that earlier this year, the Lord Jesus Christ gave her crown. And so she's now in heaven, where we are striving to go.
Amen. 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 And when I saw this title, I'm like, oh, wow. My mind immediately went back to the magazine and to that photo of Jean. And then what she said in that article. And it was just totally mind-blowing. And so I want to reach out to some of your collaborating authors. And I'm going to start with you, Adeyinka. Just kind of walk us through, why you chose to take this journey with this collaboration.
Yes, and thank you very much. I'm really grateful for you having us. So I think when I heard the title, I was actually blown away. I said to myself, Inka, you are truly a winner, and I just decided I wanted to be part of it, because it was a great opportunity to talk about my journey. Because I've been living with multiple sclerosis for like 15 years now. And so when I think about the early days and how God has brought me through, how I'm still standing now, I can't help but share the testimony with people that, look, even when we go through challenging times, when we go through really dark seasons, he never leaves us, he never forsakes us. And we're going to come out if we just remain connected to him. So I just had to participate in it. I was just like, it's going to be an amazing opportunity to share my testimony and encourage every other person that is going through a dark period.
Amen, amen, amen. Lady P, what inspired you? What was the turning point for you to make the decision to join this amazing collaboration?
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Constance. It was Dr. Doreen and her passion. Her letting us know, hey, you're a winner. You knocking out the enemy. And it's like, okay, how many times have we knocked out the enemy?
All right.
And I realized that we fight not against flesh and blood, but we fight against the principalities. Mm-hmm. Listen, when she brought it to my attention and told me, I kept saying, well, how am I a winner by knockout? And I thought about it. Listen, every time the devil tried to come for me, I gave him a black eye. Guess what? He keep getting those black eyes. I keep getting back up. That's what inspired me to come on board. Just seeing the passion that she had, believing that everybody could be a winner by knockout. That was my inspiration for joining this collaboration.
Amen. Amen. Jean, I never met her or had the opportunity or the blessing to meet her face to face, but I've interacted with her in some other virtual events. Jean was just a dynamic woman of God. No matter what she was going through, even during the time when her head was shaved, she was always upbeat, strong in the faith, and trusting God along this dash that we call life. And so I can truly say that about her. Like I said, I never met her, but I could hear it in her voice when I interacted with her, and I could see it in her spirit as well. So yes, a great title, great title. And so Danielle, good evening. How are you?
Good evening. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. So welcome to the Speak Easy podcast. We've got some feedback going there on your end with the sound. I'm not sure what it is, but do you have more than one device connected?
I'm trying to turn down the volume of my other devices.
Yeah. Okay. That's what it is. Okay. So it's still there.
Yes, I'm still here.
No, the echo is still there. So
is it still there?
If you got two devices connected, it will do that. So you may need to disconnect the device. So one of them. So while you are adjusting that, okay, Doreen, I'm going to come back to you while she's getting her sound together. And so the goal of this, you said that you're here to win souls. And that's going to definitely take a knockout to do that. And so that is your goal. But when people walk away from this today, and when they read this book, what should they leave with? What will this book provide them, and what will they leave with, and what will they get from reading this?
So what you're going to get from reading this is a deeper revelation of Jesus Christ. We have to, the word of God says in Ephesians that the Apostle Paul, one of the greatest men to walk the face of the earth and serve Jesus Christ, he himself said, it is my determined purpose to know Christ in the power of his resurrection. So in this book, as you are walking through, when you come into this book, the first thing you're going to be met with is a breakdown of the boxing analogy. We're going to be learning exactly what does a jab mean? What does a cross hook mean? All these different stances, and how does it relate to us fighting in the spirit realm? Because here again in Ephesians, we are told that we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities and powers. But many of us that are born again believers are losing the fight because we're too busy arguing and fighting with one another. We are allowing the spirit of jealousy, envy, bitterness, contention, resentment, all of the grudges, all of these, and these things are spirits to control us. And we're not dealing with the flesh. We're not putting the flesh under. And so what happens is we're thinking that God is withholding something from us, and he's not. He's already done everything that he's going to do. That's why we're already winners by knockout, because Jesus Christ already has thoroughly defeated Satan, who is our enemy. And so this book is going to give you practical understanding through the lives of these women, how they're going to share their intimate stories with you of things that they went through. They're very transparent. These are real stories. These are real women. I know them personally. I know that what they're speaking is the truth of what they went through. And they're also telling you the truth of how the word of God brought them out. They're acknowledging that they could not have brought themselves out lest it been the word of God. And their determination to know him, Christ, as more deeply, more intimately, more passionately. And so another thing that the reader is going to get from this book is a winner by knockout tips, how you can apply the word of God. Now, this book is full of scripture. I made sure, because I am a preacher of the gospel. And woe is me if I don't preach the gospel. What is the gospel? The gospel is good news. So if I'm not telling you what Jesus Christ has already said and what he has already done, I'm not giving you good news. I'm giving you my opinion. And my opinion is worth nothing. Okay. So this book is not giving you opinion. This book is giving you truth. And the word of God already said, when you know the truth will make you free. And so if you want to be free, I highly recommend that you get Winner by Knockout, grab your Bible, sit down in the presence of God with a teachable and humble spirit, and be ready to receive, because you will be changed. The book is anointed because those that wrote it are anointed, and we represent the anointed one. So how could we not be anointed?
Amen. Amen. And so I'm looking at a quote from Jean's magazine article that she did. And she said, "It was a fixed fight. Those of us who are in Christ have already won the victory. The enemy cannot stand when we fight back with the weapon of our warfare. Trust God. Stand on his word. Stand in his faith. Stand in prayer. Stand in his righteousness and win by knockout." That was the
Hallelujah.
last paragraph of her article. And that, the article itself was just phenomenal, but that one paragraph, it just says so much and speaks volume. And it confirms what Doreen just said.
It's so
Christ
good.
has already fought the enemy for us. The battle's been won. Okay, so what do we need to do? We need to shout now and continue the work. We need to put on the whole armor of God to withstand these daily earthly battles that we face and that we encounter. And sometimes we're battling against ourselves or with ourselves.
Yes, we are.
Okay, so even if it's us that we're battling with ourselves, put on the whole armor. Trust God. Stand on his word. Stand in his faith and stand in his righteousness. And we will definitely win by knockout.
That's something that I had to really, when God began to deal with me about thoroughly defeated. My chapter talks about did we forget that? It asks that question. That's the first thing it asks you. Did you forget? Because God was asking me, Doreen, did you forget that Satan has already been thoroughly defeated? I'm not trying to defeat Satan. And when you have so much, I have a lot going on in my life, and this stuff is real. It's painful. It's overwhelming. Okay. And you can get so overwhelmed with the pressure and the pain of what you're in, you literally forget that you're already triumphant. You literally forget that Satan is thoroughly defeated. And I had forgotten. He had to bring it back to my remembrance. And through this process, I feel that I'm growing spiritually because of these ladies just being honest, letting everyone know, look, yes, I'm in this position in ministry. Yes, I'm in this position in business. Yes, I'm in this position of life, but I'm here to let you know that this is what I've had to deal with. And I know that this is what it's going to take for me to continue my journey and for me to continue to position myself as a winner by knockout. And to be honest, I don't think we have a lot of those conversations as women because we're so busy trying to prove that we're good enough. We're trying to prove that we've got it all together. We're trying to prove that we're good, godly Christian women, and we don't want anyone to know that we are flawed, that we forget, that we stumble, that we fall down. And that's what Winner by Knockout is all about. These women have made a decision to tell their true stories and walk you through their journey. And not only walk you through their journey, but walk you through the journey of Jesus Christ, taking you and walking you to the cross, taking you and walking you beyond the cross and what his resurrection really means, and taking you and walking you through the journey of the fact that he thoroughly defeated the enemy.
Amen. And that is the beauty of anthologies. When we are able to commune and to collaborate and to just witness that we're not in this race alone, that we are not hurting alone, that we are not battling alone, that we are not suffering alone. And I don't know about you parent, other mothers on the stage. I know with me, when things are not going right with my son, I feel like I'm the only one that has a child that's wayward. And I'll never forget, I was at church one Sunday and one of my church members said, "What's wrong?" I said, "That young man, I tell you," she says, "You think you're the only one with one that's crazy? You want me to tell you about mine?" And immediately it let me know that, hey, I'm not by myself. I have sisters in Christ that I can commune with and share and commiserate with. And so that's the beauty of anthologies. And that's the beauty of this Winner by Knockout. You are showing other women that, hey, sister girl, you may be going through this right now, but let me tell you what happened to me. And let me show you how the Lord brought me through it and how I overcame it and how sometimes I may still struggle with some of the aftermath of that experience. Okay, because a lot of times when he brings us through things that we get over it, there is some aftermath that we still have to deal with. Oh yes, there is some aftermath, but he helps us even with the aftermath. And I think Winner by Knockout is going to tell the true story of victory, the agony of defeat, but also overcoming them both. So I thank you so much for this opportunity. I thank you so much for this anthology. And so now I am going to go to Tutu. Good evening. How are you? Tutu, can you hear me? Okay, you're on mute. Okay, I don't think she can hear me, so I'm going to move back to Danielle Michaels. Danielle, are you ready?
I guess so.
Okay, yes.
Is it okay now?
Okay. It's a little bit better, not much, but we're going to make it work. So just kind of walk us through what led you to join this wonderful collaboration.
She's a reader, she's not a co-author.
I understand that, but you still join the collaboration.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yinka is my friend and classmate, and I've been on this journey with her. I've listened to many of her stories. I've read some of the stories in some of the other anthologies that she wrote or she co-authored. I co-authored a particular anthology with her. She brought me into Heal Her Anthology. I was one of the co-authors for Heal Her Anthology. So when she told me about this, I said, okay, it's good, I'll show up. Yeah. And I like to just say something before victory comes, actually. I think one of the things I have learned about the scripture, God says, do not conform to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind, so that you prove that which is God's approval for you. So I discovered that before total victory comes, there is the place of renewal through the word of God. It is the renewal through the word of God that brings a transformation, okay? And when that renewal comes, it makes our mindset, the way we begin to reason things out, to change. And I think that is one of the things I have seen with Yinka. In spite of all the challenges she has been through, she chose to see the positive side of everything, which is what I think is very key for each one of us as children of God. All right. So I will be so glad to read this particular anthology. I would love to read up the stories of every woman who has gone out there to say, oh, I've got a story to tell, and this story is going to uplift a lot of people. We need more of this kind of stories because the world needs healing. And I believe that those kind of stories bring healing to the world.
You're absolutely right. I agree with you 100%. It is a healing that takes place and that needs to occur when we embark upon projects like this. We need to think about, what I'm saying and what I am presenting. How is it going to affect the lives of someone else? Not just mine, but to the reader. Is it going to uplift someone? Is it going to show someone that there is a way out? And so you're absolutely right, Danielle. There is a healing that occurs and that needs to occur. You're absolutely right. So I thank you so much for sharing that. I thank you so much for agreeing to be a reader. I thank you so much for helping to promote this wonderful project. Tutu,
Thank you for having me too.
Oh, you're welcome. Hi, Tutu. Good evening. How are you?
Good evening. I'm fine, thank you.
Okay.
And
So
you?
welcome to the Speakeasy Podcast. And just kind of tell us what encouraged and inspired you to be a reader of this anthology.
Yeah, my sister Yinka invited me and introduced me to it, and I've read some of the books. I've bought some, and I could see that a lot of the books encourages women from all the challenges we've been through, that we should still hold on to God. So that really inspired me. And she doesn't know, but she's my mentor, because when I read through what she's been through and how she's really the work she does in the house of the Lord is horrendous. So that really brought me close to reading the book. And when she invited me tonight, I was like, yeah, I have to be here again.
Well, I thank you, because I understand you're in a different time zone. So I thank you so much for sacrificing to be here and to be a guest. I thank you so much.
Thank you too for having me.
And so there is Oye. Am I saying your name correct? So Oye, if you're ready, we'd love to hear from you.
Hi.
Hi.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I'm glad to be here. I didn't expect to be called on stage, even though it says, expect the host to call you, right on my screen. Yinka is my friend. I guess that's the common denominator for most of us here. So she invited me, and when it started, she was like, "Oh, we started," so you don't have any excuses. So I got on and I was listening. I was listening to Dr. Doreen give the introduction, which was very interesting, very good. And I've listened to the other ladies, including yourself, Danielle, and Tutu speak. So I've never read an anthology. I don't know what an anthology is. I take it that you're introducing a new book, win by knockout, or winners by knockout.
Yes.
Yes, and it sounds very interesting, and I love what you say, what you're all saying about women feeling that they always have to keep it together, and they can't break down and everything, and even amongst ourselves. And the reality is that almost every one of us is going through something similar, in whatever shape or form. And we could actually be a help to one another, even if we start with just us, and being honest with ourselves and being honest with each other. And of course, holding on to God, the author and finisher of our faith.
Amen. Amen. And so you said that you didn't know what an anthology was. What an anthology is a collaboration of stories or viewpoints from different contributing authors. And they go together and they talk about a particular topic. Okay. And so everybody has a different story to tell about the same topic. I'll give you a prime example. There's 1,001 ways to fry chicken.
Yes.
Everybody fried this something a little bit different. Oh no, I don't do this. I add this to mine. Well, I add this to mine. Either way, the chicken gets fried. It's good.
Yep.
And it gets okay, but it's different ways of doing it. And so, what anthologies do? They bring a variety of flavor. Okay,
right.
They bring a variety of passion. They bring different twists on teaching, different ideologies, all to bring us full circle to where we need to be. That's what an anthology does.
Okay, very interesting.
Thank you so much. That's just my little 2 cents on it.
Oh, no, that's brilliant. That's very interesting.
That's my 2 cents. And I'm sticking to those 2 cents this evening. So I thank you so much for joining us. Where are you coming? Where are you calling or dialing in from? Where are you?
Lagos, Nigeria.
Oh, okay. Lagos,
Yes.
very good. Okay, great,
I'm,
great.
I'm, I'm actually in bed and this is past my bedtime, but Yinka was like, we're on now.
Okay. So
Yes,
you have a
yes, Yinka,
strong
I'm
friend
calling you
base.
out.
Yes, you have a strong
Thank
friend
you.
base. All right. Thank you so much and have a good night.
Okay, good night. Thank you.
So my question to each of you here on the stage tonight, the collaborating authors and Dr. Doreen as the visionary, what's next? What can I be, I'm waiting on this to come out. What's coming out next I can be looking forward to? What you got cooking? Lady P, every time I look, you all fly on Facebook doing something. Doreen's always got her hands in something. So what's next? Doreen, what's next?
Well, what's next is that we'll be continuing our readers tour. Of course, we're here with you today, this afternoon, this evening. Later on this evening at 7:30, we'll be with Dr. Sandy Sanders.
Yes, I saw that.
And
yes.
then we have several more stops for our readers tour. So we will be continuing. I think we have, let me check my schedule. I think it's at least 4 more stops before we will be going to launch date. So we are doing our readers tour. We love hearing the input for our readers. We love getting them involved ahead of time because it allows the readers to take, be a part of the journey. And it allows us to share, connect, grow, and build as a community of Christian women, as confident Christian women, because it allows us this time, even before the book gets out, so that we can anticipate fellowship with one another and then fellowship with one another as a reader of the stories. So I love this, that God gave this to me about 3 or 4 years ago to start a readers tour, because it's a different from just an author's tour. We always hear the perspective of the authors, but we very seldom get to engage with the readers before the book is even out. And so what we'll do is we'll continue to build relationships with all of our readers, so that on book launch day, which is Tuesday, November the 14th, we'll have the readers come back. They'll be able to write their reviews in Amazon and express this journey that they were on and being able to be a part of this entire time. So it won't just be, oh, I read the chapter. They'll be able to talk about the entire journey of what it was like to experience the reader tour with Winner by Knockout, be able to ask questions, get involved before the book even came out.
All right. All right. Lady P, what's next?
Listen, everything is possible through Christ Jesus. So I'm just expecting the people to be blessed internationally, nationally, across the country with what we're seeing, because we want people to be saved, set free, and delivered, and know that no matter what's happening in their life, they are a winner by knockout because they keep getting up. I fall down, but I get up. I get knocked down, but I get back up. I'm still fighting. I got my fist up. So what's next is what I'm open. I'm a willing vessel to whatever God has for me. So I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm so thankful. Woo, I'm ready.
All right. And like I said on my social media, knocked down, but never knocked out.
Yes.
Knocked down, but never knocked completely out. Okay? Because if you watch boxing and you used to, when they get knocked out, that's it. Somebody got to drag them out of there. But we have all been knocked down, but not knocked out. And so, Adeyinka, what's next?
Yes, I think for me, it's just the excitement of what God has in store for each and every one of us. Our story has the ability to just touch so many lives. And I'm excited. I'm looking forward to the testimonies that will come, because I feel a lot of I feel called to people that are living with a lifelong condition, because I know that it is very difficult when your physical body is failing you. And so I want people to read my chapter and be encouraged. I want them to see that even on that journey, that God is with them, that even when they're down, even when they have a relapse or whatever it is that is ailing their body, they know that God has still got their back. Because that's what the enemy wants us to feel. Oh, if God really loves you, why are you going through this? If God really loves you, why is he going to allow this happen to you? But we need to get to that place where those things don't affect us anymore. When the enemy is speaking those things to us, you can say, yes, God loves me. And there's nothing you can say that is going to affect me. I have faith in God. I really believe that as people read my story, as they read my testimony, that they will, realize that, look, it's okay that I feel bad some days. But honestly speaking, even on those my bad days, God has got my back. And you're going to come out. You're really, really going to come out. And you're going to come out stronger. You're going to come out, rejoicing and praising God, honestly. And, one of the things I stressed in my chapter is us knowing our identity in God. The fact that, and I recommend it to everybody, that look, take some time out and go and talk to God. Lord, what do you call me? What's the name I'm called? What is it? So that when all these challenges come, it doesn't phase us. Honestly, like I just recovered from a relapse, and it took me a much longer time to recover this time around, and it was very scary. I'll have to admit it was really scary. But because I already I knew God had my back. I knew what he calls me. I didn't let it, as much as the dark thoughts come, I push it away. I'm like, look, I know who God calls me. I know that he loves me, irrespective of everything that I'm facing. And you know that I literally just woke up one morning and my vision had come back. The relapse was like I had lost the vision in one eye. So I want people to read my chapter and just take that time out. Just know that, look, though I'm going through this difficult season, I still have Father God behind me. And I'm going to come out praising him and rejoicing in him. So I'm excited and hoping that, people will read my chapter and just want to spend time with their Heavenly Father. That's my plan for the future.
Amen. Amen. And that's a good plan, a great plan. And so I see that we've had someone to join us. I hope that I'm saying your name right. Udai, Tia?
Udi.
Udi? Okay, Udi. Good evening, Udi. I'm sorry. Good evening, and how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
Oh, I'm doing great. Welcome to the Speakeasy Podcast. And just kind of share with us why you chose to be a part of the reading process of this anthology.
Well, you guys, the reason she dragged me here, and I'm just excited. The last two speakers, including Yinka, just talking about their faith and how they're hoping their books can become a turnaround for others. It's really, really inspiring, and I'm really motivated by that. Really appreciate it, and thanks for letting me join.
Thank you for joining us. And where are you located currently?
Currently in Virginia.
In Virginia, okay, all right, on the East Coast, okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I don't feel bad by keeping you up there because you're on the East Coast. You're all right. It's still early.
I'm in good stead. Yeah, right.
Well, I thank you so much for joining us and for supporting this wonderful project. I thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, and so to the listening audience, you have heard and you have seen a portion, a snippet of what there is to come and what you can expect and what you can gain by purchasing this wonderful project, Winner by Knockout. This is the Winner by Knockout Anthology Book Tour. The Speakeasy Podcast was the first stop along the junction. We have another stop coming this evening. We have some other stops coming. There will be several functions along this junction. Each one of these junctions is an opportunity for you to grow and to gain more. So, ladies, I thank you so much for allowing the Speakeasy to be a part of this process. Doreen, thank you so much. We're looking forward to the release, which is November 14th, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And what time will the bestseller campaign start?
Probably 6 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, you heard it. 6 a.m. 6 a.m. Be on Facebook.
We
Get
will
ready.
probably do a
promote it on the
12-hour
Speakeasy.
campaign from 6
Yeah.
to 6. That's
Yeah,
how
I
I
will
usually
have it on the
yeah.
Speakeasy podcast page, so you can join in there and
Yes.
support, and bring this deserving project to #1 status.
Yes,
So,
yes.
yes, and so I see someone named Liz has joined us. I'm going to bring her up, and then we're going to end so I can get it ready to broadcast eventually. So, Liz, good evening. How are you?
Oh dear. Good evening. Sorry, I've got a really bad cold.
Okay. And so, Liz, welcome to the Speakeasy podcast, and just share with us why you have chosen to be a part of this project and to read.
Well, it's because of Yinka, actually. We went to school together and she
Okay.
kind of sent the invite across. And I thought, why are you sending it to me now? So yeah, I thought I'd just dial in and yeah, I just kind of be part of it basically. So yeah, because I'm aware of some of her journey. So it's just
Okay.
good to see what God is doing and has been doing, with her and through her as well.
Okay, so Yinka has her own little cheer club going here tonight. I see what's going on. And I'm not mad with you at all. I see what's going on. There's nothing like having good friends in your corner and supporting.
Yes, absolutely.
Nothing like it. So, Liz, thank you so much for joining us. And where are you located tonight?
I'm in London, in the UK.
Oh, you're in London. Well, I will be in London November 17th.
Oh, cool.
November 21st. Yes, I will. I will be there receiving an award, so I will be in your city then.
Fantastic. Welcome.
We'll have to connect. So I'll get with Yinka and we'll have to connect and have a
Yes,
tea one.
yes.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So thank everyone for listening tonight. Again, the release of Winner by Knockout Anthology will be November 14th. The bestseller campaign starts from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Is that Eastern Standard Time?
Eastern Standard Time, yes.
Eastern Standard Time. So support. I will be broadcasting this every week leading up till the release date. It will be on the Speakeasy podcast page on Facebook and on Instagram. So support. Ladies, you've done a great thing. Continue in greatness. Thank you, and may God continue to bless each of you.
And also, Constance, can I give my can we put my contact information in the chat? And that way, what they can do is, as they're watching the reader tour the day of the release, they can go ahead and email me, and I can send them the link directly where they can get the ebook.
Okay,
and they won't have to look for it. So I'm just going to give my personal one. I'm not going to even give my business one. I'm going to give my personal email so they can directly come to me.
Okay.
And I'm typing it in now for you.
Okay, great. Okay, I thought you needed me to put it in for you. Okay, that's fine.
I'm putting it in the chat.
Okay, great.
Hold on a second. I'm almost finished. And like I said, this is my direct email. It's not the it's to come directly to me. There it is right there, Connie. You see it?
Great. So everyone can see it.
Yeah, and that way, as you're coming on the journey, you can contact me directly. Any questions you have about the book, and then you'll be able to email me directly so that you can get the link to do your written review immediately once we do the, once we have our book launch on Tuesday, November the 14th. You won't have to look on social media. All you have to do is email me and it'll be sent out, because we will start the book campaign from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, thank you so much. And I wish all of you a good evening, a good night, good morning, whichever applies to you. And
you too. Thank you.
Best is yet to come. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much.
All righty. Now we're going to the countdown. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, everybody. I am so excited to be here this night. I love this podcast. This podcast is basically called Transformative Shifts. And this is a show where we actually show people or we interview or speak with people who have went through certain situations, whether it was trauma or something that just basically changed their lives. Either they're in the process of being healed from it and we get to witness or support them in their healing process, or they're on the other side and they want to help you get through it by basically letting you know their testimony and how they recovered. So, again, this is Transformative Shifts. We have a great show this evening. This show this evening has this man of God by the name of Mr. Patrick Lewis. Patrick Lewis is a author who has wrote a book called The Fight of My Life. Now, at this time, again, my name is Shayna Asby, the Family Life Coach. I'm coming to you again with Transformative Shifts, and I'm going to let him introduce himself.
Hey, hello everyone. Thank you, Shana, for having me on Transitional Shifts on tonight. My name is Patrick Lewis. I'm a author from the Shreveport, Louisiana area. I'm 44. Not only am I an author, I coached high school basketball in the area. Had the pleasure of not only helping young men on the court but off the court get through this game called life. Looking to do some motivational speaking and looking to do some other things business wise as far as helping the elderly and helping our young people. And my message is I want no matter what you're going through, I want you to continue to stay in the fight. Because if you stay in the fight, you're gonna win.
Awesome. If you stay in the fight, you're gonna win. I love that. That just need to be a tagline like all the time for everybody, right? If you stay in the fight, you're gonna win. Now, when we talk about the fight, I know for sure the title of your book is called The Fight of My Life. When you hear The Fight of My Life, can you basically expound on what that means to you?
Of course, in this life that we go through, things are gonna happen to you. Whether they're financial, a struggle in a marriage, a workplace, whether it be spiritual. Your fight may not be my fight, but it's still a fight. The thing is, you have to know how to navigate through the fight. You have to know when to move. You have to know when to punch. You have to do all of that. So yes, and with me, I just so happen to be in 4 fights in one. 4. And it was crazy.
I
It
like that
felt
you.
like
Mhm.
it felt like when you were a kid and you might have been getting jumped on the playground or something like that. That's what it felt like.
So basically, you had to go through 4 fights in one. Um,
Yes.
I heard you when you said you had to learn how to navigate through those fights. Of course, that every time we see a fighter or a boxer, they have their fighting techniques. They know when to duck, they know when to dive, they know when to move in, fall back. So I like that. I like that. So when you said it was 4 fights in one, what do you mean by that? Is all of this story in your book to come or in that
It
book
is
that you
in
have written?
it is it is it is in this book right here. Yes. It is in this book right here. I
Wow.
went through a physical fight in my health. I went through a workplace battle. I went through some spiritual issues, and I was also dealing with marital issues.
Wow. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people that's going through that today and they don't know how to get through it. What was one of the most, I know everything is in the book, but can you give us a piece of something that you went through and there might be other people that be going, might be going through the same thing. What would you give them in order to fight?
I will tell you this: tune out all of the white noise. And chapter one in the book is entitled Mind Games. In any fight, you always have to deal with the mind games. I I was taught to box by a world champion boxer, and you always have that pre-fight hype where the other boxers always gonna talk trash about you, how they gonna do this to you, how they gonna do that to you. Well, life is the same way, and even in a spiritual battle, it's the same way. The enemy will come and throw all sorts of obstacles in your way to get your focus off of the fight, but you have to stay focused in the fight. If you're not focused, you could get hit from all sorts of angles, but you have to have your focus. You got to tune out all of the noise, all of the mind games, and keep your head focused on your opponent. Because if not, you're not gonna have the outcome that you want to have. So I would say that it's the mind games, and they're gonna come.
Okay, and I definitely agree with that. You definitely have to stay focused on, what you're doing because mind games, the mind, let me tell you, they say the devil, the first thing he do is want to come and steal and kill and destroy, but he wants to take the mind. Mind games is serious. That's definitely dealing with mental health, and that leads to a lot of different other things as well. So, what was it that you had to fight through? To get to that point of understanding what you're helping people with as far as this book.
Oh my God. Ooh, where do I begin? Is the question. And I not only fighting through the mind games, but I just had to tell myself that there is an expected end to all of this. When you're going through some things, you like, Lord, do you even hear me? But a lot of times we go through things not only for us, but it's to shape us and to mold us into where we're supposed to be. The thing is, you just gotta stay in the process. Sometimes it's hard. Oh, I'm not telling you it's easy. It gets real hard sometimes, but I promise you, if you stay the course, you're gonna win. But the thing is, stay in the course.
Stay in the course. We definitely need to stay the course on different things. So, what would you say? So, out of you said it was a physical issue, there was a workplace, spiritual, and a marriage. If somebody was to reach out to you and they look at this podcast and they want to find out more about the book, when it comes to the physical altercation, the workplace situation, or the spiritual or the marriage, which one would you like to talk about most? Can you give us an explanation of a little bit of a sneak peek of what happened so somebody can relate to you in this podcast?
Okay. I want to talk to it from a spiritual aspect first. Okay. So I don't know how many of your viewers have ever dealt with spiritual warfare, but I knew that I was the minute that I switched churches and I started gaining more knowledge in that area is when I really got tested. So I'll never forget one night I had this is my second time having one. It was like an out of body experience. I could see myself and my wife at the time asleep, and I was being held by a couple of Satan's henchmen, and he was sitting in a chair in our room and told me these words: I've been trying to kill you. Now, let me tell you how this is going to go. I'm going to kill your marriage, I'm going to kill your ministry, and then I'm going to kill you. I started quoting scriptures, and I heard this screech that I couldn't even replicate in 15, 20, 50 years. And the more I said, Jesus is Lord, Jesus is Lord, they let out a screech. And then I started fighting. So by this time, I'm fighting. I still saying Jesus is Lord, but I'm back in my body. And lights come on. And my wife began to shake me. And she said, baby, 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 what's up? And I'm sitting on the side of the bed in a cold sweat. I grab a bottle of water. I look at her. I said, you wouldn't even believe me if I told you. But that was the first part of the mind game.
Wow. So you're saying that you had a dream that Satan was with his henchmen You were
Hmm.
having an out of body experience.
That's
You were
right.
looking down at the bed
Hmm.
and you were being held by his henchman and he was telling you what he was going to do to you.
That's right.
Okay, see, you done crossed over to a whole
Hey,
a whole nother realm.
I couldn't make this up in 3 lifetimes.
Mm. Like that had to be a scary dream right there. Like you know how they talk about a scary dream? That is definitely a scary dream, and I don't think that a lot of people would even survived the dream because you would think that that would give a lot of people a heart attack.
I'm gonna tell you what. You remember? You ever had those dreams where something's happened to you in your dream and you can't scream?
Yeah.
Worse than that.
Mm. 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 Wow. 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 So after you had this dream, how did it reshape you? Like, what were you thinking when you woke from that dream?
I didn't know what to think at first, but I had to sit there. I had to sit there for about an hour and process everything that just happened. And I thought about it. And matter of fact, after sitting, I couldn't go back to sleep. Mind you,
I
I have
bel-
to be at work at 6 a.m.
Right.
And so I got no sleep. So I went to work thinking about everything that's going on. So it wasn't about this is then everything started to happen about 2 weeks after this. So apparently I had a couple of coworkers that got sick and nobody knew what was going on at first. So apparently some of them had contracted like TB or something like that. Yeah, it was
Wow.
TB. And they had everybody in the shop at that time tested. Well, I tested negative. Okay, no problem. So we thought. But later on and during the year, I want to say around July, I started feeling horrible. Like, why do I feel this way? I just feel horrible. So my wife at the time and I were out at dinner and she kept noticing me wince. And I said, I don't feel good. And the right before our food came, I said, take me to the hospital now. I just feel horrible. And she said, are you sure? I said, look, get me to the hospital. She takes me to the emergency room. They do all the little vital stuff. And so then they do an x-ray. They come back in and they say, we got to admit you to the hospital. We found a spot near your lung and we don't know what this is. So automatically I'm like, what the world is going on? So earlier that week we had Bible study and I'm crying out to God. I'm like, God, do you even hear me sometimes? I'm like, what's going on? So these people are getting me admitted to the hospital. The wife went home to go get me a bag of clothes or whatever so I could change or whatever. Because we thinking, okay, I might be in a couple of days. I ended up staying in the hospital like 4.5 days. And when the nurse went out, she said, just try to relax. Plain as day. I heard the Holy Spirit say, I hear you. Now do you hear me?
Wow. Wow. So this was after the dream.
Yes. This was like a few months after the dream.
Wow. So a few months
Hmm.
after the dream, they found a spot on your lungs.
Hmm.
You're in the hospital.
Hmm.
Now, when the Holy Spirit said, "You hear I hear you, but do you hear me?"
Do
What
you
was
hear
your
me?
first instant reaction? Was it like, "Oh my God, have I been acting out of disobedience? Oh my God, what have I not been
All of
walking
that.
this straight?" Right.
All of that. The first thing I thought was, okay, you got something for me to do, don't you? Yeah. And I know everything that I was going through was shaping me and molding me for where he was going to bring me to later on, but I had to go through a process. But I was like, so I stayed in the hospital like 4.5 days, going through all these tests, being poked, prodded, all of this. Doctors couldn't tell me nothing. So I get a bill, hospital bill, to tell me nothing. They couldn't find out what was wrong with me, but yet they tried to charge me $17,000 to tell me they didn't know what was wrong. But luckily, the insurance said, "Nah, we ain't doing that." So I'm on vacation. I needed to go clear my head. So I go down to Miami to try to clear my head of everything that's going on. By the time I come back, I started to get new revelation on some things. And I heard plain as day, this is gearing you up for a fight. Just relax. You gon' just trust me. You're gonna be okay. So my whole mindset started changing. But the
Mm.
whole time I was getting sicker, not knowing what was going on. So as the months passed by, I'm sick on the job, not knowing it. I can't sleep in my bed. The only relief that I could get is I slept in the garden tub in the hottest water I can stand with the jets turned on. This is the only place I could sleep. I was in pain from my neck to my feet,
Oh wow. From your neck to your feet, a
to my
spot on
neck
your
to my
lungs.
feet.
So you went from a spot on your
Yes,
lungs. Wait a minute. No, let's start at the beginning. You went from the
yes,
dream, because that dream
to from
scared
the
me.
dream. Yes,
From
it
the
scared
dream,
me.
right?
Yeah.
From the dream to the spot on your lungs.
Hmm.
You going to the hospital and they not knowing what's wrong with you.
They couldn't
Then
tell me
you're
what
you're
was wrong.
right. You're feeling pain from your from
Neck to
from
my feet.
from your neck to your feet, not
Hmm.
knowing what it is, and the only comfort that you can have is sitting in the hot tub of hot water with
Hmm.
the jet streams, with the jet.
Yeah.
Oh
That's
my
the only
goodness,
way I could sleep. That's the only way I could sleep.
that's the only way you can
And
sleep.
so I'm going to work. I'm popping. I'm eat ibuprofen like Tic Tacs. And so finally, I went to get an MRI. And
Okay.
bless God, my cousin was the one that did the MRI. And he said, "Bro, there's a neurosurgeon in the city that's one of the best in the region, probably one of the best in the country. Get your primary to get you over to him."
Mm.
And normally this guy had like a 6 month waiting, thing to get in. God worked it so I got in within a week. 1 week I was in. So I get to him and he says, "Mr. Lewis," he said, "it would be great if I had an MRI on you." I said, "Well, you do. I have a disc on me right now." He said, "Thank you." He pops the disc in, he looks at it immediately, and he saw the problem. I had a tumor sitting on my L2 disc the size of a grapefruit. A tumor.
Okay, so it was a tumor all along.
It moved. Yeah, and it was sitting on my L2 disc,
Mm.
and it was the size of a grapefruit.
Oh wow.
And he
Okay, so
said,
right? Go
"Go
ahead.
ahead, what were you about to say?"
I was gonna
And
say,
he
what was the
said,
next steps?
so he said, yeah. He called his nurse in. He said, "Get him the FMLA paperwork. You ain't going back to work. We taking that out." So I saw him on a Monday. That next Monday, November the 12th of 2012, he was taking it out.
Woo, woo. Oh my God, where was your faith at when this was happening?
Being strengthened and being tested all at the same time.
So were you scared? Did you have fear? Were you thinking about? Were you referring back to that dream that you had?
All of it. All of it. All of it.
Wow,
All of
wow,
it.
wow, wow. Were you? Did this bring you closer to God? Did you have
Mm,
now have talks
I
on
had
Him?
I had never gotten that closer to him ever.
Mm.
During that time, I think I read more. I think I prayed more. And I could see the change within myself.
Wow. So that part right there, even when you said so you it brought you closer to God. Do you feel like that it was a place that God was trying to get you to that you weren't there
Oh,
as of
most,
yet?
most definitely, most definitely. And that's what, well, that's what all of us. But with me, he really had to grow me up, and he had to get me in a place to where he had my total attention. With everything that went on, it was like God was saying to me, "Now that I have your attention,
Hmm. Sound like a
will
new
you
book.
listen?"
That sound like a
Exactly.
good book title.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Sound like a good book title. Now that I have your attention. I really believe that God is trying to get a lot of us, especially in the Christianity faith, um, get our attention. And He's been taking us away from other people, taking us away from distraction,
That's right.
um, getting us, telling us that we need to consecrate ourselves even the more, turning off TV, turning off distraction. And it's just a shame that we have to get to that place that it almost take our life out in order to get our attention.
You're right.
And trauma, they say that in the word that trauma does it. Trauma does something to you. It reshapes you, it rebuilds you, it remolds you. But at the same time, the Bible says, I hear people in the church, they used to always say cliche, and I'm not even sure if it's in the Bible when he says he chastens the one he loves. But there are places in the Bible that definitely says that, he chastens us. So that means that he gives us grace, but he also comes after us to get our attention. But like I said, to get to a point where a traumatic experience has to happen, and I don't believe that our mindset is even in that place when a trauma happens. We're not thinking like, "Oh my God, let me get realigned." It's, "Oh my God, I just went through this trauma and I'm fighting for my life. And right now, I need to be fighting for my life spiritually by speaking to God." It's deep like that. So,
Very deep.
you know, and a lot of times I feel like some traumatic things happen because one, we were disobedient, or two, you know what I'm saying, we weren't where God wanted us to be. So he had to cause other things to happen so there would be a shift so we can go in the direction that we're supposed to go.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes he'll allow a little bit of heartbreak, allow you to go through a little bit of trauma. Because how can you tell somebody else that God is a healer, God is a restorer, God is a peace giver if you ain't ever had your peace upset, you ain't never had chaos, if you ain't never been sick?
Ooh.
How can you?
Ooh. Look, I'm looking at myself like, I don't know. I say that because in my mind, I'm like, oh my God, some of the traumatic experiences that I have experienced in myself were traumatic. And I don't believe every time somebody hear about it, they like, I do not think that I would have been able to go through that. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people don't believe that they would have been able to be healed from it. But I can say this. There were times, and I said this on this show before. First of all, trauma is and grief, like they almost like walk hand in hand. They almost walk
Oh,
together because
of
the,
course.
the stages that you go through with grief will be the same stages that you go through with trauma. So that means that we go through those different stages, where it comes from. The stages that you go through. What they say, one of them is acceptance, one of them is bargaining, no,
Yeah.
not me.
Oh yeah.
Why it's so many different levels of grief, but the same thing comes with trauma. It's like
Hmm.
you're in shock, you can't believe that this happened, and then you just go through the different process and different steps.
Right.
But the getting over part, like there's been times where I've went through traumatic experiences and I've sat there for a whole year still trying to heal from the trauma that has happened. And again, this is psychologically too. And
Hmm.
it's one thing for it to happen physically, but the psychological effect is so much worse. Like it
It leaves
prolongs.
it leaves a imprint.
Yeah,
And with you sitting in it for a year,
that's part.
you probably didn't fully process it. it took a little while. And when you did start to process it, you process it in bits, in pieces. It was like a jigsaw puzzle when you actually started to process it. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I mean, I look, I've done been through so much. I'm gonna tell you one of the traumatic experiences that I've had, that was somewhat spiritual and that was so deep that it took me. I left out of that trauma and actually ran into another piece of trauma after that, and that's the sad part. But the traumatic experience that happened to me and my son was living in this house in Detroit, and one of my girlfriends, I've been hearing her for this whole time telling her kid that he should not take her car and not tell her where he's going because
Okay.
she had a girlfriend who has a friend who has a son. That son took the car. They found the car and no kid. So I've been hearing her tell her son this for months. But what I didn't know is that the house that I was living in was a two-family flat, and I had somebody living downstairs. I lived upstairs. Now here I am. I'm an activist. I used to go leave out the house in the middle of the day. In the morning, I wouldn't come home till like midnight, even later, because I was always connected to everything that was going on. Late night,
Right.
everything. Every organization, every event, I was connected to everything. And some of them would go late in the evenings after work. And this one particular holiday, I went to church and I wasn't feeling right. I came out of church and I was like, something just don't feel right. So I went over her house. We started reading the Bible together. So I
Hmm.
said, I just don't feel right. Can I just spend the night? She said, yeah, you and your son can spend the night. So we did. The next morning, I still had on the same thing I had on yesterday. I went to go check on another girlfriend. And all of a sudden, I got a phone call. I ignored it. The second phone call came through. I picked up the phone and they said, this person was my brother. He said, look here, I don't know what's going on. He said, but at your house, we got police. There's police and there's police and ambulances all around your house.
Wow.
And I said, what? He said, yes. I don't know what's going on, but you need to find out what's going on. So when I called the guy who lived downstairs, he said, this was on Good Friday now. This was the day after Good Friday, which is
Hmm.
Saturday. He said there was a dead body under the porch.
I'm
And
sorry. Say that again.
it was a dead body under the porch. It had been there so long that it had wilted, and they said it looked like a kid. And I went back to my girlfriend, and I remember what she said the little boy had on that was missing, and it was the same little boy.
Oh my God.
So yes, so the kid, I guess, got into some issues. He got shot in the head. He ran up in there and he bled to death. He's been under there for 6 months. In this particular house, I had been sick off and on throughout the winter. So that means that every time I turn on the heat, I would smell. I didn't even know what it was. I didn't
Oh
even know
my
it was that.
God.
And I would be so totally sick. And people would be bringing me food, everything. And my son was like, my mother is throwing up like the exorcist, all this other stuff. So when that happened, and I found out it was the same kid I had been hearing about, I was like messed up for a while.
That's enough to mess anybody up.
Yes, yes,
Wow.
yes. Trauma.
Wow.
Now that's trauma.
That's some trauma for you.
That's trauma. And,
The
go ahead.
the first bit of trauma I ever had like that, I was 8 years old, living in Houston. I was going to the kitchen to get something to drink, and I hear some arguing outside in the courtyard of the apartments that we lived in. This guy was drunk, and he was telling his girlfriend that lived like directly across the courtyard from us, "Baby, I want you back." And I could hear her telling him, "Look, I'm moving on with my life. I don't want you anymore." And the man said, "If I can't have you, nobody will." She shut the door, locked it. He saw her silhouette and shot her. And I saw it. I saw it, and four more kids in the apartment complex saw it. and
Like,
they were all around my age.
so it's like when you experience certain things like that, I don't know if you know anything about being an EMT. So I went to school to be an emergency medical technician, and they always talk about how when traumatic experiences happen, that everybody's supposed to go to a debriefing. I have yet to see a debriefing. Have you ever thought about that? Did anybody else know that you witnessed that? Because that right there, that's trauma. And through the briefing, they're supposed to take you through some classes to assist you with that. Everybody who actually witnessed it and everybody who came on the scene to help with that situation is supposed to go through a debriefing. Have you
I
went to
never knew that.
psychology? Yeah, yes,
I never knew
yes.
that.
I remember that. Have you ever went to a therapist after that experience as a kid?
I never went after a kid because a lot of that stuff I suppressed.
Did you talk to your
But
parents about it?
yes, I did. I did. And they just my mom, she just held me. She's like, "Oh my God." And after a few days, I really like suppressed it. It wasn't until like years later that it came up again. It came up with some other things that I had been dealing with. So I was like, wow. I really didn't seek help and get closure. And I'm a big advocate for people and their mental health. Please, I can't stand when black people say, we don't do that. We pray. Yeah, we pray. But faith without works is dead. Go see somebody.
Go
Please.
see a therapist.
Go
That's
see
right.
somebody. Go see somebody. Please. I got mine on speed dial. Go see somebody.
Right, right, right. And that's so sad because a lot of people don't realize if we don't face the trauma and get healing from it and we sweep it up under the rug, it's going to come back later. And it
Okay.
comes back most of the times when we least expect it. We least
That's
expect
exactly
it.
what happens. Yes.
Now as being an African American man dealing with traumatic experiences, it's like a stigma or like a problem within our community to go get therapy, especially you being a man. Did you ever go get help? Or what would you say to the person who's experiencing some of those traumatic experiences now?
Even after I went through everything I went through, I knew my one of my doctors actually said you have every symptom of PTSD.
Mm,
And I know I did. And I said, I don't care what nobody thinks. I need help. But at first, I said, I'm not going to let this beat me. I suppressed it again. And
okay.
it wasn't until the start of 2019, I said, I'm going to go talk to somebody because I can't do this by myself.
Right.
And ever since then, I'm a huge proponent. I'm a advocate. I push, hey, go talk to somebody. Don't do nothing to hurt yourself. Don't do nothing to hurt those you love. But don't do nothing to hurt nobody.
Right.
Go talk to someone.
Right. Because how else are you going to stay in the fight if you don't know how to fight?
Exactly. Exactly. And I
That
tell you,
part.
and when I tell you, you was freaked out by the first things I told you. Yeah, yeah. You ain't even got to the other stuff yet.
I know people don't realize, they think everything is glitz and glamour. They never know who the person is who's actually on the podcast, on the TV, on the news, or on the book until they hear the story. We don't.
That's
Nobody knows how we got. You got into the
right.
places that you got into, or what it took to become you.
Right.
Because I tell people all the time, you don't want it. You don't know.
Oh,
You don't
oh
know what
God,
I had to
no.
go through to get here.
If you count
Ex-
up the cost, please count up the cost. Don't ever want what another person has. Count the cost up fully because trust me, you don't want to pay it.
right. You don't know what they had to go through to get to where they are today. I remember this one person said, "Shiny, you've been through so many things. I don't even think I would have been able to survive through it. I just look, to God be the glory. You know how they say to God be the
Amen.
glory.
Amen.
To God be the
Amen.
glory. Oh my goodness. So tell me more about this book and who is your target audience when it comes to the book? Do you have a copy of the book you can hold up?
The Fight of My Life. You can get this book on Amazon. It's not a long book, but it's very impactful. It's very impactful. I try to reach out to people who've gone through traumatic experiences, whether it be through car wreck, injury, marriage. I try to reach out to a lot of people because you never know. We're all in some sort of fight, and my job is to let you know that you're gonna win. You got to stay the course. You can't give up. You got to stay focused and tune out the white noise. You're gonna win. Gonna win. Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Sorry about that. Sorry. So when
Now,
you
what
was
did you
going,
say?
I'm so sorry. So what I was saying is like a lot of people don't understand like going through these traumatic experiences, what has happened, and that it's been a process on the mental. But when you have went through these traumatic experiences, what is it that you held on to help you get through it? Because we know that you can fight and you can get through anything that you went through. But what did you hold on to?
I held on to the fact that just like everything that like okay, I use the analogy that of food. Everything has an expiration date. I knew that what I was going through had an expiration date. And I knew that my strength, my faith, my determination to beat it was going to be stronger than the time frame of what I was going through. So that's what I held on to get me through this. Like this is only temporary.
Okay.
I'm in this fight. I'm in this fight. And I will tell anybody else that you're in this fight. Whether it's a mother that may have just lost her job and she's the sole provider for her kids, it's somebody that might have got told that, hey, you got stage 4 cancer and we don't see you coming through it. Stay in the fight.
I like that because the word says don't get weary. They always say don't get weary in well doing. You
Yes.
know, like
And
we
this,
get
go ahead.
go ahead. You go ahead.
I said, and the analogy that I took was this. I heard everything every doctor said. I felt like when I was going through the doctors, I was going to 4 different doctors.
Okay.
And I felt like the woman with the issue of blood.
Mm.
Nobody could help her, but they didn't have a problem taking her money. And that was me. Every time I'm going to the doctor, they giving me this, they giving me that. Nothing helps. And I'm getting these bills, $160, $134. One doctor billed me for saying hello.
Oh wow.
I got a $36 bill from a doctor for a hello.
Oh
Are you
wow.
serious, man? I'm so, I can't make this up. I got a $36 bill for a hello. I didn't know hellos could be so expensive.
Wow. Just hello. That right there. So let me ask you, when you go through experience like hello, or you go through some of the experiences that you have went through in these traumas, and you knew that it was probably something dealing with God, maybe disobedience, things I wasn't walking in fully. I mean, what is it like? Where are you at now with that? And how did you get there? What was the transition? What was the lessons learned within that?
Oh my God. Ooh, where do I start? Let's see. With me getting sick in 2012, and here we are in 22, almost 10 years later. What did I learn? God had me in a place of total dependency. He had to get my attention because my attention wasn't, I was putting everything else before him. I was
Mm.
trying to put work. I was working like crazy. And a part of when the enemy told me he was going to destroy my ministry, I had Sundays off. And my pastor had put me over a group of men where we were starting a men's ministry. I had a coworker that went into the supervisor even after we had bid jobs already, bid for our shifts. And about a month and a half into this, now mind you, it's supposed to be locked in for an entire year once you do this. He goes in, he whines and complains. He only wanted to get those shifts so he can have time to go to NFL games. Well, I'm the lowest man on the pole with the days off that he wanted. He go in, pitch a fit, and then he gets them. I said, look at the enemy working. But even though I had to work on Sundays, I was still going to church. I was going to church on my lunch break. You make time for what you want to make time for.
Right.
I was going in, I was catching half the sermon, having them record the rest, and I would listen when I get home.
Wow.
But I
Wow.
was putting so much focus on the job. I was putting more focus on other things that it was like I was like, oh, have you completely forgotten me? I tell you what, let me allow some things to happen to where you're gonna have no choice but to come back to me. You'll have no choice but to come back. But in the
Wow.
process, I learned who I was. I learned that I was stronger than I ever knew. My prayer life strengthened. My prayer life strengthened so much during all of this. I don't think I ever prayed so much and stayed under attack so much. But now I'm equipped to. Now I was now then I was equipped to fight it.
Wow. 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 It's so funny that we're in a society today. Now that COVID is over, we understand like it was a shift. It shifted us to rethink about ourselves and what we were going through. And still today, we have a lot of people that put their employment before God. And what do you say to people like that? Like, we take on these mundane tasks and assignments from employers who don't even want to do their own dirty work, but we're the ones who's doing their dirty work for a paycheck. And it comes between morals, ethics, and values of where's our boundary of what we would do to make money. You get what I'm saying? So
You
go ahead.
you become a slave to it after a while. You find yourself doing any and everything for the pat on the back, the attaboy, a couple dollars raised, but what really did it get? What did it get you? So um, I would say in the pandemic showed a lot of people something. When the pandemic hit and a lot of people lost their jobs, that was God's way of getting everyone's attention. He allowed some stuff to happen. Okay. Oh, so oh, okay. You more dependent on that job. Now you laid off. Now who you dependent on?
That part.
Because a lot of us made it by God's grace. A lot of us never missed a beat when the pandemic hit. A lot of people were still graced. You were graced. And he told the Apostle Paul about that thorn in his side, my grace is sufficient.
Mm, I've heard
And a
that
lot
twice
of
this week.
a lot of us were graced.
Mm, mm, mm.
A lot of people figured out we are in a season where now I'm in total dependence on you.
When I think about COVID and what we went through as far as COVID, I don't think that people are really taking it serious. You get what I'm saying? One,
They're not.
taking it serious to the fact that you have grace where you still are living because many did not make it.
That's right.
Two, that we just lived through another traumatic experience within the US, and it was connected to everywhere, to other countries. So that was trauma. And taking it serious enough to not cause that same issue on other people's lives. So meaning that if I get sick and I get COVID, I don't go out there to get other people sick. I need to take it as serious enough to realize not only does it affect my life and everybody else's life, and that it was also a reset. it was definitely a reset. It was a shift.
Most definitely.
Um, it was definitely a shift. There were so many people that did not make it through COVID. So that means that we are grateful to still be here. Now, when it comes to the traumatic experiences, everybody who is in America, everybody who has experienced COVID should be going to counseling.
Yes.
I said it flat out, point blank.
I I have friends that told me they had COVID. I've known people that got it twice, and they told me how ravaged their lungs were. I have another friend that still hasn't regained her sense of taste. Yeah. Uh, for some people, they told me all I had was a runny nose. So you were blessed. Other people, they didn't make it. But one thing I did, I tried to keep my family lifted up, my friends lifted up, because you don't know, you have no clue. But the one thing I did, I wanted to plead the blood of Jesus over my family members and my friends, my church family. It's like because we don't know,
Yeah,
we don't
we
know.
don't know. By chance, did you catch COVID?
No, thank God, no.
Thank God.
Thank God, no, no.
Yeah, unfortunately, I was one of the ones who caught COVID. My son had it first. He caught it from his dad. He went over his dad's house, caught COVID, came home, and I'm being mom, trying to take care of the
Take
baby,
care
'cause that's
of
what I
him, and
do.
then you,
He ain't even a
yeah,
baby. He a big boy, but I'm taking care of him, and I eventually caught COVID after him. And every time someone calls me to talk about COVID or how to get through it, the first thing I say is, "This is your faith walk." So let me attest to that right now. This is definitely your faith walk. You're going to this is the conversation between you and God. Because out of this right here, there's nobody that's going to be able to save you but God.
but God,
So you gotta hold on to something and have that conversation with God. That's
um,
my remedy.
yeah. And a part of my one of the chapters in my book is getting fit for the fight.
Mm.
And how do we get fit for the fights ahead? We stay in the Word. We stay in the Word. You wash yourself in the Word. You stay on your knees. You pray. You're constantly talking to God, and you need to just get time, and you just need to get quiet. This is the time to get sound instruction because the fight is coming. And somebody might be wondering about the boxing gloves on here. Like I said, I was trained to box by a world champion boxer. Boxing is one of my favorite sports. And I said, when I wrote the book, I said I wanted to fuse two things that I know how to do, writing with boxing. And I knew that the fight that I went through kind of seemed like a boxing match. In a boxing match, at times, if you got two well matched boxers, you'll have ebbs and flows. And life will do that to you. Life will do the same thing. You'll have ebbs and flows. There's times you're going to be sitting on the highest peak of the mountain. There's times you're going to be in the valley. But that's life. It's how you come through life. Because life will punch you in the jaw. Life will have you on the canvas. But the question I ask to everyone watching is, will you have the strength enough to get up and stay in the fight?
Man, I don't that was poetry right there. Like I think we might need to cut this video, get some excerpts and take that piece out and keep that and kind of like
Do that.
pin it because it's not always the fight, it's how you fought. It's how you fought and if you still stood when you came through it. And that shows your strength. That's God in action right there. That's
Now,
God in action right there. It's how
you
you
ready?
come out of it.
Are you ready to see God in action?
He asking
Are
y'all,
you
y'all
really?
ready to see?
Are you ready? Are y'all ready, willing to see God in action?
Mm,
Okay. You allowing me to speak and tell it?
go ahead.
Okay.
I'm gonna
So
remove myself.
When we last left off, I told her about me going through getting the tumor removed. You can stay on, it's fine. Um, and when I got the tumor removed, I was off work for, I went off work at November the 7th. I didn't go back to work until January 27th of 2013. And I had to beg to go back then. Was I physically ready to go back to work? No, I wasn't. Matter of fact, I still had staples in my lower back. Yeah, still had staples in my lower
This
back.
is from the spot, from the lungs,
That's right.
the
I still
tumor.
had, that's right. I still had staples in my lower back. So I'm begging to go back. My doctor was really against it, but I was like, look, man, I need to go back. I got bills falling behind. I've seen people fired on FMLA. It's a joke. I'm trying to go back to work. So I had this talk with him. He said, I'm going to sign off, but you can't go back until a certain time. So later that day, wife and I had lunch, and I'm taking her back to her job. And let me show you how an angel work. I got bills behind. This homeless lady walked up to my truck. She said, sir, I don't mean to bother you, but I haven't eaten. And could you at least give me $2? Now I'm catching and going through it. But I'm like, you know what? I said, darling, $2 ain't gonna help you. I think I had like 7 to 9 dollars right there. I just gave it to her. I said, here you go. Go get yourself something to eat. And I should have been able to see her from the walkway between the drop for where I dropped my wife off at and to see her. I never saw her again. Never saw her again. And she wasn't walking fast, but I never saw her again. But let me show you how God worked on my behalf. I got phone calls. All my creditors found out what was going on. And they started moving payments on the back end, giving me like 4 to 6 months to catch up and get myself together. And to make things even better, I go to the mailbox. Why I have a check for $500 in the mailbox, sitting there waiting for me.
You have to give to receive.
It was a seed that I had sowed and forgot about the seed. I had sowed the seed probably like 8 to 9 months earlier and forgot about it. And that seed came up in my time of need. I was favored and that seed came up. So I go back to work. I'm in tremendous amount of pain because I'm still having back spasms.
Right.
I had to leave work one day and I was leaving work going to therapy. Leaving work going to therapy. So I'm there. I had a couple of coworkers that thought I should be doing the same type of work they're doing now that I'm back at work, but I could barely bend over. And so one pitched a fit, tried to get pitch a stink. I said, you know what? Just let me do what I can do. I'm trying to do this job that I know physically I can't do. I'm coming to get some tools, and this is a day that changed my life. February 27, 2013, 7:15 a.m. I'm going to get some tools to do this particular job, and there was alcohol on a dull gray floor, and I didn't see it, and I slipped. My knees hit the concrete, and 5 of my coworkers behind me said they could hear the vertebrae snapping in my spine. I'm laid on the floor screaming because it felt like in the moment that I heard that crunch, it felt like somebody threw diesel on me and lit me on fire. I could hear somebody say, he's faking. Another coworker said, you can't fake what we just heard. Roll 911 right now. And I'm screaming because by this time I can't feel my legs. I can't feel nothing. The ambulance comes, luckily because we were on airport property. They get me on that board. They strap me all in and get me in. A supervisor was like, just hang on, I'll be at the hospital here in a little bit. They get me to the hospital. They get me in a CT scan, and they just like, we okay, we'll let you know what's going on. Just relax. I'm sitting in the ER probably about an hour and a half, 2 hours. Nobody's still coming in yet. All of a sudden, I have to use the restroom, but I can't feel my leg. So how is this gonna work? I'm screaming for a urinal. Okay. While screaming for a urinal, my left leg started twitching. Then my right leg started twitching. I pulled myself up, and it was the most painful pull that you could ever go through. And I walked along the wall, grabbing the wall so I wouldn't fall, to go to the restroom. By the time I came back, 3 nurses was in my little room, and they all had the same look on their face because the doctor and my people came in all at the same time. They said, "We don't know how to tell you this, but you broke your back. The problem is the vertebrae you broke, you ain't supposed to be up. Mr. Lewis, you ain't even supposed to be walking. How is this possible?" I said, "Look at the power of God." They said, "Don't get up. Please don't get up. We still trying to figure this out." Now, these people have been in the medical profession a total combined years, all of them probably like 70 years combined with everybody that was in the room. And they were still shaking their heads like, how did he get up? I stayed in the hospital a week before they sent me home. So they just assumed that the breaks were going to heal on their own because they felt like I was young enough. Didn't know that I was getting worse the whole time. Well, fast forward a few months. By this time, I'm confined to a bed. Can't really get up, can't really do anything. I'm totally dependent on people to help me. May 20th of 2013, I had made up in my mind that I'm going to walk, I'm going to do this, I'm not going to let this beat me. Mind you, I just went through being up for 4 straight days. I was up for 4 straight days. No sleep. 4 straight days with no sleep. I get up to put on my pants and my legs totally collapsed. And immediately my mother and my sister said, all I could say for like 30 minutes was, "I can't feel nothing. My legs are gone. My legs are gone." By this time the ambulance came, they loaded me up, took me to the hospital, and the neurosurgeon that I was dealing with said paralysis had set in. And even if we do your surgery, which is spinal fusion, which is needed, we still don't think that you'll ever walk. By this time, I'm freaking out. I'm like crying. I'm in the room crying. I'm like, God, this can't be it. This cannot be it. And so I had to have a Hezekiah moment. And I heard what the doctor said, but I had to pull a Hezekiah in that moment and turn my face to the wall. And me and God had to have a talk. And I said, God, you got more work for me to do, and I can't do it from a wheelchair. I got too much I got to do to be in a wheelchair. And the doctor came in, the little young resident told me, he said, you don't have nothing to worry about. The surgeon was a great doctor, horrible bedside manner. We do these every day. We're going to take care of you. So they said they initially scheduled my surgery for that Friday. I came in on a Monday. I said, no, you don't. You're doing my surgery tomorrow. And they said, are you sure? I said, yes. Go get my mother and bring me a pen and I'll sign off on it now. Even though the doctor said I would not walk, I had an 8.5-hour surgery, split open with 75 staples in my back when they sewed me up. I couldn't be raised above 30 degrees in a hospital bed, so I'm basically laying flat. I couldn't have no food. I couldn't have no water. for like 4 days.
No
I was
food.
in
Wait a minute. No.
no food, no water for
Wait a
like
minute. The
4 days.
surgery. Wait. The surgery. Wait a minute. First of all, wait. Wait. Let's go back.
Yes.
You had a dream. Let's go back. You had a
Come on.
dream that the
Yes.
devil had you outside of your body on top of your bed while you was looking down at you and your wife. That Satan told you on the dresser that he was gonna kill you, he was gonna
Hmm.
kill your ministry, and he was gonna kill your marriage.
That's what he said.
Okay. So after that happened, you ended up in a situation to where you had to go to the hospital because you weren't feeling well. Well, they
That's right.
found where actually they could not find anything wrong with you.
Yeah.
Then
They
turn
could.
around, they couldn't find nothing. They
They
sent you
found.
back
They
home.
found. Yeah. They couldn't
They
figure
said,
out
"Oh,"
what was going
they
on.
couldn't figure
Right.
out what was wrong. You went back, found out you had a spot, which was actually a tumor on your lung. Okay, you find out you have a tumor on your lung, right?
Mm-hmm.
They had to do surgery
It
because of the tumor.
moved. Yeah. It moved.
It
Mm-hmm.
moved,
Mm-hmm.
and you ended up where you had went back to work after this. Is that correct?
That's right.
You went back to work. You know you wasn't supposed to go back to work. Let's talk about that part. You knew you
Mm-hmm.
wasn't supposed to go back to work, but you begged to go back to work because all you was thinking about was money, how you had bills to pay. You slip on some alcohol while you were at work, right? Which
That's
actually
right.
broke your spine.
That's right.
So you go to your job. I'm sorry, you go to the hospital. And you walk and they tell you that you're gonna have issues with walking.
Mm.
So wait a minute. This is a lot right here. Like, because
I'm telling you.
the physical
I'm
pain is
telling you.
one
Most
thing.
people couldn't make it. Yeah.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. Like the physical pain is definitely one thing because pain is excruciating, especially pain like that. Like you broke your back. Like, come on, slipping on some alcohol. You heard it pop and it tore. And then you went back. Oh my God. First of all, my face is just tore up thinking about it. But the mental state of that, you know what I'm saying, of everything that you've experienced. You had some great misses, some great gifts within there, like when you sold the $7 and you got the $500 for the bills. But yet and still through the process, you were still being disobedient. You get what I'm saying? Because and a lot of us do that because we put the job before ourselves.
Exactly.
You get what I'm saying? And a lot of us get there. And it's like we're so caught up in the bills got to get paid. We're so caught up in this has to be done. But we're not thinking like if I'm not here, the job is gonna still be there. They're gonna get somebody else.
But I'm trying to tell you.
If I'm not here, them bills are gonna be bills. Period. So now you're in a hospital and just came out of this surgery. 8 hour surgery.
8.5.
8.5 hour surgery for your back. Like the whole mental process of the whole thing with the lessons that needed to be learned within it was deep. It's deep. It's deep, 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 deep. But the mental part, I don't think that people really understand the mental things that you go through when you experience traumatic situations in this aspect. Starting from the
Because
root, from when the
yeah,
beginning, when the devil said, "I'm coming to take you out."
yeah. And then the fact that I went through two major surgeries 7 months apart. 7 months apart. Yeah. Here's the crazy thing. So they did the surgery. They come in my room and they said, Mr. Lewis, gotta ask you some questions. So by this time, I'm at a teaching hospital. So I had like 10, 15, maybe 17 doctors in my room. And they will always come in during law and order when I'm right about the time I'm about to find out who the killer was. And so they turned my TV off. So now I'm gonna be up all night trying to watch that episode again. Let's see who the killer was. So they asked me this question. They said, "Have you been out of the country?" I said, "No." They said, "Have you had coworkers that went out of the country?" I said, "Yes." So where'd they go? I said, "Mexico, Belize, El Salvador." Yeah, okay, good. They said, "Did any of them ever contract TB?" I said, "Yes." Did any of them get people sick at the workplace? Say yes. They said, and that's what happened to you, except that you have the rarest form. Most people get it and it goes to their lungs. You have the rarest form that did not happen in the United States. It went to your spine. What happened to you is you had POTS disease, and a lot. And this is something we see in older people. This don't happen, and they don't. And a lot of them don't even recover enough to walk. But we're thinking that you're gonna be okay. I said, I know I'm gonna be okay. So they said they didn't know there was an infection in my spine when they went in there. They didn't even know it. When they went to do the surgeries when they found everything. And they told me, they said, it's a good thing your legs went out when they did. Had they not have gone out, the infection would have went to your brain and killed you. God was covering me the whole time. The whole time.
Like, oh my God. Like, oh my God. Oh my goodness. Like, oh my goodness. Like, oh my goodness. Like, what if you would have given up on the fight?
I couldn't give up because I was determined. I was determined. And even after that, even after they pulled like 4 of those liter bags of that substance of that infection off of me. And they were like, we have to give you 10 pills every day while you're here. And we have to give you stuff through your IV. And I'd never been that sick in my life when they started putting it through my IV. But I had to let it run its course until they had to stop putting it in my IV. And then I just had like 10 pills. And by that time, the room would just be spinning around like a disco ball or whatever. So by this time, I'm in the hospital. June 14th, the day before my actual birthday, they send me to this rehab hospital. So, okay. I get to the rehab hospital. They tell me, you'll be here probably like 60 to 90 days. I said, for what? To really get you walking again. I said, how long you say I'm gonna be here? 60 to 90 days. I said, what's today's date? They said June 14th. I said, I'm going home before the 4th of July. They said, excuse us, that sounds good. I said, no. I have faith and I'm about to put the work in. I'm going home before the 4th of July. So every day in therapy, I had 2-a-day therapy sessions. I made it a goal to make this many steps. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And I said, I'm going to the nurse's station. They said, oh, that's cute. That's right there. I said, I ain't say that nurse's station. I mean, the one on my hall. I'm walking to it. They were like, what? I said, yeah, you thought this was a joke? I'm determined to get out of here. I'm not going to be here. Y'all say I'm going to be in here 60 to 90 days? I don't think so. I'm going home before the 4th of July. I will have barbecue with my family. So I worked hard. I grinded, did what I needed to do. And the whole time I was able to minister to somebody else while I was in there. And I was one of the youngest people in the rehab. I had 75 and 80-year-old men and women there. And they looked at me like, baby, why are you here? I'm like, you know what? I'm here to put a smile on your face. And we're going to get through this together. We would all be crying in rehab because it hurt so bad. But I told them, we're going to win. We're going to get through this. I was encouraging them, and I was barely putting one foot in front of the other. And so they came in and told me on June 29th, Mr. Lewis, you going home. I said, what day am I going home? They said July 2nd. I said, I told you I'll be home before the 4th of July. Going home.
Wow. Now, if that's not a testimony, like that is so super duper amazing. Like, woo, that was a lot.
I
Look,
ain't even done.
like, right. And to get the rest of that, I'm pretty sure it's in your book where
It
you're
is.
gonna have the rest of it in your book. When I tell you, like, everyone should be able to go and get this book. If you have been through a certain situation, whether it's a traumatic situation, you went through TB, when you went through COVID, anything that you went through when it has been so traumatic that it affect your body physically, like you need to go get this book. You need to watch this podcast again to listen to this man of God of how he endured and stayed in the fight. Like this, like, wait a minute. You know what? I'm just going to let me go over some things that we talked about today.
Come on.
Whew, like, oh my God, we talked about grace. Uh, um, like we talked about grace. We talked about the physical workplace, the spirits, and the marriage. That's where you were attacked at. We talked about the mind games that's played on you when you go through traumatic situations and how you had to reshift that. We talked about how you had to stay focused within the fight. We talked about spiritual warfare. That was when you told about how the devil and his henchmen had you outside of in your dream, outside of your body, looking down, and told you what he was going to do. He said, "I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill your marriage, and I'm gonna kill your ministry." That right there was just like that's trauma. That's trauma. I probably would have had to still been in counseling for that. Like that part right there.
Yes.
How you went to work and other people had TB and then you found out it was a tumor. We talked about suppressing trauma. We talked about all of that. We talked about staying in the word, staying on your knees, staying prayed up, getting quiet and getting to yourself. We talked about FMLA and what FMLA does. And one thing that, I got out of this is that we have a problem in this society where we think that we can surpass things and not think about where we are, like in this present
Right.
time. So
That's
that
right.
means that so they say God chastens the ones that He loves, and when you don't pay attention, like He will get your attention and He will sit you down.
Yes,
And
he
a lot of
will.
times, yes, and a lot of times in that process, we're so used to getting back up and going. We're pushing ourselves when we need to be sitting down there and understanding what we're going through, processing it, and getting back to that connection with God so we can understand what it is that He's trying to tell us.
In that time of sitting down, I sat down so long because I had to be on work comp, and it was actually a time to reflect.
That
And I said,
part.
"What
That's
lesson? What lessons did you learn?"
right.
And the lesson that I learned was I was just a number on a job. You can give all your all to a job, and in the end, you're just a number. Because I tell you what, get sick or die, and I guarantee you they're gonna have somebody else filling your spot. Give them a few days. They'll find somebody qualified to do your job. If not, they'll train Curious George to do your job. You gave your all to somebody that wouldn't give a nickel for you.
Whew, well, there you have it. That was, that's how I saw the lesson. That's how I saw the lesson. You went through a lot, and I hate that you had to go through the things that you went through, but I'm so grateful that you're able to go through it and still stand because you did talk about that. It's not always about the fight, it's how you come through it and how you stood after it. And so I hate that you had to go through what you going through. But I'm so glad that God used you in order to help somebody else through that trauma, through somebody else stay in the fight. Because we really need it, especially at this time, through going through COVID, Omicron, and whatever other names that it has. We need that. And so I'm so grateful that you were able to share that with us. And I would like for you to give the name of your book again and where they
Uh,
can
the,
find the book at.
the name of my book is The Fight of My Life, and you can find this on Amazon. Please, I welcome the support. By all means, this book will bless your life and it will help you out in some of the roughest times of your life. And when I say that the Holy Spirit was on me at the beginning of 21 to write this book, Every day for like 5 months, I heard write the book. Huh? What book? Write the book. People need to hear your story. Write the book. Nobody want to hear about my story. Don't be disobedient. Write the book. Somebody's gonna get their breakthrough by listening to what you have to say. Write the book. So every day, write the book. Write the book. I ain't moved. Finally, he started to send people toward me. Hey, you wrote that book yet? I'm looking like, huh? All right, Lord, I'm gonna write this book. I don't
That's
know
how
where
you
to
work.
start. I don't know where to start. But then he would go to YouTube. That's what and so I found the template in Microsoft Word and followed the template and went to work.
Wow, that is super duper amazing. I'm so glad if you that you wrote that book. If you are out there and you are suffering from any type of disability, you went through any type of traumatic experience that you need some help, or you want to read a book, a good read to learn how to fight what you're going through, go look for this book. Go find this book because what you have to do is you have to learn how to stay in the fight. We have to learn how to endure the processes of the things that we go through, learn from them so we won't repeat those things and to understand what they are so we can teach the next person. One of the lessons it sounds like you said you learned this from this story is that the job that we're just a number. So even
Yeah,
when we're not there, there's going to be somebody else to pick up that mantle for that job and to keep working.
you,
It's going to keep on going.
I guarantee you, if you die, they may send you flowers, but I guarantee you they're gonna have the help wanted sign for your position
The next that day or that same day,
that day.
that day.
Oh,
So and
he died. Oh, he died. Fill his position right now.
right, that part. Oh my God. I just want to say thank you so much, man of God. Thank you, Mr. Lewis, for coming on here to talk to us about staying in the fight. Again, if you are going through some traumatic experiences, you going through some experiences when it comes to disability. A lot of people don't have people to talk to about disabilities. Reach out to Patrick. Reach out to him on Facebook. Go look for his book on Amazon called Stay in the Fight. That book is here. It's in stores for you now. You see the book over here. Go check it
The
out.
fight, the fight of
That's
my
right.
life.
That's right. So go look for it. And thank you again, Mr. Lewis, for coming on here to talk to us about that book and how you stay in the fight. When I tell you, I'm still in awe. I'm still in awe of all the things that you went through this whole process. It was from beginning. Oh my goodness, like you are a walking miracle. You are definitely
I,
a walking miracle.
I say it all the time, and I just want to leave a message with the viewers, and I want to let everybody know that hey, life is going to happen at some point. None of us know. None of us know the day that life is going to say, you know what, I'm going to strike you with cancer, or I'm going to put your child in a situation where he may be facing 15 to life. Life is going to happen. It's mind games. The enemy is trying to attack you. You're going to go through some things. You're going to get knocked down. But do you have the strength enough to get up and keep swinging?
Mm.
Got to fight. If you stay in the fight, I guarantee you got the best corner man. Those of us who are true believers, the best corner man we could ever have is the Holy Spirit. He don't give bad fight advice. We fight on our knees.
That part.
We fight on our knees. We fight with the word and we slip. You gotta slip. Slip. You gotta slip. Because I guarantee you, the enemy is constantly carrying out a plan, a fight plan to take you out. And how we gonna take him out? That's a lot of prayer time. That's a lot of turn off the TV.
Like we definitely needed those words, especially at a time like this, to stay in the fight. Thank you. And we definitely will stay connected. Everybody, again, can you show them that book one more time?
The fight of my life. How to
Go
get
check out the
not
book.
how to get up after being knocked down. Go to Amazon and pick it up. It will definitely bless your life. Reach out to me on Facebook. hey, if you reach out to me on Facebook, you need to talk. I will definitely listen. Um, I'm looking to do some motivational speaking, some inspirational speaking. I want to just be able to be a blessing to those. I often go back to the rehab hospital where I was to actually tell people, hey, I was right where you were, and hey, if God bless me to make it, you could do the same.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Lewis, and we will stay connected.
Thank you. God
Very one
bless.
more. God bless. Oh my God. What a shift. What a shift. Oh my goodness. Did y'all just hear the man of God talk about what he experienced, what he went through, and how he stayed in the fight? A lot of times we go through all these traumatic experiences. We lost our parents, we lost our brother, we lost our sibling. It could be grief. It could be something that you saw that was terrifying, something that you experienced that was terrifying. Maybe it was a disability, maybe it was a disadvantage, something that happened to you that caused you to shift. It's not always about the experience, it's about how you come out of it, who you hold on to when you go through it, and if you're going to stand when you come out of it. I'm telling you right here, right now, you are purpose. You were intended for something great. And in order to get to that purpose that you were intended for, you have to stay in the fight. He told you, stay in the fight. Stay in the fight. This book is truly he's truly a walking miracle. Go check the book out. Again, the name of that book is The Fight of My Life by Patrick Lewis. Go check out the book. Go check out the book. Watch this podcast over. Everything that he said from the devil meeting him at the house while he was in the bed in a dream to everything that happened afterwards. Go check it out. Another thing that he said that was so key. A lot of times we're so caught up in the bills, we're so caught up in everything else, but we don't realize that if we leave that job today, we're just a number. That somebody else is going to be in our space. You're just a number. We have to learn to put ourselves before the job. Put ourselves before the job. Lesson learned. Again, if you are that person, you experience disability or some traumatic experiences and want to know how to fight, go pick up that book. Learn how somebody else fought. Reach out to Patrick Lewis. I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, audience, for watching. Again, this was another story of transformative shifts. And I just want to say thank you again. My name is Shayna Asby, the Fairing Life Coach, and we are out. Love you. Stay in the fight, y'all. Stay in the fight.
Be strong.
Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
Welcome to the Enjoying Life podcast. We are with the She Trucking Foundation, and I cannot wait for you to hear our guests today. We have so many great things to cover. Today, I'm going to put a broker in the hot seat. So I'm looking forward to that. You know, the market is tough right now, and drivers and carriers are struggling a lot. And I really think it's a great opportunity for us to hear from a broker and get some information about the best ways to succeed. And she can have some great tips for us. So if you have questions, be sure to pop those into the comments. Share this out so people can join us and hear our discussion. I also love that she's a carrier, so she's got experience on both sides of the table, and it's going to be a fabulous conversation. You know, my show is Enjoying Life OTR, and I care a lot about work-life balance. And I've been saying this a lot these last few months. This year in trucking has been rough, especially for owner-operators, but even those of you that are carriers, we're having some stress about maybe not getting enough miles, and we really just got to work smart these days. Trucking is very cyclical, so we have our up times and we have times where, we're all rolling in the money, and then there's times where we're really having to buckle down and be careful, and it feels a little bit more the industry feels a little bit more insecure. And I think we're kind of in one of those times now. So I wanted just to make that opportunity to talk to somebody who's on the broker side and ask her some questions about maybe there's some ways that we can do things better as carriers and build those relationships, and just take the opportunity to learn from somebody with experience on both sides of the table. So I have the honor of welcoming my guest today. Her name is Elizabeth Long. She is a broker, like I said, and a carrier, and I've run freight for them in their brokerage. It's Patriot Star, and she is somebody that I consider to be a real trusted resource in the industry. She and her husband both have been acted like mentors to me, really. And anytime I have a question about the industry or how things are going, or something that's happening with my paperwork and contracts, or something that's just feeling a little bit uncomfortable to me, I know that I can go to her and ask her as a trusted resource, and she's going to give me factual information. So I'm really honored to have her on the show. So if you could join me welcoming Elizabeth Long.
Thank you for having me on today, Cindy.
Elizabeth, I'm a big fan of yours. I love the work that you do. You're one of my favorite brokers. I tell you that all the time, and I really have enjoyed working with you professionally. But even as a friend, I think you have a lot to offer. At She Trucking, we care a lot about equipping, empowering women to thrive in this industry and to make the most of the opportunities that are presented to us in freight. So I've been looking forward to sharing them with you with them, and getting them to meet you and hear from your perspective. Can you start out and just share us a little about your career and how you started in the industry, and then what's your role in the industry today?
Absolutely. And I do want to tell you too, the feeling is mutual. I love working with you. You are one of my favorite carriers to work with for so many reasons, what we'll probably get into later. So the way I got started in the industry, to be honest, I never thought I would be in transportation, trucking, logistics. I never in my wildest dreams thought I'd be a part of this. But I met my husband, Kenny Long, and we got married, and he had a CDL and owned a truck, and he'd been driving for probably about 15 years when we'd met. And he taught me how to drive. And I'd ridden in the truck with him for a little bit before he taught me how to drive. And then I went and got my CDL, and was fortunate to do that before you had to go to school, and was able to just get on the job training with him. And
let me hop in there real quick. What did you do before this? Like what?
So yeah, that's a great question. So I did a lot of sales. I did car sales. I worked in a bank. But actually I spent a lot of my younger years, maybe 10 to 15 years in the restaurant business. And, the restaurant business is another job where it's customer service oriented, and you've got to think on your feet and you're on the go, so I don't know. I think restaurant business is really good training for any career, to be honest.
I agree.
So I enjoyed that, but I love what I do now. So Kenny taught me how to drive, and we actually teamed for quite a few years, just the two of us. And we had the opportunity to see all 50 states now. Unfortunately, we didn't see Hawaii and Alaska in the truck, but we've seen all 50 states now. And the good part of that is due to trucking. So I guess I've had my CDL since 2012, and I don't know how many miles I have, but accident free, which is fantastic. And
congratulations. Well done.
Thank you. And I've had a great time traveling with Kenny. So.
Well, we're going to talk about your team driving with Kenny toward the end of the show, but I kind of want to pick your brain about what your primary role in the industry is right now. Can you tell our audience about switching?
Yeah, absolutely. So we started our carrier in 2012, and that's when Kenny and I were driving together. And then over the years, we had started to accrue some of our own customers. And these were customers that we had met through friends, family members who might have referred us, or even just, someone sees us, locally, and they wanted to work with us. And so we had started to accrue. Oh, and actually one of our biggest customers came to us through another truck driver who was working with a customer, and they needed help in the Central Florida area. And she said, you should give Elizabeth a call. So we started to accrue these customers, and it got to the point that there was other shipments then in places that we couldn't handle, that we didn't have our trucks in. And so Kenny and I talked about it in 2017. We decided to make the leap, and we started our freight brokerage. So that was
I don't want to pass this up, because I think you made you put a point there. I think it is so important, because I hear a lot of people go, I should get my brokerage. For one, a couple of things. You're taking direct freight as a carrier with a customer without a brokerage.
Yes.
Many people owner-operators don't realize that they could do that. Could you talk a little bit about that? So me, I just got one truck, and I do have direct shippers, but can you tell a carrier that's just maybe got one truck or a small fleet how they can go about working directly with the customer?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I mean, it is really important as a carrier, as any business owner, we should always be marketing our business. No matter who we're talking to, everyone we come across should know what we do, and it really helps, because someday someone's going to need something moved, or they're going to have a neighbor that needs something moved, or a boss. And so they can then think of you and reach out to you when they need that shipment moved. So I think that there's a lot of ways that carriers can be marketing themselves. And, it's just as simple as, joining things like chambers of commerce and, even the old fashioned way of going door to door. And there really is a perk when you are a carrier and the actual driver going in to meet a shipper or receiver, and you're talking to them about offering them service, because you are really 100% going to be that service provider, and they're going to have a face with the name of who actually is going to be dealing with their freight. And so you might not have an easy of a time getting into a place like Walmart or Costco, something like that, where they're doing these huge volume shipments. But those smaller mom and pop or smaller, more specialized freight, they're going to look at you and they're going to see the value there. So there's definitely opportunities.
A lot of, I'm in a lot of Facebook groups, a lot of social media, and they'll say, well, you can't get direct shippers if you've only got one truck. What would you say to that, Elizabeth?
That's baloney. That's total baloney. You can definitely, Kenny and I only had one truck, and sometimes it comes down to just being in the right place at the right time. But to be in the right place at the right time, you've got to be visible, and you've got to make sure that people know that you're available to do work. So.
Okay, I love some things you said. I love telling everybody that I'm a trucker. Everybody I meet knows a trucker.
Yes.
I run a trucking company. So don't miss that, people. That's a great tip right there. It's so valuable. You just run into people, give you referrals that just wouldn't have even thought to give a referral. That, they like you. I didn't even know you'd interested in the new, additional customers. My brother has a warehouse over there, so talk it up. Love that. Great advice. I have another question about really practically, how does when I started, I had been booking all my freight through brokers, which many new carriers do that. And then I started venturing out thinking, I think I'm going to just go ahead and get my own direct shippers. And I do have some, but, I had a process about that. But one of the things that made me most nervous is like checking their credit. Like, what's that procedure like? With brokers, I just run it through my factoring company, and it's real easy for me to check a credit of a broker. And, how would I go about doing that as with a direct customer? What would
that really is a challenge. And I don't know that I have all of the answers on that, unfortunately, especially in this economy right now, because there's a lot of businesses that are struggling, maybe even behind the scenes.
Yes.
So I think that the wisest thing that you can do, when you're getting set up with a new customer, is start off small and set your payment terms. Don't be afraid to ask for payment up front or COD. Meaning cash on demand. Don't be afraid to ask for payment immediately or upfront, because there's a lot of small shippers and receivers that will offer that to you. And if nothing else, maybe set the terms at 15 days, and that can help you get a better handle on, if they are getting behind, sooner. So I think that's
the thing I think people don't realize is that, on the shipper side, they're used to people asking for their credit.
Yes.
You know that you're going to spend a lot of money on fuel. You're going to have to pay your driver. And so they're expecting, that's a very normal part of their, business, whether they're signing up for a new brokerage to run their freight or they're signing up with the carrier directly. It's a very common practice to ask to see, a credit history and ask for referrals of, so I'm always say, just ask them for, you can do a credit check and,
There are some resources with that, and it's slipping my mind right now, but there is a big resource where you can check credit on basically any business. I don't know that it's always free, but you can also check on things like Google. And, sometimes factoring companies will have these shippers in there if someone else has factored their freight. But really just do a little bit of research. And, if you are actually showing up there at the shipper or receiver, keep an eye out on things. How do things look like they're going? Are the employees looking relaxed, or are they stressed? You'll hear things if you're in and out. So
yes. And Google, that even just a Google search in itself, because people are going to write reviews.
Yes. So if they're not getting paid 100%, you're going to see reviews there on Google. So
that's great. Okay, so now tell me, you said you transitioned into the brokerage because you were getting more customers basically than your own carrier could handle. So can you tell us about transferring into that, and when did you move from the truck to really focusing full time on the brokerage? Could you tell us a little bit about that transition?
Sure. So in 2017 we started the brokerage, and I guess if we can backtrack just slightly, in 2015, Kenny and I had started to bring on our first owner operators, meaning that we brought on some other drivers who had their own truck, but we did this the right way. We added them onto our insurance policy, our auto liability and our cargo insurance. Our company name was on the door. We were responsible for safety. They were part of our drug consortium. So we added on these owner operators. And so I would say Kenny and I were still driving in the truck 2017, but it was probably 2019, 2020 when we started to get out of the truck more completely. So even in 2017, even though we'd started the brokerage, it was very slow. It might be 1 or 2 loads a month, to be honest. It was definitely a challenge in the beginning starting the brokerage. I remember, we decided not to factor from the get-go with our brokerage. And I remember there were so many times that I would find the right carrier for the load, I thought, and they would say, well, my factoring company is not going to approve you. And, you need to be able to have money set aside then to either do like a 50% upfront and 50% on delivery, or some other sort of payment arrangement. I remember one time though, in the beginning where I had this small load, I think it was like a short little partial going just across town, and I don't know what it was. It was a couple $100. And I said to the carrier, I said, listen, I'd like to work with you on this. I will pay you up front. I said, just show up there to the shipper. I will pay you. I'll give you an EFS check. And then, I trust that you're going to pick up the load and handle the load for me, and they decided, no, I'm not going to do it. I don't know what to do. So there was definitely, that was probably the first 2 years of the brokerage. There was a lot of struggles with that. And I had to work very diligently to make sure that I paid my carriers on time. So it was a lot of really being on top of things to make sure we build our credit in the beginning. And fortunately, when we started out,
that's the biggest challenge. I'm sorry to interrupt. Would you say that that's the biggest challenge in starting a brokerage because you don't have established credit, and so the carriers don't? I mean, I know I wouldn't run with the new brokerage that didn't have established credit, because I'm gonna spend all that money on fuel, and I'm gonna spend all that time, and then you might pay me, you might not, or when. Would you say that not having established credit is the biggest challenge of starting a new brokerage, or something else?
That's a good question. I think not having established credit, and then also cash flow can be a big issue that small brokerages might have when they're starting up. Both of those, I think in the market that we're in now, a brokerage starting up might have a little bit more of an advantage because there's less loads than there have been in the past. But when the tables flip, which they will, again, it'll definitely be more in the carrier's favor, and a newer brokerage is going to have a heck of a time trying to get someone to take their shipments. So
yeah.
I think that's the other thing. I hear a lot of people going, I'm just going to start a brokerage and all I got to do is buy my bond, and the bond is actually not that expensive.
No, it's not.
You have to have $75,000, and depending on your credit, that you have your personal credit, it's really not that expensive to do it.
No,
do that, get your website, get a TMS system set up, and everybody thinks that's it. I could start, some booking my own freight. So what I love about your journey and the way you did, I think it's so smart, is you had more customers than your own personal trucks could handle. And that was the time where you started to make that transition, because you weren't starting the brokerage with needing to go for customers.
Correct.
You were already having customer relationships started. And I think that's so smart. And I think many people don't do it that way. So I've heard Kenny say that before. When do I know it's time to start a brokerage? And you'll say, well, when you have more freight than your own trucks can handle, that's the time where you want to branch out. And that's it, like getting new customers, Elizabeth. Everybody acts like that's
well, it's not as easy as most of us, as most people might think. And that's probably the reason most carriers don't have a lot of their own direct freight. It takes a lot of calls. Kenny and I actually at one point had hired someone that we had known. He worked with a different brokerage, and we hired him on salary just to do outbound calls to try and bring in new customers. And we paid him for an entire year, and he did not bring in anyone at all. Yeah. So I don't know if it was his methodology that, just wasn't working, but it's really not that easy. It comes to acquire someone who wants you to handle their shipping. It really comes to being at the right place at the right time, and you have something that solves their problem, and a lot of times, as business owners, unless there is an issue, unless they're not happy with what's happening with their current service provider, they don't want to have to switch.
Right.
They're comfortable with the status quo, and unless they're unhappy with the price or the service, or something major has happened. So sometimes it means following up for a couple years until someone might be ready to switch.
Okay, listen, everybody. Did you hear what she just said? The time that it takes of so much wooing and wooing and wooing, trying to really build that relationship and keep putting your name and your face in front of that customer. It takes so many times of calling and building those in. And then the market is so fragile right now. The rates are so competitive that shippers, their phones are blowing up all day with people saying, I could beat their rate. Give me a shot. Just give me loads. And, they're trying to just get the freight as what they can. And, carriers, we're feeling that. We are. You're feeling it too, carrier side. So, but when the market is so competitive like this, then it's just, how low can we go? And, then try to provide good service, provide a good carrier when the rates are, skinny. That's a good.
And to be honest, I don't think, when you're looking for shippers that you want to work with, if the shipper tells you that really price is the only thing that matters to them, sometimes you have to listen to that. I actually met someone the other day. Kenny and I were at an event, and we were actually at an event for one of our other customers. We were making a delivery and a pickup for them. And I got to talking to someone else, and he was telling me about how he can ship a pallet anywhere in Florida, one pallet for $165. And I said, wow, that's pretty awesome. I'm not going to be able to beat that for sure. And he let me know, that, really the only thing that matters to him is price. And I said, well, listen, I'm going to give you my card anyway. I'm not going to be able to beat or match that rate for one pallet to go to Miami from Tampa. That's just, I'm not going to be able to do that. But if you have something that goes wrong, or you need something last minute, or you need a full truckload, let me know. I'll be happy to help you, because even though you might not be able to meet their needs at that moment, you might be able to in the future. People's business models change. So
again, another great point. I love what you did there, and I even do this as a carrier when I'm talking to a broker, and I will start talking about a load. I do the exact same thing. This is gold right here, Elizabeth. I love what you said right there. So you're getting a no, and and they know this is not going to work right now, but you continued to talk about opportunities for the future. And I'll even do that where I'm like, well, this load obviously is not a good fit for me, and I'll do a very similar thing as a carrier. And I'll say, if something else comes up, keep me in mind. I'm not going to do that rate. I'm not going to, I have no desire to be the bottom of the barrel.
Yes, right.
But you're right that things do change. And then also when I'm talking to a broker, I will also say, I know they have multiple customers, so this one customer, they're running all this cheap freight, but they do have some more specialized things. And I'll even take that opportunity and I'll say, this one's not a good fit for me, but I'm a great carrier. I mean, my goal is to be your favorite carrier. Every load I do, that's my goal. So, and they love that, and they're having a conversation with me. So, even hearing you say that on the broker side, I think that's just a great way to network. And every no that you get doesn't mean it's a never.
That's right. That's absolutely right. Yes.
Great tip there, Elizabeth. You have so much wisdom. I knew you were going to be sharing some gold with us. Okay.
I really think it benefited me a lot to start as a carrier before I became a broker, because when Kenny and I were in the truck, we had our own authority. Both he and I would book loads. We were both on the load boards. We were both negotiating loads. And so I really had a lot of background in exactly what I needed to do to dispatch our trucks and stay profitable. And that really helped me a lot as I started the brokerage. I did not do any specialized brokerage training. I don't think you necessarily need to do any specialized brokerage training, to be perfectly honest. If you have that background as a carrier, you know what it takes to get the job done. You know the questions that are going to come up. You know the pain points you've had as a driver of, someone sends you in there and the appointment time, they said the appointment time was X, but it's actually Y. And, now you're sitting there for, you've missed your appointment or something, so I think that there's a lot of benefit to starting off as a carrier first.
Well, and you all day you're talking to your competition, and as a carrier what things that they're not even asking the right questions sometimes.
Yes.
Yeah. And so you know that's happening for the shipper as well, and you get a really a good idea how you can improve on that.
Yes. Yeah.
One of my favorite things that I've told you this story before, but Elizabeth and I she called and offered me a load for my truck, and it was in Texas, but I was a little bit far. And I loved this conversation I had with her. I thought, I wish every broker could talk just this frankly and honestly. You offered me this load and I gave you my rate. I had a big Ted head. So the rate was just out of the market, and I even told you, I'm like, I know this rate's not going to, but this is what I would need to do it. And you said to me, and I just loved your honesty, and you just said, you paused for a minute, and I was like, and I was sitting there, she's like, you're crazy, girl, I ain't paying you that. But, I didn't know what you're going to say, because, you get blasted sometimes. So
yes,
what is she going to say? She said to me just so respectfully, and she said, Cindy, I know why you gave that rate. I understand that. But honestly, I could cover this load cheaper than that with another carrier that's closer by, and the market's competitive right now. So I think we'll just pass on this one for now. And, it was just straight up. And I was like, I loved it. I was like, I love this woman. I'm like, why can't we all just talk honestly? You weren't going, I don't have that much in it. That which you care about. It's like, you're just like, just honestly, I could cover it cheaper. And if somebody that was closer, and I was like, you could just talk that honestly instead of all this, crazy lines we feed each other.
Yes. Well, I respect you so much, because I've called you so many times on loads. We've done so many loads together. And, if I asked you what you need for this, you're not afraid to give me the rate that you actually need. You're not afraid to give me an offer. And that doesn't necessarily mean that we'll match up on it, but you're not afraid to quote something.
Yeah.
And I can't tell you how many carriers I've talked to, and they just won't give me a number. Tell me about
that. What is happening when they don't give you a number? What do you think is the
That's a really good question. So I can't answer that because I've been on the carrier side as well of that. And I know that I've called different freight brokers before, especially some of the bigger ones where they have young people that are answering the phones and are disrespectful, and they will yell at you if you give them a number that they don't like. And I find that to be ridiculous, because really, this is still business, and if you tell me you need $1,000 on this and because of X, Y, and Z, then that's what you need. And hopefully we can work together and work something out on that. But if we can't, then you're just not the right truck for this particular load. And that's okay too. And I think sometimes when carriers get put on the spot and ask for a number, they just freeze. They're not used to actually quoting something. They're so used to brokers just telling them, this is what the rate is, and they're going to say yes or no. And they don't realize that there is a negotiation involved. It doesn't always mean that you're going to get 100% your way in the negotiation, but there's definitely different aspects that you can discuss. And this is one of the benefits for an actual driver, like a one truck owner operator like yourself, and like a lot of drivers out there. It's so important for them to be negotiating their own rates and not relying on dispatchers to be the ones calling and booking the loads. I will 100% give a little extra money to a one truck owner operator driver who is booking their own load over some dispatcher who has called in. They don't know the details of the truck. I've had dispatchers before book the truck, and I call the carrier, on the number on FMCSA, and that carrier says, I'm not going to do that, so that they waste my time. So when there's people like you that call and do that, it's fantastic. And I feel like I went off on a tangent there.
No, it's good information. Okay, because I think a lot of people will say, I think there's some really great dispatchers out there. I personally never worked with one. I've always self-dispatched my own truck. I also have a background like you do. So that to me, I was like, I'm not going to do that. Nobody's going to represent my company. Nobody's going to come hard and say, wait, you can count on me. I know you're concerned. I know the timeline. This is where I'm at. I mean, I'm going to give that spiel. I'm going to run hard, and I'm going to ask for all the money, and I'm going to ask for, what I need. And this is what you need. I hear you. You're talking to the driver. So I'm going to be there. So I see how that works. I know how that benefits me personally. So I wouldn't do that. But so you've had problems, like what if you have, you're driving, what would you say, carriers are driving and they're losing time because they can't be constantly looking for loads where they're driving. What would you say to that reason for that person that's never self-dispatched their truck? What would you say you're a carrier, you knew how to do it. So
I think if you're going to be dispatching yourself, I think it's important to work on pre-planning your week, and don't just deliver a load and then look for your next load. It's a great idea to pre-plan and be looking ahead, and make sure you're establishing relationships with brokerages. Some of the smaller ones like myself, but also some of the bigger ones like C.H. Robinson or Coyote or Landstar or even TQL. When you start to have a rep at one of those and someone that knows you, they can also be looking for stuff that might go well on your truck even when you are driving, and they can offer things to you. So that's a good tip. But also just kind of plan your week and plan your day. When you're getting loaded and unloaded, you normally have a little bit of downtime there where you can take a look at the load board and see what's out there. On your 30-minute break, check that out. And I think some place where carriers fall short often is posting their truck. And in this market, especially 100%, you need to have your truck posted all of the time. As soon as you book your next load and you know where you're going to be available next, post your truck. They're in this market.
Say that. Tell us why you say that.
Yes. Yeah. Well, there's a couple reasons, and I'll give an example that you were a part of, actually.
This story.
So, in this market where freight brokers are not struggling to find trucks as much, it is super important for them to be able to go onto DAT load board or whatever load board you're using and be able to see okay, well, this carrier has a posted truck there. They can look up your MC number, see your safety score, see you don't have any freight guard reports, and say, okay, I'm going to call them. Instead of having to post their load and deal with the hundreds of incoming phone calls that they can hardly even catch their breath in between, it's so much nicer to be able to pick and choose who you're going to call and try and work something out with. It also puts a little bit more control in your hand as the carrier, though, as well, because you know that the broker has hand selected you, picked you out and said, I'd like to work with this carrier. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So they've already kind of looked you up a little bit, most likely, before they've called you. So you do have a little bit of an advantage there, so don't be afraid to, even if you can't, let's say you're driving when someone calls you, don't be afraid to say, hey, let me get I see your number that came in. Let me get your extension. Let me look this up and I'll call you back in just a few minutes with a number. And, it's not terrible to do that, so.
I love that what you're saying so much, because I find when a broker calls me and they've seen my posted truck,
yes,
the conversation is so slow. Well, for one, they're super respectful.
Yes.
It is a whole different thing. They're like, hey, I saw you posted your truck and how are you doing today? And I'm like,
yeah,
I'm doing great. How are you doing? And
yes.
It's this slow, casual pouring out of the details. And let me tell you what I've got and why I want you to look at this. And I see you're ready to go into this area. And that the conversation is so less aggressive.
Yes.
It's
such a, yes. Oh, you hit the nail on the head. And I'm really glad you said that, because it's a totally different energy.
Yeah.
If you and I were even in that position, because if I post my load, I'm stressed. I'm getting a lot of phone calls.
Yep.
And a lot of those phone calls are unfortunately double broker guys who are trying to take my load and trick me into giving them the shipment, and then so they can steal my freight. So it's very stressful for me to try and weed through everyone. And, I have seconds to get through a phone call to determine, is this someone I even want to work with, versus someone calls you and they can actually have a conversation with you. And it's so important. And the example I wanted to give was that one time this past summer in Chicago, and I had a truck driver. I don't know how this happened, but he lost his key, and he called me at 4 o'clock in the morning, and he said, I'm not going to make the 8 o'clock pickup. And I said, oh my goodness. So, we had an 8 o'clock pickup in Chicago or something like that. And, I had just a couple hours, and it's the middle of the night, 4 o'clock in the morning. So how am I going to find a truck? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I looked on DAT, and I could not believe, I looked for available trucks. I could not believe it. Here is Cindy with Achieve Trucking is posted there. And I said, this can't be right. This can't be Cindy. That's not normally her area. Right. And I looked, and it was Cindy. And I thought, oh my goodness. I'm like, this is going to be amazing if she's available. And I probably waited an hour because I didn't want to wake you up at 4 o'clock in the morning. Yeah. And I called you, and, you helped me out with the shipment, and I paid you more than I was going to pay the other carrier. I think I paid you excellent for that market. And, but I was so happy to see a carrier that I knew and trusted, that I could rely on to get the job done right. And I think most brokers probably feel like that when they're looking for something more than just the cheapest truck, which we are oftentimes. It's not always just the money, really.
Yeah. Okay, I have a lot I want to talk to you about. We're going to take a little commercial break, but you shared some fantastic information, and I still have a list of questions that I want to go through, because you're so much information that you have in that beautiful brain of yours, and I'm so grateful. So we're going to cut to commercial, but we're going to be right back. If y'all have any questions, we got a broker in the hot seat here. So if there's anything you wanted to know about the other side, this is the time to ask. And she's an experienced carrier with the fleet of 10 trucks. So she's run all kinds of freight. And so if you guys have questions, pop those in. We're going to go to commercial, but we'll be right back. Well, Elizabeth, okay, you have my brain going in a million different directions. I want to talk a little bit about double brokering. Okay, I
Sure.
know for me as a carrier, I noticed that they're really being careful when they book a load with me. There's a lot of things that are happening. Can you tell us a little bit? Maybe there's a new owner operator out there, or maybe somebody even thinking about becoming an owner operator in the future, or maybe even open a brokerage. Can you tell what's happening in the market today about double brokering and how that impacts all of us? And then what you as a broker are doing to prevent that fraud, basically. Can you give us a little summary if somebody's not really familiar with that side of the?
Yeah, absolutely. So what we're seeing happen now is there are a lot of shell carriers. And what I mean by shell carriers is it's someone who has opened up a carrier and maybe they have one truck on their policy and then they are accepting freight from a legitimate broker. And then with their shell carrier, they get the load information, they have the rate confirmation, and they have that load secured. They then hand that load off to maybe a sister brokerage company of theirs, which is a scam brokerage company. They do have a legitimate MC number, but usually they're set up that they don't care to pay any carriers, so that brokerage then will post the load or call trucks and get that load moved with another legitimate carrier who doesn't realize that this has been double brokered. Did that explain that part of it?
Very helpful.
Right? Okay.
Very
okay.
helpful.
So
what are you as a broker doing to prevent that from happening? So we as carriers can understand how to overcome,
sure, what we're looking for.
Yeah.
So one of the first things that I do now is when I am booking a new load, and if I'm having to take incoming phone calls, or if I am looking to work with someone new, I have Carrier 411 up, and I use that every single day. I'm checking every new carrier in there. I'm checking to see if they have any freight guard reports, meaning that someone might have reported them for double brokering. I think there is an unfortunate thing with Carrier 411 that sometimes they've gotten a bad rap because brokers will threaten to file a freight guard report for this or that. And it's, a lot of times it's something that, it stinks, something went wrong, but, it's not the end of the world. And there are brokerages like me that will look past some things like that. If I ask you about it and you have a good explanation, and it wasn't, yesterday, a lot of times we can move past it and we can still work together. I'm not against that. But if you've been reported for double brokering, we're not working together. So,
right.
So that's probably my first check. We have a couple other resources that we use. One of the other things that I'm always doing is calling the number that's listed on FMCSA for that carrier to confirm that I'm booking the load with who I think I'm booking it with. A little side note with that, there is something that had happened with FMCSA was allowing carriers to be able to change their address and their phone number by sending in a copy of their driver's license. And what was happening with that is some carriers were actually having their identity stolen and their phone number and address was changed by sending in a picture of their driver's license to one of these scam brokerages. So I would really hesitate to send a copy of your driver's license, your CDL, to anybody at this point.
Okay, everybody get that? It's to prevent somebody else from impersonating your company and your MC. So
yes,
it's a big scam out there. So
there's other ways that you can still verify who you are, and maybe that means, having your insurance agent vouch for you, and so, there's just different things you can do. I would always be ready to send pictures of your truck, your company name.
Tell us why they're asking that. Just in case they're not put together. Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, that's a great question. So, even beyond just the double brokering, there are a lot of companies out there who might only insure one or two trucks, and then they hire on what they call owner operators. And these owner operators are not on their insurance policy. They're not on their cargo. They're not on their liability insurance, and they're sending them in to pick up freight. And it really opens myself as a broker and my customer up to a lot of risk because that truck might not be properly insured. I haven't vetted them. And so as a brokerage, I want to see the actual truck that you're going to be sending in there to the shipper to pick up the load. If there's going to be any changes in the company name, I need to know, from the get-go. If you're dispatching for someone else, that's fine. I don't have a problem with that, but you need to give me the DOT number of the truck that's going to actually be doing the shipment. And that's who I need the insurance for. That's who I need to be able to check out.
Okay, and tell me another, explain to carriers this, because I know that there's new owner operators that are hearing you don't have any inspections on your truck. Why is a broker saying that to a carrier, and what is that proving if I have a inspection? What is exactly are they looking for when you say you want to see a inspection on there?
That's a really good question. So the reason that brokers are looking for that is they're making it, and especially because the market is so lean for carriers right now, it's just a black and white way for brokers to filter out carriers that don't have any actual trucks. And so it filters them out, but it also does filter out some of the good carriers that are newer that just don't have any inspections yet. And so that's unfortunate. There are ways to overcome that. And that really comes into, I think, when you are calling on a load and you're going to be dispatching yourself, if you really represent that this is your company.
Yeah.
And a lot of times you can talk to a freight broker and be able to explain to them what the situation is. And through other documentation, such as showing pictures of the truck, it might even require like a FaceTime call. I worked with a carrier recently that, I just really wasn't sure, and he didn't have any inspections, but he seemed like a good guy. And so I said, listen, we're going to do a FaceTime call. I need you to do a walk around the truck with me. I want to see the company name on the side. And so, it really, there are brokers out there that are willing to go that extra effort. If you sell yourself, if you, help them understand that, where you're at, you're trying to make a living here, you're trying to get your business established, and you're a good carrier and you're going to take good care of their freight, we will go above and beyond.
Okay, I want to park here just for a minute because I don't want everybody to miss this. So the reason that they need to see inspection is because the brokers are trying to rule out that you're not one of those shell carriers that's going to send their freight off. They want to make sure you're a real trucking company that's not going to double broker their freight. So that's the main thing. And then also I loved what you shared as a way to overcome. It's an objection, in sales, there's an objection and you overcome that objection, so understanding why you're asking is teaching the carriers how to respond to that quest. They're really just needing to be verified that you are an actual broker, you're an actual carrier with a legitimate truck. Double brokering is a real scam out there that's costing the industry thousands and thousands of dollars. So if we can just sit back instead of getting frustrated and say, they needed, I just hung up. They said I needed an inspection, but you kept talking. And that's for whatever the objection is. We need to keep doing that. Well, why do you need that? What can I do to overcome that? And again, another feature and a benefit of being the actual one calling, because you're saying, this is my company. I'm brand new. I'm not brand new, but when I was doing all this, and it wasn't even a big a deal as it is now. But I was saying, I'm going to do a great job for you. I know you're nervous. I know I don't have a proven record, but I want to grow my business, and I'm going to work harder than anybody else you're going to put on this load. And, so I was just going at it hard. I was saying, give me a shot, put me in there. But understanding why they're asking for that inspection. How else can I prove it to you? Let me go on FaceTime. Let's take a picture of my truck. What can I do to overcome that concern? Because I want to work with you. I want to build a relationship. So, coming back over those things. So I love it that you shared that. That was very helpful information. Anything you want to add about double brokering?
There's two other points I want to make about this. I think that carriers can also do a better job of really taking a close look at the paperwork that they're given, and catching some of this stuff before they deliver the freight. So whenever you're given a bill of lading, it's really your responsibility as a carrier, number one, to make sure everything matches, make sure, the date matches, make sure the shipper and the receiver matches what was on your rate confirmation. Make sure, this is super important. Make sure the quantity of the freight that they put on your truck matches what you actually have. Heaven forbid you get there to the receiver and they say, well, it says that they loaded 4 pallets on here and you only have 2. what are you going to do? You signed for that you received for. Check the name on, the third party bill to information there. Sometimes that can be a clue. And I've talked to a lot of newer carriers who were picking up and delivering freight to places that did not match the bill of lading and did not match the rate confirmation. And I'm finding this out after the fact because these are carriers that I've been trying to mentor a little bit as we've worked together a few times, and I want to see them succeed, and they haven't gotten paid for this. And as I look back through their paperwork then, and we can take a look at that, and things don't match. So when things don't match, you need to stop and you need to take another look at it. And it might even mean that you need to ask the shipper, and say, what's going on with this here? Who, is this the freight brokerage that you're working with? And I just want to make sure that this is the location it's supposed to go to. Now, obviously, if it's a blind shipment, that might not be feasible, but take a moment to really look into things. Don't be so fast to just sign the paperwork and run. And the other point I want to make about double brokering is there's a lot of carriers that think that it's just a broker problem, and it's not. One of the big factors that is driving down rates, especially if it's in the case that the shipper might still be paying the same rate, but the broker's rate seems to have dropped to the carrier, it's because so many brokers have ended up double paying for loads, meaning they paid the scam carrier and they've paid the legitimate carrier that actually did the load. And so if you think about that, like let's say you paid $1,000 for this load, but you had to pay it twice now. I guarantee the broker did not have $2,000 in that load to begin with. Yeah. So they're at a deficit. And so they're a little bit more hesitant, I'm sure, in some cases, about throwing out bigger numbers because they might have to double pay if things don't check out.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, Elizabeth, I want to first jump on here and talk a little bit about sheet tracking. One of the things I love about the Sheet Tracking Foundation is we are bringing on quality people like Elizabeth Long, who's dropping all of this valuable information to help empower and equip you to do the things that you want to do. Our goal is to help you to thrive in the industry and bringing on great guests. So if you are not a part of the Sheet Tracking Foundation, I encourage you to join and is to sign up so you don't miss out on all these opportunities. Sheet Tracking has a Facebook group, and Join Life OTR also has a Facebook group. So join in both of these communities so you can get exposure and get to learn and thrive in the industry from people like Elizabeth. So Elizabeth, I want to thank you for sharing all those things. So I think you dropped so much great information. One of the things too I want to share, my show is Enjoying Life OTR, so I can't have you take off on me and not tell me a little bit about what it was like team driving with your husband. So tell me a little bit about that. And I know you guys really took advantage of the opportunity to travel, and many of us don't ever get out of the truck. I mean, I do. I care a lot about that. But yes, you've done some great adventures. We have just a few more minutes before we have to shut up the show. But could you just tell us a little bit about how you and Kenny team drive, how you made it take advantage of the opportunity to travel while you guys were out there?
Oh, definitely. Kenny and I had such a great time going over the road together. And I think really, because I came into this as I'd never been a company driver, so I'd never had that experience. But I thought, man, I always loved to travel. And I thought, this is a way for us to get paid to travel and see the country.
Right.
And so, we started doing that in 2012. And when we started out, I think we had inflatable stand-up paddle boards on the truck with us and bicycles. And so we were like well equipped to go do, anything, any kind of adventure. I had hammocks on the top bunk, and, we were set. So, a couple of the things that we've done that have just been spectacular is, we've been to Niagara Falls, and I found a casino that we could park that was close to the falls. We could park at the casino and we walked to the falls and went exploring there. We went to downtown St. Louis one time, and, we've never been afraid to just get out and go and walk. And so I found this little truck stop. It was kind of close to downtown, but I think it was, 5 miles from downtown. And we said, all right, well, we're going to walk it. We did it. And so we walked into downtown and explored all day. And I think we did 15 miles that day, but we had a great time. We went to this, we went to like the city museum, which was this like jungle gym type thing for adults, and played all day there. We had, I guess, one of our longest trips that we did, which was really neat, is we went out to the state of Oregon. We were kind of near Portland. I don't remember exactly which truck stop it was. I think it was TA Portland South, probably. And so it wasn't anything special. But I looked at the hotels in the area, and all the hotels were about $200 a night. And I said, that's kind of expensive. We have a perfectly good truck right here. And so we slept in the truck, and we showered at the truck stop every day. And then we spent our money on a rental car and went exploring and had great dinners out. And I think we were honestly there for about a week, maybe even 10 days. But we did a lot of hiking up there and just, really enjoyed some downtime after we delivered our load up there. And, it's pretty awesome that we can have everything we need in the truck with us. We have all of our clothes, we have food, we can cook, it's comfortable. And so as long as you're there at a truck stop and you can take a shower, you could stay there indefinitely and kind of go explore. And I don't know, there's so many neat opportunities. And to think it would have cost us, $1,400 a night, or $1,400 for that week, if we were there in hotels, and we got to just stay there for free. So that was pretty neat. We've gone and seen the Grand Canyon, which I don't know that this was entirely okay for us to do, but we were going. So I don't necessarily recommend this. You could do this at your own risk. But we were going past the Grand Canyon at night. And I said, well, when are we going to be out here again? We were ahead of schedule on our load because we'd already done some team driving, and this was a solo load. And I said, all right, well, I'm going to pull into where the tour buses were. There was no one there to stop me. And I said, I'm going to park there. And we watched the sun come up over the Grand Canyon in the morning. And it was really neat. It was so cool. So
I love that when you said too that you were team driving, but you would take a load that was booked for they had the time frame of a solo driver, and y'all took it as a team load, and then you freed up some time to have a little extra cushion because you guys were driving around the clock to get it, so you freed up some time in the weekend or whenever.
Yeah, that was definitely something that we worked on doing. Is just, hey, let's team where we can, so that way we can have some downtime where we want it. And that was also, it was a slightly different market there in 2012. But I also really enjoyed, I'd look at the load board and I'd see, well, where do we want to go? And sometimes book loads to take us to areas that we'd never been to before.
Yes.
And so sometimes, it might not be the best paying load, but maybe it takes you to some place that you've never been before. And if you think about, well, I could buy a plane ticket and rent a hotel and do all these other things, or maybe I take a load there and take a couple of days off and explore and, I have my fuel covered and have a place to stay. So
great. I think that's even great for company drivers to do that. Team, the company driver just runs them around the clock, and it's understandable. But I think even a way that they could work with their dispatcher and go, okay, we need to have a little downtime. Just book a load that's a single load. We're going to run it fast, so we have free up a little bit of time, so we could, have some beach time. So communicating those desires to, and Grant, you're not going to do that every time. Team drivers, they're going to company driver, they're going to run them. They want to keep those wheels going. So anyway, that's great. I appreciate you, Elizabeth. I want to take just a minute before we wrap up, and I want to thank our sponsors, because we have so many great sponsors in She Trucking, and they allow us to be able to do the things that we do. They're supporting the things that we passionate about, and equipping, empowering people to come into the industry and really thrive in the freight transportation industry. So GLCS, this is a fabulous company that helps trucking and logistics companies achieve their growth by taking their overcoming their technology challenges. So doing so much for the industry. So if you're a trucking or logistics company, please check them out. So many great resources available, and really helping companies to thrive. Another one is True TMS. My Guardian Doc. I really love both of these companies. The True TMS is a transportation management system that's actually designed from the ground up with the small carrier in mind. So if you have a small fleet, one or two trucks or a handful of trucks, this is a great company for you to check out. They have a free trial that you can check out. So that's a great opportunity to give them out just to play around and see all the tools that they provide. But they are designed for the smaller fleet. The other sponsor I want to mention is My Guardian Doc. For drivers, we're on the road and, I've been sick this last couple weeks and I thought, I can't get to my doctor, but My Guardian Doc, they have a small monthly subscription and you're able to have a virtual counselor with a doctor. They're able to diagnose and write prescriptions for you while you're on the road, or maybe you're a broker or dispatcher and you're in an office and you don't have time to get into the doctor. So this is a great opportunity for somebody at a very low monthly cost to be able to get medical care while we're on the road. It really fits the lifestyle of a trucker. I mean, it's so brilliant, really. So grateful for these sponsors that help us to continue to do the things that we do. Legal Shields is another one of our sponsors I really like. Sometimes in trucking, we come up with against challenges and, we wish we had an attorney. They offer a small monthly fee, and then you have access to a legal attorney that can look at contracts or help you fight a ticket that you got on your CDL. And I mean, so much more. So even if you want to do a will or, they have so many resources. So check them out too. Legal Shield is a wonderful sponsor offering great products that are really helpful for our community. So I want to give them a shout out. And Elizabeth, I just have to say thank you so much. I could have you on again. I think I could talk with you for another hour because you have so much wisdom. And maybe next time we'll get Kenny on here too, because you guys just have just so much that we could take away and learn. I thank you for taking the time to do this because
absolutely. I really enjoyed it, and I do hope you have me back on here. I would love to do that.
Yeah, so grateful for you, and you guys check it out. You guys be sharing this out with other people, and because Elizabeth dropped some great gems here. Whether you're a carrier, a company driver, or you're thinking about starting a brokerage. So she's got some great information, and we're so grateful that you came on. Well, thanks everybody for tuning in. Our show is Enjoying Life OTR, so we always want to hear about the ways that you are enjoying life on the road, and I think that comes with work-life balance. So you've given us some great information that'll help us continue to thrive in our business. And I love your stories about how y'all travel and take advantage of the opportunities. So thanks so much for coming on. Elizabeth, and your link is on the show, patriotstartrucks.com. Is that the brokerage website?
That's actually for both. But you can find us on there. We're also on Facebook, Patriot Star, and feel free to reach out. And I always love to connect with great carriers and build relationships. And, I hope that, when I work with carriers, I want to see them grow their business with me so that way we can both continue to be successful and make money together. So
yeah, I love that you're into partnerships, and you're such a blessing. And I'm just so grateful to have met you and get to work with you and Kenny regularly. So it's so great. You guys be sure to check out all of the ways that you can find Chic Trucking and Enjoying Life OTR. We're all over social media. We're on LinkedIn, we're at YouTube, Facebook groups, Facebook Lives all the time. We're on Instagram. So many ways for you to connect with us, and we look forward to seeing y'all next time. Thanks again, Elizabeth. I sure appreciate you. Thanks for coming on the show.
Thank you, Cindy.
Have a good evening.
Greetings. My name is Jamal Brown, and I am happy, humbled, and excited to be here with you today. I won't be long, but I will be strong. I come to you from the Los Angeles area of Southern California. This is where I was born, but was born in a smaller town, smaller part of the Los Angeles County area, far away from the Hollywood sign, far away from Disneyland, in the least economically stable area of California, Los Angeles County in particular. There's mobile home parks. And in fact, my first memories in life were growing up in a mobile home park. Despite my parents' socioeconomic status, despite their meager funds, they always valued education. And they thought that by putting my brother and myself into a private school was the best way to insulate us from life's ills. And so they always allocated their funds so that we went to a private school in the neighboring city on the other side of town in that neighboring city. There, as you could imagine, perhaps, the students there did not look like me, did not walk like me, did not talk like me. They were primarily, Caucasian kids. I didn't know what that meant in terms of being different until one day, I think it was the fourth grade, the teacher gave us an assignment. She said, go home, find out 5 things you want to do, come back and share with the class. So like a good student, I went home and diligently began working on my assignment. I looked inside my family. I looked inside the family of some of my friends. Of course, the news and TV was on, and I got right to my assignment. The following morning, I was the third person in line as we had to come up to the front of the class, stand on the X, and share with the class our list. Again, being third in line, I got to hear some of the other people's lists. There was a young boy who went first. His list, from what I can recall of it, he wanted to be an astronaut, a firefighter, a policeman, some noble things. The young lady in front of me, the only thing I remember from her list is that she said she wanted to be a podiatrist. It took me about 20 years to figure out what a podiatrist was. Podiatrist, for those who don't know, it's a foot doctor. Certainly that young lady, her mother did her homework. Finally, it was my turn. Made sure I was looking good, stepped up, stood on the X, with my shoulders back, loudly and proudly proclaimed, my name is Jamal Brown. I'm either going to be an athlete, a drug dealer, a gang member, or entertainer. That's right, my list: athlete, drug dealer, gang member, entertainer. The teacher walked me slowly to my desk, patted me on the head, and let me know that a parent-teacher conference would be taking place that night. I didn't know exactly what took place in that parent-teacher conference. I just know both my mother came out with tears and the teacher came out with tears. Throughout my life, I put varying levels of energy into each one of those things. I'll tell you about a few of my adventures. First, I thought about being a gang member. Certainly gang members were respected members of the community, so I thought. But it wasn't too long before I began thinking, when gang members aren't out there committing murder and mayhem, what exactly are gang members doing? There's no gang member stock options, no retirement plan, no 401k. So I didn't really know what gang members did. And, I certainly didn't think there was too much of a future in becoming a gang member. Plus, my father had been shot. So I've had a pretty good secondhand view of what a bullet could do to flesh. So thankfully, it wasn't too long before I scratched becoming a gang member off my list. Next up, I thought about becoming a drug dealer. That's right. I was so convinced I was going to be a drug dealer because there was a drug dealer on my street. The statute of limitations are up. This was a long time ago. So I'll tell you his name. His name was Dwight. Dwight lived on my street. He had the nice car, the booming sound system. He had the attention of the ladies. And most importantly, Dwight used to give me candy. And so I thought certainly becoming a drug dealer was not that bad of a gig. Again, I was so convinced that of my career aspirations that one day I actually decided to tell my mother of my plans for my future. I'll never forget. It was a Sunday morning. Mom was in the kitchen washing dishes before church, handful of palm olive soap. We all know the green bottle, washing dishes. I sat down at the bar stool in front of her, said, Mom, I figured out what I want to do. Matching my energy, says, what, baby, tell me. I said, I'm going to sell drugs. And I sort of dipped back, right? I dipped back because I thought that hand was going to come out the water and slap me in the next week. It didn't happen. She just kept her head down, kept washing those dishes. She was washing dishes for about a minute, but that minute felt like a year. Then eventually she says, baby, I don't think that's going to work out too well for you. I said, why not? She says, well, after I beat you, after I beat you, I'm going to call the cops on you and you're going to go to jail. So grand opening, grand closing. My whole drug career lasted those 3 short minutes, 3 or 4 minutes. I didn't sell anything. From that point forward, I dedicated my life to the game of basketball. I played basketball night and day, day and night. Played so much basketball, I wasn't known as Jamal Brown, but Jamal the basketball player. Finally convinced my parents in the 9th grade to allow me to switch schools from a private school to a public school for the first time. I certainly thought that becoming captain of the team would be my ticket to fame and fortune and notoriety. And so I made it my goal. I played hard, practiced well, and achieved that goal of becoming the captain of the team. One day I wasn't feeling too well. That same loving mother took me to the doctor after practice. They ran a whole host of tests, ears, nose, eyes, everything head to toe. And finally, the doctor said, Mr. Brown, you have apical hypertrophic myocardiopathy. Said, could you say that in English, please? Said, you have apical hypertrophic myocardiopathy. The tip of your heart, Mr. Brown, is about 2 times thicker than it should be. I sort of laughed it off, said, maybe that's why I'm so good. Says, no laughing matter, son. I said, well, we have a game against our rival next week and, we'll figure something out after that. He said, no, you actually have a heart surgery next week. So as a 14-year-old freshman, I went from a basketball court to an operating table. As you can imagine, that was a tough pill to swallow. It was surgery day. I don't remember much of it. I just remember waking up, room full of doctors, nurses, family members lined the room as I woke up. First words out of my mouth were, when can I play basketball again? Everyone was slow to speak. Finally, the lead surgeon spoke up and said, Mr. Brown, the surgery didn't quite go as expected. There's no additional surgeries. There's no medication, nothing we can do to fix the problem that you have. And I will never sign the waiver for you to play sports again. As you can imagine, that'd be a tough pill to swallow for anyone at any age, but certainly this young boy who at the time hadn't updated my list, athlete, drug dealer, gang member, entertainer, that's all still I saw the people around me doing. That's all still what I thought Black people did. That's all I felt I could aspire to. I was dejected, I was depressed, but eventually I realized I wasn't dead. And I realized that if you can look up, then certainly you can get up. And each and every day that the sun rises, you can go further from where you were to closer to where you want to be. However, I didn't have the skills, I didn't have the information, I didn't have the knowledge of anything else. Thankfully, what that time with no longer playing sports allowed me to do was to discover that Black history is world history. I was able to discover things about Egypt and the Nile and the pyramid builders and Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X, Harriet Tubman, and all these wonderful people. And something magic began to happen inside of me, right? A fire was lit inside of me. I began asking myself, what will be my legacy and how will the world know me? Inspired by these people that I discovered on these pages in world history, Black history, I discovered, again, I had something magic inside of me. I had greatness inside of me. And I began to ask myself, what will be my legacy and how will the world know me? Inspired by all that, I went on to become my high school's first ever African-American valedictorian. I was accepted to 8 universities and received about $50,000 in scholarships. And again, I must attribute those feats to the love and support of my mother and father, but also the love and support of my ancestors, the information that I received from knowing that people who look like me have done great things. And so I want to share a few slides with you to highlight some of the individuals, highlight some of the instances and the ideas that inspired me in history. And so I have titled here these brief words, Black history is world history. What we call Black history truly is the missing pages of world history. There's my contact information, Jamal at black365.us, black365.com, latinocalendar.com. You can find out more about me. We'll talk a little bit about that there in the future. As I mentioned, one of the first things that caught my eye, one of the first things that excited me about history was the civilization of ancient Egypt. So I was so excited. I went from reading about it to actually visiting. I was there in Egypt for 15 days, learning, discovering, seeing the greatness of our people and our lasting contributions to history. One of my favorite pictures, one of my favorite trips was to Mexico as well, right? I discovered that Black people, people who look like you and me, circumnavigated the globe, went around the globe far before there was a Christopher Columbus who thought he was going east, went west, and ran into this place and misnamed people and contributed all sort of negativity to the world. There were African people, Black people, who intentionally traveled around the world, leaving clues to their present, leaving clues to their success. We brought pyramid building to the Americas. We brought the number 0, all sort of great things, the domestication of animals to the Americas. And again, discovering and touching and feeling world history, Black history, again, truly has been an intangible and invaluable piece that I love to do. I was so inspired by what I discovered on this journey of self-discovery and discovery of Black history that for the past 13 years at this point, I've been producing a calendar that highlights an event in Black history every single day. My goal, my passion, my purpose for being on this planet, I've discovered, is to show and highlight the heroes and sheroes, Black women and men who have done great things. And we'll talk about that a little bit more shortly. And for my contributions, the Barack Obama White House provided me with this pretty rare award, Volunteer Service Award in the field of education. Because again, I've uncovered my gift to highlight in a special way Black history. And again, I've been recognized by the White House, the California State Senate, and a few other notable organizations. I always have to remind people that our motherland, the birthplace of humanity, is Africa. The few facts about Africa. Africa is a continent, not a country, whereas United States is one country with 50 states. The African continent is one continent with 54 countries inside of it. Africa is a very, very, very large place. About 20% of the Earth's land mass is Africa. Africa is naturally the wealthiest place on the planet. That's right. Some people are taken aback when I provide them with this fact. Say, hold on, when I turn on Discovery Channel, when I turn on CNN, I see nothing but despair and poverty. Well, there are systems that are being put into place that rob Africa. However, naturally, most of the world's gold, diamond, cobalt, coltan, the things that we need for our computers to work, the things that we need for our cell phones to work, the things that we need to make our economies work are indeed produced in Africa. Once again here, most of the world's gold, diamonds, platinum, cobalt, zinc, all these things that make the world go round come from our homeland. Again, just some facts. Africa's a very, very large place. As I mentioned, you can fit not one, not two, but 3 United States inside of Africa and still have room. We come from a place of significance. When I was in Egypt, this is one of my favorite pictures that I took. You might say, what is going on here? This is a pyramid that's older than the pyramids that you might be familiar with. They call this the bent. Shows human trial and error. They didn't quite get it right. They didn't have their mathematics right. They didn't have their scheme right, perhaps their teamwork, their collaboration right. However, diligence, however, resilience, however, problem solving, however, I didn't get it right today, but tomorrow offers me a better opportunity is personified. These are the things I see when I look at this picture here. Here's another example of our ancestors not getting it quite right. They call this pyramid the Black Pyramid. It still stands to this day. It's older than the pyramids that you're perhaps familiar with. Again, here is a different mode, a different a technique that they attempted that didn't quite get it right. So what I learned by the fact that they didn't tear these down over the years, it was that it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to be adventurous. It's okay to search and try and give an effort. You might not get it right the first time, but that resilience, that stick-to-itness, that determination that you have inside of us, that we all have inside of us, will perhaps one day allow us to produce something great. Here are some photos of those pyramid builders. I see froze, I see bald heads, right? I see brown skin. These indeed were African people. Here are some of the tools of their trades: squares, levels, and plumb lines. These are tools that are still used by master architects to this day. Here's another photo of those pyramid builders. Again, their skin looks like mine, their skin looks like yours. What we call Black history truly is world history. We're gonna go dive a little bit deeper. But as I mentioned, once teamwork is put into place, once collaboration is put into place, once we do things and fail and do things and fail, do things and fail and try again, you can create something that's timeless. This here is the largest pyramid there on the African continent, over 2.5 million blocks, average block being about 5 tons, 478 feet tall. the pyramid of Pharaoh Khufu. I have this photo in here just to let you know I was really there. I really took these photos, no Photoshop, no right click, save as. I was really, really there. But as I was saying, once hard work, determination, internal motivation takes place, you can create something that's timeless. These three pyramids stand here over 3,000 years old. People from all over the world flock to these pyramids and to try to discover who were these master masons, who were these master engineers, who were these master mathematicians. And again, Egypt is in Africa. It always has been and always will be. And the people who created these things were indeed Black people. And this is a beautiful personification, the zenith, the high point in history, showcasing that what we call Black history truly is world history. Forbes magazine a few years back wanted to discover who was the richest person ever in the history of the planet. Some postulated, some thought perhaps it was someone from the Rockefellers, someone from the Carnegies, someone from the Mellon family. But no, Forbes magazine put together their greatest statisticians, mathematicians, and they came to the conclusion. It's not my opinion. These are what the people at Forbes determined, that this Black man right here, by the name of Mansa Musa, was the richest person in world history. He came from Mali, West Africa. You may have heard of him. He became the Mansa, or the king, in the year 1312. And in 1324, he took a historic pilgrimage, or Hajj, to Mecca. And along his route from Timbuktu, which is in Mali, West Africa, to Mecca, he gave away so much gold, they say that he devalued the price of gold for nearly a decade. Let me say that one more time. He gave away so much gold, so much of his wealth, and still has a bunch of reserve, that he devalued, disrupted the world economic system in every part that he visited for about a decade. Africa is the wealthiest continent on the planet. Our people are rich people in spirit and in resources and in our abilities, for sure. This is an image, an artist rendering of Mansa Musa, the most wealthiest person to ever live. What we call Black history truly is world history. He's outstanding. But let me tell you really, really fast about his brother. His brother's name was Abu Bakari. And the way that Mansa Musa became king of Mali, West Africa, is that his brother hopped on some ships that he had created and sailed to the Americas between the years 1310 and 1311. He actually sailed again in 1311, but sailed 2,000 ships to the Americas. Again, an example of an African or Black explorer, a Black seafaring person. What we call Black history truly is world history. You cannot, in my opinion, have a Black history presentation that is of any value, of any goodness, without mentioning this man, the right, excellent, Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Marcus Garvey had an organization, not just any organization, the largest Black organization ever in the history of this planet. Over 7 million members, over 1 million paid members. He had one simple theme. If you're Black, then you're African. If you're Black, it's important that we unify, we contribute our time, our talents, and our resources towards the upliftment of our people. And for that reason, Marcus Garvey will always, always, always be an honorable person, worthy of distinction, worthy of credit, and worthy of being mentioned. He gave us his flag, our red, black, and green. He said red, in essence, is the blood of our ancestors, those who lived, struggled, and died to allow us to be who we are and what we are today. The black is symbolic of the people that live here and now, who must understand it's not only our right, but our responsibility to make sure that those who went before us did not die in vain. The green, he said, is to remind us of the mother of all of us, that being Mother Africa, and also to remind us of the rewards of our efforts. Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey put together something called Black Cross Nurses. That's right. Did you know we had full legions, full numbers of Black nurses and doctors? Marcus Garvey led that movement. He was friends with this woman right here, Sarah Breedlove, AKA Madam C.J. Walker, the first well-known woman millionaire, self-made woman millionaire. She had a line of beauty products. She knew that Black women worked from can't see in the morning to can't see at night, and oftentimes developed scalp irritations and scalp diseases. She put together a number of salves and ointments in order to treat Black women's hair naturally. And she became, again, the first well-known self-made woman millionaire. She was friends with Marcus Garvey, and oftentimes when Marcus Garvey would meet with international and worldwide leaders, she would lend her home that was built in New York by the first African-American architect in the state of New York. Beautiful home. She would lend her home to Marcus Garvey to have meetings and show that there was support for his movement. She made thousands of Walker agents very, very wealthy as well. Again, using time, talent, and resources for the betterment of our people. Black history is world history. A few more photos of some of those lovely ladies, some of those lovely sisters who had immense amounts of wealth through the collaboration of Black women with Madam C.J. Walker. Lewis Latimer, a name that is a personification, a name that showcases greatly that Black history is world history. We know the name of Thomas Edison. Thomas Edison created a light bulb, right? Yes, that is true. However, Thomas Edison's light bulb wouldn't last more than about 12 and a half hours. Imagine having to change your light bulb about every day. That would be woefully inefficient and expensive. So when Thomas Edison couldn't figure out exactly the calculations in order to make a light bulb work, he put together a small team of inventors. Lewis Latimer was the youngest and only African-American to be a part of this team. And it was his contributions that give us the lights that power our homes to this day. He has the patent for the carbon light filament inside of the light bulb. If you don't believe me, here you are. Here his name is featured on the USPTO, US Patent and Trade Office patent for the carbon light filament there, September 13th, 1881. He had a number of other inventions as well, the parts that stabilize the light bulb as well. And also he has an invention, a patent for the toilets on trains. What they did on trains prior to his invention, I don't want to know, but I'm thankful that Black history is world history. I'm thankful that our contributions not only help Black people, but help the world. I'm thankful for our brother, Lewis Latimer. Charles Brooks, we interact with his excellence virtually every day as well. He discovered that neighborhoods all across this country were filled with trash. And so he created the street sweeper. That's right, the big truck with the big brush that sweeps the trash. Perhaps your parents get a ticket for parking on the wrong side of the street. He didn't come up with the ticketing part, but he came up with the device that makes our homes, our neighborhoods more beautiful. He also came up with the hole punch as well. What we call Black history truly is world history. What we call Black excellence truly is an essence and energy, efforts that make the world a better place. This man, Richard Spikes, I've never been able to find a photo of him, but this is just a small list of his inventions that have impacted the entire globe. The automobile directional signal, you know, the little tick, 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 the light that shows what direction you're going, the automatic gear shift. So if you aren't coordinated like me enough to drive a manual shift car, the stick shift was created by this brother. Horizontal swinging barber chair, what we call Black history, things that we interact with on a daily basis were contributed by people who look like me. Each and every one of us has inside of us the energy, the essence, a gift to make the world a better place. It's not only our right, but our responsibility that we discover that gift, unpack that gift, perfect that gift, and present it to the world. What we call Black history truly is world history. This man right here gave us the stoplight, Garrett A. Morgan, the red, yellow, green stoplight, as well as the gas mask. What we call Black history truly, truly, truly is the missing pages of world history. I cannot say that enough times. We all have in us the ability to create Black history as well. I want to give you a few of my closing thoughts. Remember that you come from pyramid builders. Discover, unwrap, present your gift to the world. And most importantly, let me go back to that last slide really fast here. These are some things that I've mentioned throughout the presentation, but I just wanted us to have a moment to reflect on them. Remember that you come from pyramid builders. Discover, unwrap, and present your gifts to the world. And this last one, know that every cell in your body eavesdrops on your mind. Let me say that one more time slowly. Know that every cell in your body eavesdrops on your mind. This important, this jewel, Jamal Jewel, certainly is important. That negative self-talk, that negative talk that comes from our peers, the imposter syndrome that we sometimes feel that we don't belong in certain places, we don't belong in certain grades, and certain people, they are the people that are worthy of these good grades and this sort of lifestyle. No, We come from kings and queens. We come from Mother Africa. From the dawn of time, people who look like you, people who look like me, have made the world a better place. Our contributions are what makes this world go round. When we have negative thoughts about ourselves, when we have negative thoughts about what we are able to accomplish, we are disrespecting our ancestors. We are disrespecting those who had a tougher road to hoe. We are disrespecting those who contributed their greatness by saying that we don't have in us the same level or even greater greatness inside of us. So it's important that we eliminate immediately those thoughts of negativity, those thoughts of lack, those thoughts of we aren't capable enough. Know that every cell in your body eavesdrops on your mind. So have positive thoughts, have positive affirmations. I am love, I am power, I am joy, I am health, I am wealth, I am stress-free, I am greatness. I will impact this planet for the good. These are positive words, these powerful punchlines that we must provide to ourselves each and every day, each and every dark moment of our lives. I am love, I am peace, I am power, I am joy, I am health, I am wealth, I am stress-free. I have inside of me everything that I need in order to receive everything that I want. We must use our time, our talents, and our resources once again for the betterment of our people. Understand that each and every day you wake up, you're not only representing yourself, you're representing Big Mama and them, those who lived, struggled, and died in your family for you to be who you are and what you are today. We represent those in the human rights struggle, the civil rights struggle, Reconstruction, Black Code era, those who laid down their life for us, those who were enslaved on those ships, on those plantations. We represent them, our ancestors who were never enslaved on the continent. Again, those pyramid builders, those who made great and mighty civilizations. We represent them as well. We must honor them as well. We must represent our children and our future children. We must represent 7 generations ahead of us. Know that when we use our time, our talents, and our resources for good, all of these souls, all these individuals walk with us, and we must honor them again as we move forward throughout our daily lives. Wrapping up here, again, my contribution, my gift to humanity, to my people is this calendar here. You can find it at black365.com. It's the a calendar that's in its 13th year. It highlights an event in Black history every single day. When I say every day, I truly mean every single day. You can find an individual, an instance, an idea, an invention, something that someone who looks like you and me contributed positively to the globe each and every day. I sell thousands of these calendars across the globe. Organizations can use them as fundraisers. Organizations buy them in bulk to increase their diversity, equity, and inclusion plans. And it's truly something that I'm happy and I'm honored to be able to bring to the community. Here are some more things I produce. There's a book, A to Z Character Traits in Me, Words of Wisdom for Living Your Best Life. It's a book that teaches about character traits and showcases people who look like you and me, who have demonstrated excellence and demonstrated the character traits that are ascribed to them. And there's 4 packs of cards: the Conscious Quotations Edition, African Americans A to Z, the African American Athletes Edition, and my favorite pack, a fan favorite pack, the 4th edition, the green one there, Black History Cards Edition 4, African Americans in Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, and Math. All of these can be bought individually. All of them can be bought as a bundle for some savings as well. Again, black365.com. I'm proud to announce in our 13th year in business, we have now launched apparel. The apparel, the leading piece of apparel that's been selling the greatest is the title of this presentation: Black History is World History. Check it out at black365.com. Also, I'm happy to announce that I'm part of a team that creates the world's first and only 365 days of Hispanic heritage calendar. You can find that at latinocalendar.com, latinocalendar.com, also at Black365 as well. But again, this is the world's first and only 365 days of Hispanic heritage calendar as well. Once again, I'm happy, I'm humbled, I'm honored to be before you. Here again is my contact information: black365.u, Jamal at black365.us, black365.com, latinocalendar.com, and there are my social media handles. Again, I truly am grateful. I truly am thankful for the organizers of this beautiful event for thinking of me and allowing me to be here with you today. I hope I said something that will inspire you, uplift you, and encourage you. Again, thank you for your time. Jamal Brown.
a minute to go live. I hope everybody's doing good. Happy Thursday, everybody. Thursday after Thanksgiving. I didn't see you guys last week. It's great seeing you this week. Hope everybody had a wonderful holiday. Remembered all the things that you have to be grateful and thankful for. And as we go into what is going to be our last month of the year, that's hard to believe, December 1st already. But we're there. And hey, we are approaching, like I said, the end of the year and an opportunity to go out powerful and determined to make the next year even better than what we may have seen this year. So, as I promised some months back, I am going to continue to give you some ammunition to have you start the year on fire. That's my goal. And so we're steadily talking about reinvention. And some weeks back, I thought about kind of a recurring theme, recurring things that I have been hearing and seeing and even feeling myself. And this word just kept sticking out to me. And that word is exodus. So many of us need to flee. So many of us need a way out of so many of the things that have been holding us back mentally, physically, emotionally. It's all in mental, just personal development type things that we really need to focus in on. And it has really been a theme that has occurred so often and has really pressed into my spirit so much that it prompted me to launch an entire podcast series that's going to be entitled Exodus. It is time to break free. And I know that seems like a strange theme for the Christmas season, right? Or for the end of the year. But there are so many of us that need to do just that. It's time to break free from some of these strongholds, from some of these things that have been holding us hostage, keeping us in a box, keeping us from thinking outside of the box and knowing some of the things that we can expand on to be greater, to be more powerful, to be healthier, to be better in a better mental place. So for that reason, I decided to launch Exodus, and I'll tell you some more about that in just a second. But tonight, again, we're talking about it's time to break free. And it is. It's time to break free of those things that we talk about so often that truly do hold us back. And all of this that I'm talking about tonight is as we gear up for this Exodus podcast. So first of all, before I go any further, I will say that podcast series is going to happen the week of December 9th. So stay tuned because I have some powerful reinforcement coming in during the first 3 days of that week to really focus in on this Exodus and to help us to break free. Because it's time, y'all. It's time. So there's some things that we have to understand. I'm talking about breaking free. Breaking free of what? And one word comes to mind when I think about that: chains. You know, many of us feel so trapped in life, and we feel trapped in a life that doesn't really feel entirely our own. And I talk about that all the time because we're so focused on perhaps doing things for others or doing just what we need to do to get by, right? Just what we need to survive, whether it may be a job that drains us or relationships that don't fulfill us or, habits that keep us from being our best, that keep us from growing. We all know the feeling of just being stuck. And being stuck is not a pretty place or a pretty feeling or a good thing to feel, right? You know, I can recall so many instances in life where I was just stuck. Yeah, one of them did deal with career and trying to figure out, I know right out of college it was my major is this, but I'm not doing anything in my major. I'm starting to feel my way. And in feeling my way to find the career that I really wanted to, there were so many instances where I was stuck that I really felt as though there was no way for me to be pulled out. And if you don't watch it when you get to that point, you will just kind of acquiesce and just feel as though I'm here. Let me just stay here. You don't really want to find out what else is out there that may be outside of this block that you put yourself in. And being stuck, it's a vicious cycle. You often try to get unstuck and only end up sticking yourself in further, right? If you don't do the right things to focus on all of the elements that go into you being in this stuck place. So I know what it feels like to be stuck. And trust me, there are times, even though I know that there are methods and there are things that I've helped people to coach through and to go through and things that I've studied that will help you to become unstuck. That doesn't necessarily mean that you always remember to do those things for yourself, right? I'm preaching to myself now because I don't always remember to do those things that will get me unstuck. And if you're anything like me and you need a refresher, just hang in there with me because we have the cavalry on the way and we're going to work on getting past those points of being in that quicksand that we have in many instances feel as though it's supposed to be our permanent home. Well, I'm here to tell you tonight, quicksand is not your domicile. It's not your place to live. All right. So even though we feel stuck, I want to give you some hope. All right. For those of you who just feel like you're never going to move past where you are, you're never going to be in that job that you really want. You're never going to have that relationship, that house. The finances aren't ever going to be right. A huge part of us moving from the stuck place and actually getting to some of those things that we want is making sure that we have the right mindset. So imagine if you could just step out of those shadows, the shadows of all of the things that seem to be haunting you, those things that you really want to get past, those things that you really want to put behind you. Those are the things that you are able to do if you really focus in on where I'm talking about breaking free from, and that's breaking free mind, body, and spirit. So first of all, let's talk about the power, all right, of breaking free. I already talked about, being stuck and feeling like you're in chains. Well, now we're going to talk about the power of breaking free. Our minds, just like I said a few minutes ago, our minds can be our biggest prisons or our greatest liberators. It's up to us, depending on how we program our minds to work, right? On how we work on our minds so that we can break free from those things that seem to be kind of holding us down. And breaking free basically means one predominant thing, and that is getting rid of, squashing, eradicating those self-limiting beliefs and fears. You know, those things that kind of hang out on your shoulder. I have a girlfriend who says, they kind of sit on my earlobe and dangle on my earring so that they can get closest to my ear and just whisper all of those things of gloom and doom to me. I know I'm not the only one who goes through that. I can't see you, but I know that this resonates with a number of people. So getting rid of those, getting past that is really your first step in transforming to be what you want or to be where you want and to do what you want to do. So breaking free of those limiting beliefs are the first step in doing that. So not only are we talking about the importance of eradicating those self-limiting beliefs, that mindset, we're also talking about the importance of ensuring that our bodies, which are our homes that house everything, right? What we feel, what we think, what we can do, how we react, what it is that we're capable of moving on. Really, our bodies are that home that houses all of that stuff. So it's important to make sure that in addition to our mind, our bodies are straight too, because we can't break free from anything thinking we're going to break through mentally and not be able to break through physically. One feeds into the other. So it means that we have to really focus on not ignoring the signs that our bodies may be giving us, that we really aren't operating at our optimal level. And one way to make sure that we're tapping into our bodies is to ensure that whatever is not working properly, we find out what that is and then find the best means to correcting that. So breaking free means we have to focus on breaking the chains here, and we have to focus on whatever is constricting us and keeping us unhealthy in the rest of us. And all of this right here is your core for transformation. Your core, everything that you want to do, all the reinvention that you want to take place, you have got to have this core straight in order to do that. So those are the things that we're talking about when we're talking about Exodus and breaking free, making sure that we have our mind straight, making sure that we have our body straight, and making sure that our hearts are straight. What are we harboring? What is it that we're harboring that is really hindering us? Past failures that are hindering us. What about disappointments in people? Disappointments in things that we really, really knew were going to be our breakthroughs and just didn't make it. Disappointment in investments that we've made. Disappointments in just any area of life, period. How many of us are harboring ill will because of some of these disappointments, because of people who have disappointed us? How many of us have disappointed ourselves and we are not extending ourselves the grace that's needed so that we know that it's okay if we mess up, we have an opportunity to do things over again. The grace that's needed so that we can learn from those mistakes and reinvent and move into an area where we can definitely prosper. I always say embrace the journey. Embrace those things that you've gone through because they've all been there for a reason, right? If for nothing else than to tell us we don't need to go that way again. It's a lesson that we've learned and a valuable one that's going to help us to plow forward, to continue in the direction that we need to go. So we have to make sure that our bodies, our minds, and our soul is at the core of what we think, of course, what we believe, and who we are. It's our heart that really makes us the people that we are, and that really we need to tune into so that we can tap into what our purpose really is, what our passions really are. If we listen and focus in on those things, we'll be able to understand them. Make sure that we work on making sure that they're in alignment with what they need to be in alignment with, so that they can all work together to bring about the results that we want. When we align our lives with our soul's purpose, we don't just exist. I always talk about pursuing purpose and the power of pursuing that, and understanding that when you tie into that, you don't just exist. That is when you get that life that thrives, one in which you are not in a mediocre state, one in which you are not just treading water, all right, to keep yourselves above at breathing level, but one in which you're actually flourishing, blooming, and moving into what you want to be and where it is that you want to go. It's about finding out what makes us tick, what makes us happy, what makes us sing. There's an exercise that we do that talks about what is it that makes your heart sing. And we go through all of the things. When I say we, I mean when I work with my clients, we go through all the things that bring us joy. Because you know what? It's some of those things that definitely tie in, if not all of them, that really tie into our purpose and really tie into what we need to do and what we need to pursue to break free from the chains that are holding us. So, what we need to do to break free, we need to get our minds, we need to get our bodies, and we need to get our souls right. I've been doing conferences on reinvention and journey sharing, and there's been a recurring theme across all of them, and all of them have dealt with these three things that really need to get straight, that need to be healthy, and to get into alignment. So that is what we focus on. Those are the things you need to do. Get rid of the limiting beliefs. Ensure that you are working so that your body is operating in optimal shape, right? So that you can be supported, so that this body can support those things that you desire to do as you move through life. And also making sure that your soul is right, that you're tuning into your heart and your purpose, and your heart's in the right place, and you're not harboring things like unforgiveness, and you're not focusing on past failures, and making sure that in all you do that you're extending yourself grace. So Exodus, it's time to break free. Focus on those things just a bit. But I want you to really come back and join me in a couple of weeks when we do the Exodus series. I have Melissa Brown, who is known as the Soul Love Coach, who is my life coach and who has just helped me to navigate some really dangerous and tricky waters to be able to understand what soul ties mean, what wounds mean, what it is that you need to do to ensure that your soul is in the right place. You do not want to miss her as one of my podcast guests for Exodus. Another guest, Dr. Tabitha Russell, who is the Millionaire Mindset Mogul. She's going to get our minds right. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. Melissa also talks deeply about making sure that our mindset is straight. But Dr. Tabitha is going to deal with us on how we think about our finances, because it's time for us to break free of what we think we can't do because of what we see as limiting finances, or where things may not be where we want them right now. There is a whole methodology and a whole science behind getting your mind mentally straight and getting that financial mindset that you need to be that millionaire mogul that you really can be. She's going to be with us and talk to us about our mindset around money, plus some other things. And then I have Dr. Michelle Johnson, who talks about how food is our real medicine. She puts biblical principles behind it. She is a doctor, a bariatric doctor, who has studied this intensely and who brings such knowledge and expertise to this field. And you would be amazed at how we can heal our bodies by what it is that we put in them, and how it is that we look at our diet, how it is we look at our bodies, and what it is we feed to our bodies. So again, Exodus, y'all, it's time to break free. And I'm helping. The month of December, in 2 weeks, you want to be here for the podcast. It's going to be broadcasting live via Thought for Thursday, Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and I'll finish things off on Thursday. So we have a 4-night series that I'm so excited about, and you don't want to miss it. It will be 8 o'clock each night. And watch out for my social media. And if you're on my mailing list, and if not, you want to get on my mailing list. So make sure that you DM me so I can get you on there, so that you will have the inside scoop on and get it first to find out exactly how these lineups are coming. All right. So it took a little longer, but I really focused in on a topic that has been near and dear to me, and something that's been resonating for a few weeks now. It is time for us to break free. Exodus, it's time to break the chains. Let's focus on doing that as we break into what it is that we want to do, where it is that we want to be, when we start 2024. All right? That's it, guys. Thanks so much for tuning in. It looks like my internet connection even held up tonight. Thank God. I've been having real trouble with that. But listen, I want you all to go out and be boldly yourselves, because you are needed just the way you are. Your touch is needed to make a difference somewhere. Make a difference in your life. Make a difference in the lives of others. I want you to know that you are worthy of being happy, that you are worthy of good things happening to you. Somewhere along the line, life has really started to press on us, and many of us feel as though we're not even worthy of better. You're worthy of better because God says so. He made you fearfully and wonderfully to do awesome things. But that thumbprint that he gave you that's unique, that no one else has, that only you have, go out and touch something with it. Join me back here next week. And of course, definitely join me for Exodus in 3 weeks. I'm sorry, in 2 weeks, the week of December 9th. That's it. You guys have a great weekend. Get your R's in. Rest, restore, reinvigorate, relax, all those things. Make sure you make time for that. All right? Have a great one.
Monetize your business assets with Dr. Liddy. Dr. Liddy is a renowned world-class attorney. She has been featured in the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, USA Today, and the New York Law Journal for her work to protect small businesses and small investors. She presented a TEDx talk in London on what the original purpose of corporations was to do public good and what went wrong. Dr. Liddy has a BA from Columbia University, MBA from New York University, JD from Fordham University, and a PhD from University of Barcelona. Corporate executives hire Dr. Liddy to train employees to be more legally mindful in their employment transactions. The United Nations hired Dr. Liddy to instruct small to medium-sized enterprises across the globe on the laws that impact their businesses. Dr. Liddy has spoken at business, law, and tax conferences, from Amsterdam to Bogota, to Cape Town to Los Angeles to Paris to New York, to Barcelona to Miami to Warsaw to Costa Rica to Germany. Dr. Liddy designs legal structures and financial systems for entrepreneurs who are frustrated and disappointed that their business has not been as profitable and successful as they expected. By teaching entrepreneurs how to use the leverage of law, taxes, insurance, and estate planning, entrepreneurs can be 10 times more profitable and successful so that they can build wealth and create a legacy to pass on to their families.
I am so excited today to have the pleasure of spending some time with this amazing man. And some of you might know him. And this is Michael Nelms, and he is the CEO and owner of Keep Trucking Transportation. And one of the things I want you to know about Michael straight from the beginning is that he is a dad. He's a Howard man, whoop, whoop, whoop on that. And he does a lot of trucking and logistics services. Now, I don't know what that is. So I'm going to spend time talking to Michael about what is this logistics service thing he's got going on. But one of Michael's passions is mentorship, right? And he teaches his mentees how to really be successful in the trucking business. So as you guys know, I'm from New York City. I would see trucks go by. I'm like, whoa, where is this mega thing that's moving really fast down a New York City street going? So hopefully Michael can help us understand the business. And then I'm going to ask Michael, just so you guys always know, what's the legal hidden issues so we can avoid them in our own business. So Michael, welcome to the show, and tell me, how did you get started in trucking?
Oh, awesome. Thanks for having me. Again, I'm Mike Nelms, CEO of Keep Trucking Transportation. Of course, I'm a father first and foremost, Howard University graduate, dual degree, who specialize in leasing on both owners as well as owner operators in this trucking industry.
So how'd you get started in trucking? I mean, did you wake up one day and say, I'm going to be going to the trucking industry?
Absolutely not. So I was previously a owner of a medical firm, and we would handle medical billing and coding, accounts receivables. And I had a guy come to my office one day. He was interviewing for a position, and then we just kind of started talking off the record. And he said, "Hey, since you are a serial entrepreneur, have you ever thought about the trucking industry?" And I said, "Absolutely not." Right. And so he called me weeks later. He's like, "Hey, did you ever think about what I spoke on? I want to come to your office." So we sat down and we talked for a little bit. And after that conversation, believe it or not, I went out and bought a truck. I went out and bought a box truck. I knew nothing about I mean, I was so blown on how intricate it was, but I didn't realize that until after I bought this truck, and it sat in front of my my collection medical firm for about 2-3 months. And I says, okay, I got to figure out how to move this truck. It was a box truck, and so I kind of learned, the ins and outs, a little bit of the legal aspect of owning a trucking company, and then from there we kind of just learned how to grow that company. I figured if I could run a medical firm and I can grow that, then I same thing with trucking, and it did. It grew very fast.
So there were some transferable skills, and this is good for folks that are in one industry and want to get into another industry. So what were some of the skills that you had learned in the medical billing that you saw really work nicely within the trucking industry?
So contracts, that was first. I realized, you know what? When I first got into trucking, I didn't have those contracts in place, nor did I realize the value of them. And then hold on, let me take some of the verbiage from my medical firm and let me kind of relate that to trucking. Staffing. I knew that obviously the only way to grow a business, you got to have staff. You got to be able to have some solid man hours in place. So what I did was I transitioned my medical firm. I used that same staff and I taught them the trucking. So they would work half the day in medical to keep that business afloat. And then we started transitioning to trucking. So they would just work 4 hours here and then 4 hours on trucking. So that's how we right? Just using that business sense. And I figured if you can manage one company, they're all
manage another.
Right. The product, but the way that you deliver it is all the same. So I just kind of blend both companies.
So you did the, as we call them in the Caribbean, because everyone in the Caribbean is mixed, no matter what they say, no matter what they look like. We call that the melange, right? That's the mixing, right? That's going on. So you did the melange business mixing. I love that. So tell me, what has been some really cool things that have happened for you in the trucking business that you like, listen, guys, you got to get into this because.
Okay, so again, going back to the medical collections, there's only like 1 or 2 ways to kind of make money in most businesses, right? Especially when you have a product. But in trucking, we started to figure out different ways to make more money. So we were able to develop more streams of income and just different in trucking. So right now, I think we're up to like 8 different streams of income.
Whoa! You have 8? Okay, you're gonna have to share some of those. You can't be like, we've got 8 different streams of income, and I'm not gonna ask the question. Okay, share. Don't give all your secret sauce, but just 2 or 3.
So we let's see. Just recently, we established a rooftop mixer where we actually felt like it was a way for us to bring different people, different walks of life in trucking, and put them under one roof. And then we also coupled that with funding. So people had the ability to purchase these tickets, get on the rooftop, instead of paying for consultations with people like myself. I put a lot of us under one roof and everybody can kind of go and, like they always say, let me pick your brain. So, whatever that they asked, we were going to answer them right there at the rooftop. And so that was amazing because obviously the ticket sales and then the funding, we were able to funnel those ticket sales and funding back to leasing on to our company, which means that if you have a truck and trailer, and instead of running under your own motor carrier number or Department of Transportation number, you can then attach yourself or align yourself with our company and we'll run it for you. So it's just pretty much showing people the right way. Obviously, we have a mentorship program as well and consultation. So just kind of giving that educational piece and then that with, hey, this is how you buy a truck. This is the type of truck you should buy. And then we're going to run it for you. So I think that's kind of like the way I jumped into trucking, and I said the only business I want to have from here on out because there's always something changing.
Always something changes. So you like the spark that you feel when there's something new, right, to be done within the business. I love that. So for people that are thinking to themselves, right? That sounds good, Michael. But what are the things that you wish never happened, right, to you in the trucking business? Like, oh my God, if I could have avoided this, right? What are some of those?
Okay, so that's a gift and a curse, because the things that I wish I could avoid it, I was able to at some point figure out a solution and overcome it. And so now I sell those solutions, right? And that's how we were able to mentor people and to offer that mentorship. Contracts, again, that was probably one of the biggest flaws that I didn't realize. Drivers need contracts. The owners need contracts. If they're an owner operator who actually owns the equipment and drive it, there's a different type of contract. There's contracts people trying to lease on, and I know that's probably one of the biggest things that we have to overcome is what goes in this contract. How do we protect ourselves with this contract? I think that was probably one of the biggest things. Learning how to seek the right resources. If it's cheaper tires, or if it's an excellent mechanic, right? Or if it's creating those relationships with those brokers and customers so that we can get more freight and better rates. And of course, when we first started, we didn't have those resources, so we obviously didn't, but we do now, and so we're able to cultivate those relationships, and then people looking to lease on it.
Right. So you've mentioned contracts to me at least 3 times.
Right.
So as a business lawyer, we do contracts. What did you find was challenging, right, for you in the beginning, and may still be challenging now with regard to the contracts? What are the sticky, gooey parts that you've discovered that contract drafting, negotiating, or enforcing, right? What are the pearls that you've learned about the contracting process?
All right, well, first of all, the reason why I keep saying contracts because I know what you do. And I know what you do. So the fact that this expert added into the conversation. Just being fair, right? Because you know, lead with the big heart, so we want to make sure that we're always being fair. But in contracts, in truth, it's really to protect the business. And that I learned is that sometimes I don't want to put it in the contract. But then I look back at it and I say, well, if I had this in a contract 6, 7 years ago or 8 years ago, I would not have had to go through certain things. So we're able to use those contracts to be fair, but make sure we protect the company when it comes to the drivers. You know, how they exit the company. You know, if they return the truck in the same condition or not. Like, how are we compensated by the negligence of the driver? Right. And at the same time, how is the driver compensated and protected by our company? So just to learn that equal balance of being fair, but always having in mind that you got to protect yourself first.
Right. Right.
Part.
That's really important. I think most people go into contracting hoping and praying it's all going to work out. And I tell folks, let's assume it doesn't. Let's start right now, although it's our intention that it works, but let's draft it, right, that it doesn't work out. What do we do to disentangle ourselves nicely, fairly, but do the backslide in terms of, I love that you're thinking about it the way that you do.
Right. That was the hardest part. It's like, man, I'm protecting myself, but like, is it going to offend the person who's reading this contract? Right. And as the years went on, I said, well, it shouldn't offend them if they do the right thing. That's what the contract is in place. Is in case you don't do the right thing. So I always speak about that, but it does protect the company. So I know that there's a lot of people in trucking, specifically trucking, that has been around for a while, but they don't have any contracts. And exactly. And I know some who says, you know, I don't have any contracts for my drivers. And I'm like, you don't have any contracts, right? So and so it's so important that I realize more often than not, and you'd be surprised, but there's a lot of people in this industry that just don't have a contract.
So my super brain, you know, and super heart simultaneously are saying, I should get with Michael and let's do something for the folks that don't have contracts. And we're going to make it simple, straightforward. It's going to be helpful. You know, you and I think together on this contract issue, because my key in becoming a lawyer, most people know my story, is that people aren't always good to us.
Right.
So the contracts become a rise in its power when people are not good to us. If people are good to us, there's a reason to even look at it, but it's when they're not, and you never know people's end intention, as I say. The beginning intention is, oh, it's like dating, right? And then it's like the end intention. What does that look like? So let's talk, right? Go, soon about putting something together. Because I want our folks to be protected. I want them to feel comfortable. I want them to also understand that they have the power to write things, that they can create things with their pen. And we often don't realize that at all. So let's definitely talk offline about putting that together for for everyone, but specifically for those that are feeling that they're not heard, that they are not comfortable in the work that they're doing. Let's change that atmosphere for them. So let me ask you this. In the many, many years that you've been in this industry, what are some, I know contracts comes up, but what are some legal stuff that have come up that was not contract related? And how did you manage to deal with it?
Well, everybody's audited. I know when I first started,
oh yeah,
many moons ago, those audits came very fast, right? And they hit you hard. Of course, they're so detailed that if you don't know how to get around this audit or audit or what they're looking for, you will not pass it. Because post-pandemic, of course, everybody's so far behind. There's people that's been in this industry a year and hasn't had their audit. Usually it's like the first 90 days. And so I remember sitting down with the guy, and I've already had businesses, so my paperwork is squared and good to go. And he got there, and about 8 hours later, he was just writing. And he said, "Yeah, you're not doing this right. You're not doing that right." So,
did you say 8 hours later?
8 hours later, doing my first audit, and I'm sitting here like some of the stuff I didn't know what it was. I'm not gonna lie. So, yeah, first started, and it was kind of like on a whim, and that audit came so fast. I'm like, I didn't know half the stuff he was asking for, and so, but again, the gift and the curse is that I know now, and so we're able to teach it. We're able to teach it in our dispatch training classes that we have. We're able to teach it in our mentorship program, just to explain, the different federal filings. There's like 8 of them. Your IFTA, your IRP, your UCR, BOC3, and so we had to learn them and then learn how to apply for them. So, so I think that was kind of big too. Other than contracts, that was something that was so major, because a lot of people even now, they don't know all the federal filings, keep up with them. So we had to obviously hire a compliance team and just kind of let them deal with that paperwork. Just learning that, yeah, you can learn it, but in business, to me, it feels like it's always best to pay somebody who's an expert. Like, I can write a contract, but I know I can't write one as well as you can, right? So it's always best just to pay someone who specializes in that department. So I always tell everybody, when you get in the trucking industry, you should definitely hire a compliance team. It's not expensive.
Right.
That's going to help you with your contracts.
Yeah.
Kind of have that legal advice from. And those are the 2 things that I think a lot of people don't invest in. Oh, well, a few things.
Right. Right.
A lot of people don't invest in mentorship. I say it a lot, and I always tell people, because I provide mentorship and it's so important, I always say you don't have to take mentorship from me, but in this industry, you must take the mentorship program from someone who is experienced and skilled in it, because it's the easiest business to get into, and it's the easiest business to get kicked out of.
Wow.
It really is. You can start off getting a CDL for free. There's companies like Swift, I believe JB Hunt. You can start off dispatching, which doesn't cost much to start off dispatching. But if you don't have a mentor, it's going to be very difficult for you to stay afloat and or scale in this.
And I find, to your point, that most people don't look towards mentorship in any industry, to be honest with you. They think that they could read and learn, or they can ask a question here or there. But the truth of it is, people that do well, I mean, really do well, big business, right? Or big people, right? They have mentors. That's why they're doing so well.
And I always say that. I was just posting on, I believe, Instagram, and I was just saying, like, mentors have mentors. And if you have a mentor and they don't have a mentor, then you probably need to get you another one. It's important that, because there's always something to learn. It's always a challenge. It's always, and typically your mentor should be guiding you, teaching you, and then challenging you to get to the. So important to have one.
Right. And one of the things that I want to do with you and for the people that you're helping is to perhaps we can do together some, I call them legal shorts, right? Just 2-3 minutes. Hey, did you know? Let's do this. And that kind of as a trigger for them. Okay, let me pay attention to this because Michael said this, and then Dr. Liddy said, yeah, here's our legal short together. And I find I've been doing these for a couple of years, and I find that if you do, and I call it legal shorts, but if it's sort of a short reminder of did you know sort of thing, that it really helps people not just in their business but also in their lives. So you and I should get together and do some legal shorts in the trucking, just 2 or 3 minutes. Hey. And I think that'll help change for folks, not only that they stay in business, but that they're successful, right, in it as well. So I always ask folks, and I'll put it in the show notes. I just want you to think about it for now. Something that we can give those that are watching and those that are saying, oh, I like what Michael is saying, and how do I get a hold of Michael? In the show notes, I'm going to put your profile, your contact information. But if you could share with me what would be a good gift that people trying to enter or in the business would appreciate, what would that be?
When I first started doing a lot of Instagram, a lot of social media, I was on a podcast and I gave away free consultation. Now, let me pause.
Don't do that. No, don't do that. No.
Consultations, right? So a lot of times when I go to events and I speak, I always tell people, hey, if you get my DM and you got a few questions, go ahead and ask them, and I'll make sure that I respond myself. It's not quite a consultation. Those are usually $300 for every 30 minutes.
Right.
But if you got a couple quick questions, I will personally respond to that DM. And I think that's a good way to give back. And it's helpful because a lot of times people just need that 1 or 2 questions asked to make that decision if they're going to get into trucking or not.
Mm-hmm.
And then those questions, they may ask about dispatching, and I may tell them a little bit about how to get that trailer rental. We do that as well. We teach people how to buy trailers. We obviously provide the contract for them. We find the carriers for them. And it's just a way, it's like real estate. It's like real estate on wheels. It's an easy way to make that, earn that residual every month from that trailer rental. We can set it up for them.
Right. And do you help them with the insurance as well?
Yep, we explain to them what type of insurance they need. We got a couple of brokers that we do use. If it's just for the truck, for the trailer. Now the truck is a little bit more information that you need to get that rolling. We can help them with that as well.
Right. I really love what you've shared with the audience, and you and I hope we'll get together and really work on doing some integrative stuff that could really, really bring value. So if there was one thought you would want to leave with folks as we head out, what would be that one thought that you would like to share with everyone?
One thought, what people always ask me, how do I stay so motivated? Like my purpose, right? Like my purpose is my daughter, Madison Nelms. She's an excellent kid. And I realized that once she was born, my life changed, right? And so I had dedicated everything that I did to her, right? And even now. So you got to find that one purpose, like that why. Find your why and let that push you, because any business, I don't care what it is difficult. You're going to learn on the fly for the most part. There's going to be some wins and losses. Trucking is a very difficult industry to sustain without a mentor. But you're gonna have those days where you just don't feel like keep trucking, and you gotta find a reason. You gotta find a why, and just do it. Don't put off what you can accomplish today. Everybody say, well, I'm gonna. Take the I'm gonna out. Take the I'm gonna try, and just do it. Just invest in yourself. Invest in the education behind whatever business that you want to open. If it's trucking, find your mentor. Take you some classes. But just do it.
I love that. That's the best advice. It truly is. Just doing it. And Michael, I couldn't have said it better better than you in terms of doing it and finding a mentor. I think that's the crucial element that most people just don't realize that they need, because somehow we think we can do it ourselves or we know enough and blah, blah, blah. And it's just not true. So Michael, thank you. I want to have you back on the show. Right. And I hope you want to come back. Right. And then maybe your little daughter can come. That would be awesome. Women in trucking. Right. That'll be start them off young. Right. Into the trucking business. But I want to thank you so much. And we're going to connect soon. I'll connect with you because in the show notes, I want people to be able to be able to get a hold of you, all the stuff that you talked about. And you're just a superpower and amazing brother. And I thank you for spending the time with me today. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. It's Michael Finkley with The Michael Finkley Show.
And I'm Nicole with Conversations with Nicole. You can join me Wednesdays at 9 a.m. on all of my streaming platforms.
Well, Nikki, don't forget about The Michael Finkley Show, Mondays, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the CTR Media Network.
Join us.
It's finally here. My brand new single, Biggest Dream Come True. Now available on all streaming platforms.
Hey, check this out. Who that is? Right there. It's Michael Finkley. And this is his show. You know who I am? My name is D-Rock Ying from the Yin Yang Twins, America's Most Wanted. Download the album. Go to the website right now. Like,
On the next Michael Finkley, Arthur Lori Gentle stops by to talk about her latest book, Dear Jane, It's Not Me. Plus, Community Spotlight Series, all new Finkley, Monday.
There's a new familiar face this time. Say hello to the new daytime. See it everywhere you go, doing the greatest show. It's no other than the Michael Finkley Show. There is no other. He's like no other. I'm so glad that somebody resonates with me. I see the brain with me. It's only to
Everybody, welcome back to the Michael Finkley Show. Now, y'all, my next guest, she is an author, she's a speaker, she's an entrepreneur, and y'all, we get to talk about her amazing second book. All right, we're gonna dive into it. She is none other than Lori Gentles. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Good to see you, Michael.
Good to see you too. And big fan, we have something in common. She saw my pedal back there. I am in the presence of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated right here in front of me. Come on. I love it. I love when I get to meet another fellow individual and greet them. So thank you so much. So this book, right? Before we dive into this book, because I feel that it has so many different layers to it. When it comes down to the aspect of literacy, right? How did you find yourself in literacy, and what has it done for you all these many years?
Yeah, it's so great because, as a child, I was somewhat of a, they call them a square or a nerd. So books, I used to literally climb up on the roof of our home and be up there for hours just reading books. I would get lost in reading and books. So literature has always been a part of my life. And I would actually say that literature actually saved me. It saved me in a way because it was my escape, basically. Growing up in a large family and, there's a tension that has to be divided everywhere. And growing up in my day as a latchkey kid, you were basically left on your own. And so in the neighborhood that I grew up in, I could be out there hanging out in the streets and getting into trouble, or I can be on the top of my roof or in the backyard basically reading and escaping my reality. So that it started as a child and it has continued today, even as an adult. These 2 books that I have written were actually an escape for me as well. A purging, if you will. It was a purging for me with the hopes that it will help others find their true selves, because these are self-development books, very powerful self-help books to empower people and to get them back on the right track from whatever they left behind, their dreams, their goals, their wishes. A lot of that got buried, right? A lot of it gets buried based on life. And so I'm hoping to resurrect that through these powerful books.
I love the concept of self-help because I feel like we became even more woke, during COVID, of our mental state, and that goes along with it, right? So the more help, the better, right? And realizing who we are in this world that we live in. You said something that really got my attention. You said that this was kind of a release for you, right? In writing these your books for yourself. What did you learn about yourself in this process?
Well, I learned that I could write. So it's so funny. So I have my undergraduate degree is in communication, and I've always felt better being on stage and just communicating verbally. I am somewhat impatient, so I hated to write. Writing papers and things like that just took too long. I'm one of those persons, I could speak it faster than I can write it. So let me just speak it. But what I learned, 1 is that I could write. 2 is that, wow, I'm putting a lot of myself out there, that is private, if you will, or things that I would never have shared in the past when I had low self-esteem. So Dear Jane is about overcoming, low self-esteem. And so things that I would never in a million years share with anyone because they had a perspective of me, because that's what I was putting out there. I was trying to live this life and have people perceive me in a certain way that wasn't really the truth. And so in writing these books later in my life and career, it showed me how much I had grown and how much power I've been able to take back over time and share with others. So I think that was the biggest thing. It's like, my goodness, either I've gone crazy or I'm just putting it all out there. And I think it's the latter. I'm putting it all out there because I have lifted myself up through a lot of effort and work and doing the self-development work. And now I'm passing on how I was able to do that, saying things that people maybe want to say or that they think, but they're afraid to say it because they're living a certain persona. And there's a beauty that comes with, age, getting older as well. You just kind of establish a little bit more confidence. Like, I'm going to say this, and if people don't like it, well, it's not for them. If it lands and they receive it and apply it and marinate over it, then it is for them, and I've done my mission.
Oh, I love this because I feel that you're speaking into my life too. I really do, because your words I'm finding myself in your words. So who is the real Lori?
So yeah, thank you for that. So the real Lori, so I have to do a little bit of a backdrop. So I presented as an African-American woman growing up. I felt that I had to look a certain way, dress a certain way, act a certain way in order to achieve. That was the image of success, and that's what I needed to do. Well, I would do that. Again, communications major and first impressions, people make them within the first 20 seconds. And so I was living that, but going home and being sad and depressed and miserable and void, because my real self was not matching up with the fake self. And in the book, I talk about comes a point in time when the real you has to meet when the fake you meets the real you, and you get to make a decision. So the real me is now an extremely confident, thoughtful, provocative, adventurous, tell it like it is person that's spiritual, that it knows that I'm here really for a mission. Like everything that I do is an assignment. It is my specific divine assignment. And that's the race that I'm running. So I'm not running anyone else's race. Because when you do that, you know, if you're not a track star, you know, hurdle jumper or whatever, you try to run a hurdle jumper's race, you're going to fall, you're going to knock all the hurdles out. That's not your race, right? And so what is the race? So the real Lori is running the race that I believe was given to me divinely. And I believe my gift is, you know, it's all in these books. It's about uplifting, up-leveling. I've always wanted to give people an even playing field. And meaning that we all start at different places in our lives. But let me give you the tools, the techniques, the information that if you apply it, will make you a better person, will get you to where you want to go. And notice I say, if you apply it, because you've heard the saying that knowledge is power. And I just beg to differ. Knowledge is not power. Otherwise, we'd be all super geniuses with the amount of, with the amount of knowledge and information that we have. But you have to act upon that and apply it. And my books, both of them, really force the reader to take action. Or I just tell them, put the book down now. Like, you might not be ready. You might not be ready for this, and that's okay. But I'm telling you, reading this book, like reading a million gazillion other books, if you don't do anything with that information, you're going to be in the same spot.
Gotcha. Whoa, what a discovery, right? I feel that's the most important thing about life, is discovering who we are. And once we know whom we are, right, as an individual,
yeah,
you know, that shines through when people can see that, oh my gosh, that's you. That's you. Now that's you. Right? What I learned is that you describe Jane as a noun. Explain that to me.
Down the fast lane. Hey y'all, I'm artist Billy Stonecipher, and you're watching the Michael Finkley Show. Like a freight train down the fast lane, we're coming.
The next Michael Finkley, actress, social media influencer, and advocate Lolita Molina is with us. Talks about her journey as a paraplegic entertainer and community spotlight series with the founder of the Exit Strategy LLC, Ronald Richardson II, is with us. All new Finkley, Monday. Hello everybody, it's Finkley from the Finkley Experience. We're an educational consulting firm that specializes in first-generation education. So we assist students with their college and career endeavors. We train school administrators on the state of first-generation students. And also, we partner with colleges and universities to assist their first-generation population for easy transition from high school to college. So if you're looking for a presenter or speaker that presents on these topics and so much more, visit our website at thefinkleyexperience.com and learn about all that we do. We're looking forward to working with you.
Looking for some of the best soul food right here in Mullen, South Carolina? I promise you. Come on down to Garden Alley.
Our great salad's fabulous. Our water gate, our potato salad, our chicken is fresh. Macaroni and cheese is salted to perfection. I haven't found anything that's not great. Best one ever.
Banana pudding, cakes, pies. Yeah.
selection is huge. Jordan Alley is an awesome place to eat. I really love it. Come by and see the amazing staff at Garden Alley, downtown Mullins.
So let's just dive right into the second book, shall we? Dear Jane,
Okay.
it's not me saying goodbye to self-criticism and hello to self-love, courage, and confidence, right? What I learned is that you describe Jane as a noun. Explain that to me.
Yeah, so Jane is a gender neutral. You know, we're so used to like the Dear John letters, you know, saying kicking somebody to the curb. But so I did a spin on that, Dear Jane. But Jane actually stands for just additional negative energy. Just additional negative energy. It could be a person, a place, or thing. Going to a same place that's just negative for you. It's a negative vibe. It's a negative energy. It causes you to make bad decisions. Listening to the wrong people, okay, causes you, and that includes yourself, by the way, primarily yourself. FYI, yes, or something that just brings you down, limits you. So it is a noun. And Dear Jane, you're saying goodbye to those people, places, and things in your life that are weights on you. And then you're saying, you know, goodbye to self-criticism. And self-criticism, I do make the distinction between a critique of yourself, because I talk a lot about self-critique and self-reflection. As you know, self-critique as a form of reflection versus self-criticism, putting yourself down, you know, dogging yourself out. That's what you want to say goodbye to. And when you say goodbye to those things, you can then start to love yourself. And when you love yourself, you can attract the love that you deserve. You see, we operate in the opposite. Like I always think that we live in bizarro world. We do the very opposite of what we should be doing to get what we want, when if you just flipped it around, it'd be better. And so let me tell you what I mean by that. In Dear Jane, I talk about, you know, all the love, the validation, the accolades, the, you know, positivity that we want in life. So we go out and we spend money that we don't have. We get on social media and we post pictures of ourselves pretending and faking to live the life that we live. We get in relationships and stay in relationships that are toxic and bad for us because we're trying to, that's what we, you know, we're trying to attain some sort of validation and love or whatever. And so it's outside in work versus inside out work. You start with inside in first. And when you start with the inside, self-love, then you attract the relationship that you want. You attract the external validation that you need versus the other way around, because the other way around is just fake. Listen, I just call it like it is. It's fake. People are living a fake life. I was living a fake life and I was coming home and being sad and depressed. And listen to this, Michael, during COVID, when people, many people were forced to spend time with themselves, that's when it got rough. That's when it really got rough for people. I work in human resources as a profession. I've been in human resources my entire career, different industries. And I can tell you that in the past, it used to be extremely taboo to talk about mental health issues, anxiety, emotional distress, depression. You really couldn't talk about that in the workplace. It's like, leave that stuff at home. After COVID, post-COVID, everybody's talking about it because people had a chance, they had an encounter with themselves, their fears, their doubts, their insecurities. They weren't as distracted as we are when we go to work and we're driving and we're doing this and going to social events and this and that and traveling. You had to sit at home and really
deal with you.
Face yourself, deal with you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. And that was scary for some people, right?
Oh,
the
yeah.
reality of, oh my gosh, I act this way, or I do this, or I do that. Wow, you're really learning who you are.
Yeah.
This phase.
Yeah, exactly. Or that I'm afraid, or that I don't feel confident. You know, I can fake it when I go to work because I've got all my friends around, I'm joking, I'm laughing over, you know, I can put on this
You can
this
kind of play it
persona.
off. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
Wow.
yeah, it's pretty powerful when you face that reality. But the key is to then take action and do something about it. That's the key. And so my first book, I don't know if you know about the first book, or the first book was called Oh Slap. Exactly. Oh,
I love
Slap.
these names. I love these names.
Thank you. And what that one had to do, it had to do with choices. It's, you know, oh slap, my choices determine my destiny. It's like this awakening. Oh no, it's me. My choices determine my destiny. So that one really was about, you know, recognition, awareness, stop blaming people, stop being a victim. It's your choices, and how can you start making better choices? And I provide tips and tools on how to do that. Dear Jane is now taking action. Now that you've been slapped into awareness, it's how do you take action and start writing some letters. There are things that need to be broken up with, people, places, and things that need to be broken up with. And I talk about how breaking up is hard to do, you know, because it's sad sometimes. Sometimes breakups are hard, of all kinds. And even if it's an abusive situation or a toxic situation, you know, the loss of what could have been, or in your mind, what you think it should have been, that is painful as well. And so I talk about how, though, and give people permission to recognize that breakups are not necessarily a negative thing. It's a seasonal thing. Like, people come in your life for seasons. We can't be winter forever. It can't be summer forever or spring forever. So there are these seasons that you will go through. And how do you embrace that? Appreciate what it brought into your life. Like, even if you're in a bad relationship, and it ended, which it probably needed to end, even that bad relationship, if you can find a way to be grateful for what you learned from that, why that was into your life. Like, there's a different practice of gratitude that comes with happiness and success. You know, some people dog their ex-spouse or whatever. You know, it's like, no, I'm grateful for all of that. Find a way to be grateful for it. Grateful that you got out, for one, but grateful what you learned during it and how much better you are and prepared. That's perspective. And I talk about, you know, how perspective is a choice and positive perspective is a gift. So.
Oh my gosh, that's some good stuff, right? All for the development of ourselves. And I love the way you said, and it put me in the mindset of this, right? You know, when we find who we are inside, right, it comes out. So many people are looking for love from other people to fulfill them on the inside, on the outside, trying to fulfill them on the inside. When you said it should be done on the opposite end.
Yep.
Is there a time frame? Because I definitely feel that you're an expert in this field now because of the books and your experiences. Is there a time frame for individuals that are seeking love, courage, and confidence in themselves?
I would say the time frame is very customized and individual. In other words, like the race that we talked about, my time frame is not your time frame, right? And so a lot of people get discouraged because they feel like there is a time frame. They feel like they're behind in life. You know, I should have made these choices a long time ago. I would have been so much.
Those conversations with myself the other day. I'm like, oh my gosh, I should have been done with this already.
Exactly. I have that all the time. That's a Jane. and you need to kick Jane to the curb. Dear Jane, you got to get that negative voice
Slap
out of
Jane.
your head. Slap Jane.
Apple.
You got to slap Jane down, because it's those seeds of doubt that bring discouragement, that lower your level of confidence and self-esteem. And this practice of gratitude that I talked about, it really is appreciating, acknowledging I may have had the opportunity to make different choices in my life that may have put me on a different path. I'm grateful that I am aware of that now, and from today I am starting to make the choices. So it's perspective. It's you hear the difference in the conversation versus beating yourself up. Why didn't I take that opportunity? Why didn't I do this? What's wrong with me? Why is so and so succeeding? Is their career taking off? No, that's their race. Focus on you and focus on now. And that's the best answer that I can give, because that Jane is, I call her him, her, it's gender neutral. It is ubiquitous. It is pesky. It is sly like a fox. It's everywhere. Everywhere you turn, there's a Jane. Your own voice, your family's voice saying, you're still trying to do that? You're still trying to start that business? What, you got a good job. Why don't you just keep that job?
Listen.
You're still trying to buy that house? You're still going to school? Those are Janes. You've got to let those things go. You got to recognize it as a Jane. It's sly. It's sneaky. In the book, I say it's sly like a fox, and it slithers through your mind like a snake, because it's trying to kill your dream. It's trying to set you back. And when you have the right perspective, and I do, a lot of times people say there's no right or wrong way. And when it comes to perspective, I do think that there is a right perspective. And the perspective is a confidence that you are in the exact spot that you need to be in at this particular moment. Now, the key is what's your next spot? Where are you going? Forget about what you did or didn't do, right? I was listening to someone else on the radio the other day, and they were talking about these, I forget what the girl called it, but like these split decision things that happen. Like, for example, you are getting ready to go to an interview, and you get in your car and your car doesn't start. So you're stressed and you're delayed to the interview and you miss your interview. Well, is that a blessing or a curse? And so what I like to say is that delay is okay. Rejection is redirection, and redirection is God's protection. You don't know what you've been protected against, but you have to have a level of confidence and a level of faith that you're an appreciation and gratitude that you're in the spot that you need to be, but at the same time, constantly seeking to move forward. Like, those people that just sit around and say, I'm just waiting for my blessing to show up. No, you have to take some sort of action and be seeking.
Exactly. You got to work.
You've got to put the work in.
The work. Oh my word. You are amazing, Lori. You are amazing. And I must say, you must come back as well, because I know there are more books to come. Right?
Yeah.
There are more. It's more to come from you. So please come back and share. How can the Think Fam purchase this amazing book, and how can we follow you on social media?
Thank you so much for that. Yeah, everybody go out and support. You can find the book, both books actually. I'll show them again. There's one, Dear Jane, and then this was my first book, Oh Slap. So you can find both books on Amazon or Barnes & Noble. And so you can purchase them there. You can also go to my website. I have my own company. It's called The Choices Company. Again, I'm a radical believer in the power of good choices. So thechoicescompany.com, you can go on there and link up with me there, and I can get you a book that way. And you can also follow me on Instagram at We Are iChoice. We Are iChoice. So a few ways to reach out to me.
All right. And all your information is in the description below as well. Thank you,
Okay.
Lori, for being with us. Think Fam, please support. Please get these books again. It's all for your help, all for your self-help care. All right. Take care of you. Thank you, Lori, for being with us. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much. It was my pleasure and honor.
You're welcome. Think Fam, don't go away. Back in a while.
What's up, everybody? It's your girl Mila, lead singer of 702, and you are watching the Michael Finkley Show. Where my girls at?
Hey, don't you violate me.
Hi guys, welcome to Awaken. We wanted to serve the city of Mullins. We are church owned, and we felt like a coffee shop was such a huge need in the city of Mullins. There's nowhere for people to just come, get a cup of coffee, sit with friends, maybe do some work on the laptop. And so we feel like it was a service that we could give back to the city. Well, our hope is that people will feel calm, that they'll feel welcome, that it'll be a place where they can come and just clear their mind.
We come here twice a day. That's how I get their smoothies, their coffee, their lattes, frappes, delicious. I would love the atmosphere here. If I had time to come and just sit and relax, I would. It's awesome.
One thing that I really love about it being here is just the cozy environment. It's so inviting. I can come in here and I can get my schoolwork done, a good coffee and a good meal. But I'm just really thankful that they're here and that I have a good place to go.
We're open Tuesday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. and Saturday from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. Awaken Coffee Bar, downtown Mullins.
I should expose this awesome young man beside me. Introduce yourself to the Think Fam.
How you guys doing? So my name is Ray John Davis from Marion, South Carolina. A little small town called Centenary, South Carolina. We call it the Big C.
The big city. I'm sitting there, right there beside Mullins. I'm very familiar with it. So within your gifts, when did you find your voice?
I believe I found my voice. Well, I started out on the youth choir. And I just sing with my father. He had a quartet group. So I thought I was going to go that route. But I didn't find my voice until I was in college when God led me to pick up the acoustic guitar. Then I began to start writing songs, and everything shifted. It changed to worship. Instead of just singing, it changed to a deeper worship and relationship with Christ. So that's when I really found that tone and that voice of Him.
Amen. So within your voice, within your gift, because I love our gifts, right? Because a man's going to make room for us, right? And it set us for great men. Within your gift, what have you learned about yourself?
I've learned a lot about myself. I learned that it is a big difference from the gift versus an anointing. So when I found the gift and the voice, then I began to pray for the anointing. And He started using me within my songs that I write and start showing me myself. He said to examine ourselves daily, examine ourselves, and God showed me the depths of me. So that's what I prayed for. And I learned so many flaws. And I learned from so many things through my music and the anointing and in the relationship with Christ.
Yeah. Amen. Continue to learn, because that's how we get to the next level in life.
That's right.
Through our different experiences. How can the Think Fam follow you on social media and listen to your amazing music as well?
So you guys can follow me on Instagram at Ray John Davis Worshiper. My Facebook page, Ray John Davis Worshiper as well. Yeah, I mean, you can find my music on iTunes, Apple Music, Amazon, YouTube. So I'm up there as well.
All right, you heard it here, Think Fam. Support. Right? Definitely. Thank you so much for being with us.
Oh, yeah.
Back in a moment, Think
Fam. What's going on, beautiful people? My name is Prince Horkworm, and I play Jacob in Fatal Seduction, and you guys are watching the Michael Finkley Show.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. CTRmedianetwork.com.
The next Michael Finkley, actress, social media influencer, and advocate Lolita Molina is with us. Talks about her journey as a paraplegic entertainer and community spotlight series with the founder of the Exit Strategy LLC. Ronald Richardson II is with us. All new Finkley, Monday.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Kiana Mensah. I am the founder of Back to the Basics Tutoring, as well as Mensa Educational Consulting. And I'm here to talk to you today about the importance of an IEP and or 504 plan. As Mensa Educational Consulting, what we do is we help families to advocate for children who may have special needs and they need additional support in the classroom environment to help prepare them for future education, future employment, and independent living. Some of the miscommon things that people have about IEPs is what's classified as being or needing an IEP. So just want to talk really quick about that. If your child has a condition or an impairment of some sort that impedes on their academic performance, because of that, they may be eligible for an IEP. That's something that you want to discuss specifically with your IEP team or your child's pediatrician. But oftentimes people are not aware that they may need that, or their child may have a 504 plan and then they don't understand that at some point their child may need it to be switched over to a IEP because the 504 plan is only for the accommodation, whereas the IEP helps with the academic support. So first things first, I want to talk about the difference between the IEP and the 504 plan. So the IEP is for, like I said earlier, if your child has a condition that prevents them from performing academically. An example of that would be, let's say, dyslexia. If your child has dyslexia, they may not be able to perform as a student who does not have such said conditions or disabilities or special needs. And so therefore they may need extra services or things that can help them be assisted in the classroom. For example, they may need assistive technology, they may need a scribe, they may need some additional support through Google Read and Write, they may need additional teachers to help them be able to perform or actually have the same chance as someone who does not have dyslexia. As for someone like a 504 plan, just giving an example, someone who may have a nut allergy that does not impede on their academic performance, but they have a special accommodation where they may need a separate table or something like that that can keep them, or the child has a wheelchair, they may need certain accommodations to be added so that they can have a chance. So that's the difference between the 504 plan and the IEP. And the gist, one of the things that a lot of time people don't know is that if you have worked with your school's IEP team and for some time it feels like it's not working, the accommodations or the special requests or specialized instruction that you have is not working, you have the right to request another IEP meeting prior to the actual yearly reevaluation period. A lot of times parents are not aware of that. Parents or guardians are not aware. So let's just say hypothetically, your child has an IEP and you and the team sat down 5 months ago and determined that these 4 things will be something that's working. After 5 or 6 months of that, you notice that there is absolutely no improvement and you want to revisit that, you can ask the school a request for another IEP meeting. Now, it's not completely mandatory, but you can request it, and the school has an option to allow you to have another one. But it is by law, so it's kind of like a little tricky with that, but typically you want to make that request through the school. You do not have to wait. One of the other things about advocacy, you can definitely hire an advocate to come into or go on your behalf to the IEP meetings or annual reviews, or just have someone review the IEP, make a parent request or parent statement for you so that you don't have to be as involved. A lot of times across the IEP table, the parents are very, very emotional, as they should be, because they're talking about their precious children. And sometimes because of the emotions are so high that some important things can go over your head because you are so, you're so into what's happening, or they may have said something that may have triggered you and made you feel emotional, or just the entire process is emotional and overwhelming, and you're not able to give your entire self. Whereas when you have an advocate, they're impartial and they can help you get across your points and make sure that everything that you've heard or said is either in writing and that it follows the law. Another thing that is very important is getting to know your IEP team. Having an IEP team does not mean it has to be controversial. A lot of times people are so against their team, or the teacher said this. What you want to know is that it takes a village to raise a child, and your IEP team is somebody you want to be good in with, because you want to be able to keep the open lines of communication with them, and just make sure that you have what you need during the process. So sometimes you need someone to bridge that gap, because the school may be trying to tell you something, but because you've had a prior bad experience, or even a bad experience with that school, you may not be able to hear it, or the school may not be necessarily hearing your concerns. And so sometimes having an advocate can bridge that gap. What I wanted to offer and let you guys know is that we at Mensa Educational Consulting actually offers those services as an advocate. We can help write IEPs, we can review IEPs, we can help do accommodation requests. We can also go and attend IEP meetings, get in contact with the teachers or the schools involved. We can get a particular release where we can get medical records to help form. We can get a release from you we can send it to the school, so that we would be able to get information about you and your child to help with your IEP or 504 plan. One of the things that is so amazing about hiring an advocate is that it takes a burden off of your shoulders. We have sat in numerous of IEP meetings, and the first thing that we hear from our parents is, thank you. Thank you, because you were able to help us when we didn't know what to say. You were able to advocate for things that we didn't quite understand we needed. Oftentimes, because we are advocating for your family, what we do is we study what your child's condition or impairment or situation or special need is, because we can't fully advocate for you unless we understand exactly what's going on. So just because your child has something that is common, right, that everybody may have heard of, does not mean that what everybody knows fits your child's needs. So we need to understand more about your child. We need to more understand about what you see as a parent. What does your intuition tell you as a parent? We want to know all of those things. And so a lot of times what we do is we sit down with our families, do a consultation, understand what their needs are. And then after we have come upon an agreement, we come together and we do the research to understand what your child's needs are. And then we move forward in writing the request and sending off the letters to our school districts so that we can get those in place. You want to have an IEP, because if your child struggles with reading for whatever the reason is, and they are qualified for an IEP, that can help them be able to progress in their academic careers without the struggle. Oftentimes, kids lose their drive and their energy for school if they struggle with special needs. Now, if your child has a special need that is not something that is on a higher magnitude, let's say that they have a cognitive impairment um, that is keeping them from being verbal or things like that, we want to make sure that they are getting the best care possible as well, and setting them up for, again, future education, future employment, and independent living. We want to make sure that what's happening in this school, you know about it. You guys are on the same team. Your school is not your enemy. It should be your team member, and we want to help bridge that gap for you. So if you have any questions, definitely feel free to reach out to our office. Our phone number is 414-973-1009. Again, 414-973-1009. Or you can reach out to us at mensaconsulting.org, mensaconsulting.org, and just kind of go from there. You don't want to wait. If you have questions, you can schedule a free consultation, which will just kind of give us information about you, and let us know what you think. So just know that you're not in this alone, and we hope that everything works out well. And if you need us, you know how to find us. Remember, IEP should not be a process that's very hurtful and harmful for you. It should be a process that's easy and smooth so that you can get what your child needs to prepare them. And thank you so much for your
Welcome to the Sheila C. Hill Show. And listen, that C stands for come on in this room and have a sit down so we can chit chat just for a little while. Listen, the Sheila C. Hill Show is the ultimate go-to podcast for ambitious individuals just like you who want to live a more fulfilling and successful life, to get valuable insight, expert tips, and inspiring stories to help you improve your lifestyle, grow your business, and enhance your emotional well-being. Now, in every episode, you're going to gain practical tips and inspiring wisdom in the company of supportive community, whom I call Sheila's Thrive Tribe, because we thrive over here, baby. Okay, so if you're new to the show, listen, I am your host. I am Sheila C. Hill, and hello, hola, bonjour, como está, ni hao, howdy, and what's going on, my people? So glad to have you here. Now, don't forget to subscribe and share this podcast with some people, okay? Help your sister out. Let's grow together. All right, now I tell you all the time, I have wonderful guests that come to the show, and today is going to be nothing short of a wonderful, amazing guest. Now, my guest today has used her pain to propel her to her purpose. She is an author of over 15 books, and she has hosted a 10-city tour called Daughters Against Domestic Violence. She's an advocate on behalf of women's rights and against domestic violence. She even protested to help pass the Marsley Law. At this time, I want to welcome to the stage Miss Lakeisha Copeland. Hey, and welcome to the show. So glad to have you here. 15 books. Woo, you was a busy lady. I love it. I love it. Okay, so that was just some highlights. So if you can tell my audience, just tell who is Lakeisha.
Okay, first of all, I am a mother. I just have one. Um, I am the visionary of Winning While Waiting Dollars Against Domestic Violence. In 2016, I actually launched a 10-city tour to advocate on behalf of women and also to raise awareness to domestic violence. And that's how I was connected with the state the state legislator that was helping to push Marcy's Law, and that's how I got involved in that. Also, as you stated, I am an author. I wrote my first book, I believe it was back in 2013, and then since then, a couple of years later, I just started writing books. Like I have a whole collection, a purpose series on purpose, a series on confidence. I've protested, advocated, did all kinds of things. I just like helping people.
Oh my goodness, I love it. I love it. Hold on, let's go back to book number 1. Tell me, how did you even start to say, "Hey, I'm going to write a book"? What was your inspiration for book 1?
My book one probably is because I always wanted to be an author, but I didn't know how to do it. I didn't know the steps, so I was lacking in confidence. And so my first book, actually, the title is Discovering Your Identity as Christ. And what I did was the certain things that I learned about myself, I wrote in a book. And so the things that I learned that I am powerful, I am loved, certain beliefs that I learned that to instill in myself, I wrote it, I outlined it. It wasn't the best because I didn't have a clue what I was doing. When you're doing something for the first time, you don't always have to be perfect, but you just have to start. And so I did it, and it was like I didn't even know the magnitude of what I was doing until the publisher that I was using sent me the book cover, and then I was like, "Whoa, I really am about to publish a book," you know?
Yes. Oh my goodness, that's exciting, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so basically you use your experience and you just
Mhm.
put it on paper,
Yes.
which boom, right? That's what people do. But a lot of times we think it's so hard to be an author. It's so
Yeah.
hard to write a book. So what do you say to those people who say, it's no way, I don't know how to get my thoughts, I don't know how to format it, I don't know how to get the cover, all of that. What do you say to people who are just afraid or overthink that process?
You don't have to overthink it because some people are better at writing, some people are better at talking. Like if you are better at writing, then just write, journal until, and then don't worry about it. That's why we have people who are good at proofreading, who are good at editing, that can take what you have and format it for you. If you're better at talking, then that's why we have auto recorders. There's so many different ways that you can publish a book than from where I started. Like it's so many different things that I learned. Like you can just record what you want to say and then have somebody to transcribe it for you.
Oh, I love that. I love that. So it takes the work out of it, right?
Yeah,
Just
it does.
yeah, definitely. And there's so many apps now that you can just speak it and then it transfers like
Yeah.
okay, so people, so listen, audience, listen. Stop making excuses for writing your book. If you have something to say it and put it in a book because it is timeless. Once you have a book, it's always here,
Yeah,
right?
it supersedes you. Like it's your legacy. Like can't nobody take that from you. That's your mark that you leaving in the earth.
Most definitely. That's your legacy. Ah, I love it. I love it. Okay, so tell me about your journey. So you're helping you're advocate for domestic violence and bringing awareness. But tell me about your journey, how you use your pain as a driving force to find your purpose in your life.
I use my pain because even though I didn't deal with domestic violence, I still like deal with insecurities, low self esteem, confidence, belief in myself, and so what I learned is that motivation and belief is something that you literally have to do daily. You have to believe daily that you are worthy of what you desire to do. Like you're worthy of your purpose because God gives everybody a dream. And once you start to believe that, you will act on it. And the people, when you believe more, you will steward more because everyone has gifts, but those gifts just need to be steward. They need to be developed. And like if you just know that even you look like this right now, but this is not what you're gonna look like 10 years from now. If you just stay focused on what you have and just steward your gifts better, believe daily, motivate daily, work on your goals daily. It's literally is a daily process.
Most definitely. And basically, what I'm hearing you saying is about your mindset. Let's
Yes.
talk about mindset because listen, I'm real big on the growth mindset, but so many people have that fixed mindset, like they're just going to deal with the cards that they were dealt, right?
Yes.
So, how important is it to have a growth mindset to reach your goals and to get over the obstacles in life?
It's definitely important, and because you need a growth mindset for anything that you're doing, even just to make it to the next day. Because everything that here, like, is no guarantee that it'll be here tomorrow. Your job might not be here tomorrow, but you also have to know that you have enough within you to survive any storm that may come your way. And that's something that I definitely went through and had to learn because, like, during the pandemic, I think like we all had to figure out different ways to adapt. We didn't have a job to go to anymore. A lot of us, we had to adapt to what was happening in society. We had to find new revenues of income to sustain us.
Right.
We didn't see people, and that was another thing. Like who's gonna motivate you when you're not able to be in a crowd full of people? Like when you're literally there by yourself, then how you gonna find your motivation then?
Most definitely. Listen, that's a trigger actually. When you talk about the pandemic, that's a trigger. Because let me tell you, that was nothing but even like my children, they was in school, high school, they
Yeah.
I was battling, just
Yes.
been home and trying to learn school on a computer, but
Yeah.
understanding the mindset is really powerful to have that growth mindset. Now, when you're advocating for daughters against domestic violence. Okay, so you said, and most of the time you hear advocates, a lot of the times they've been through it, so they're
Yeah.
using that as their win or their energy, right?
Mhm.
So you're saying you didn't go through it, but you had that heart
Yeah.
to help and make a difference. And which kudos to you and thank you for doing what you do. But the hosting the 10 city tour, Lord, can you share more like what motivated you behind this tour and its impact on raising awareness about domestic violence? What motivated you?
It's just so funny. It literally just came to me. My friend, she invited me to speak at her event, and I enjoyed myself so much. I remember I was sitting there like, God, what can I do to help people? Like, what can I do? What can I do? Because I know that I've been through a lot, and I survived a lot. And so I was like, what can I do? What can I do? And I was just sitting there looking at my notes from I hired a coach, and I was just sitting there looking at my notes, and I was like, what can I do to raise awareness and to help people who've been through domestic violence or child abuse or whatever it may be? It was like, I can do an event. I could do a 10 city tour. And that's when it was like, it just hit me. And so that's when I started preparing for it. I could never host an event before. Don't know anything about sponsorship, all that, none of that. I just literally just started planning it. It was like it was a couple of months out that and I was like, I'm gonna do it on my birthday because October is domestic violence awareness month. So I was
Mhm.
gonna do it on my birthday. My birthday is October the 22nd, and so everything just started coming together. That's how I met um the person who was over the Marcy's Law trying to get that passed. That's how I was connected to her. Like if I would never did it, I would never got connected to her or a lot of other people that I met through my advocacy and through my obedience. It's it's very important that you just do what you have to do because you never know who you'll meet, who you're connected to, who your story is going to help. You just don't know.
Okay,
So
wait a minute. Hold on. Let's back up. Let's back up. Hold on. Hold on. You done said so much. Wait a minute. You ain't never had no event before. You ain't never organized no event before.
I
Then
didn't
you
know
said,
anything
"Oh,
about
I'm
it.
not just going to organize an event. I'm going to organize a 10-city tour." I don't know nothing about no sponsorship. I don't know how this works, but I'm going to do. Wait a minute. Okay. All right. I mean, kudos, hats off to you, but 10 cities? Like, most people, maybe 2.
Yeah.
And they're right next to each other. 10 cities, like, what? The impact that you're making, like, what? Okay, wait a minute. Okay, now back up. You said you had a dream, right?
Yeah. It was like, yes.
Like a literal,
I
like
had
I
a
was
dream.
asleep and I had a dream.
Yeah. Yes, it was in my dream. It was the night after my friend event, and I was just like went to sleep thinking about what I can do, and then I just woke up and it like it all hit me. This is what I'm due. But it just not what I wanted to do. It was what I was purposed to do and what I had to do.
Come on, sis. Yes. I love it. I love it. Because a lot of people may have the inspiration or they may have the dream, but they don't execute because they don't have all the answers for it, right? You didn't have no answers because you didn't
No
even
answer.
you didn't have
I was
answers
like,
or
I was like,
nothing.
I think I need people to videotape. So I'm looking for a videographer. I think think I needed a photographer, so I'm looking for that. I was like, you know what? I wanted somebody to teach a self-defense class. So I met someone that's over Divas in Defense, Cole Parker. He came out and taught the class. I was like I need a place. So I'm like looking for places that that I can go to that's in budget friendly and things like that.
Wow. Okay, listen, people, audience, y'all listen. Y'all don't have any more excuses. No more excuses, only execution. It is time to execute when you have something on your heart to make a difference. She's telling us right now, Lakeisha's saying, hey, you don't have to have it all figured out. Sometimes we overthink too much. We have imposter syndrome. We doubt
Yeah.
ourselves, have low self-esteem instead of just doing it. Hashtag just do it.
Just do it.
Oh my goodness. I love it. Listen, we're going to take a commercial break and we're going to come back and hear the rest of your story because, baby, it is wonderful. Are you kidding me? Are you feeling overwhelmed with projects to build your business? Search no more. Introducing Borrow My VA, a virtual assistant service, your one-stop solution to bid farewell to stress and manage multiple tasks with very little effort. We specialize in website building, funnel creation, automations, and email marketing, all under one roof. And here's the best part. We provide all these incredible services at budget-friendly rates. Discover a hassle-free way to handle your projects. No more worries about onboarding or finding that perfect virtual assistant. Our team is all set to tackle your task with efficiency. Now, once you delegate the task, consider it done. Say goodbye to overwhelm. Don't miss this fantastic opportunity to elevate your business. Join our list of satisfied customers and book a free consultation today at borrowmyva.com. That's borrowmyva.com. Everyday caregivers rise as the unsung heroes in our communities. At Health Legacy Caregiver Support Network, we stand by these heroes, offering them the education, support resources, and events that they need to refuel and rejuvenate. We understand that when we uplift our caregivers, we uplift everyone they care for. Join our cause, lend a hand, donate, or volunteer today. You can contact us at 346-330-6372. All right. Thanks to those sponsors. Thank you to those sponsors for sponsoring this episode on today, where we're talking to our special guest, Lakeisha. And she done blew my mind already. Not only is she the author of 15 books, she hosted a 10-city tour called Daughters Against Domestic Violence when she didn't have no experience on organizing events. So she had a dream to do this and impact. And that's exactly what she's done. We're going to bring her back to the stage to talk about the whole process. Listen, okay, so when you was advocating for the for the Marcy's Law, did I say that correctly?
Yes, Marcy's Law.
Yes. So how did that process happen?
Like I said, everything happened for a reason. So when I put it out there, I put my event on Eventbrite. She contacted me, and then she told me who she was, and then so we met up at Chick-fil-A, and she explained the law to me. She explained that back then victims did not have the same rights as the person who their abuser. Like the abuser had more rights in the court. Like the victims, if they wasn't notified, if the abuser is out of jail, out of bond, so they could easily be attacked by their abuser because they didn't have any rights in the court. And so that's what Marcy's Law does. It protects their rights as well, so they'll have the same rights as the abuser does. And when she explained that to me, it's like she asked to come out to my event. So she came out to my event, my first event. There's been several events that her organization sponsored and helped with the budget. And so it's like everything just lined up. Like she's been a blessing to me. It's like if
Wow.
I so a lot of
Like
events
she
down
needed
the
her, she
line.
needed you, and y'all work together
Yes.
for such a time as this, right?
Yes, definitely.
Wow. I love it. I love it to be able to connect with someone who has the same vision and passion to help each other, reach your goals. That is so awesome. Now, with your experiences with working, now are you working directly with the ladies or just mainly behind the scenes more?
Just mainly behind the scenes, especially before the pandemic. I would go with someone who has more advocacy experience than me, and so I would just be like behind the scene, like they would organize the event, and I'm just there protesting and doing what I can to help.
Okay, gotcha. So,
Mhm.
what do you say to someone who is in that situation, who has been abused? As far as the resources, what resources are out there? How do they reach out to someone who they need to get out of the situation that they're in? Can you talk to them?
Yes, there are definitely lots of resources out there. There are definitely lots of organizations that deal directly with you and that will definitely help you. That most of the people behind those organizations has been in their situation, so they understand that you may be afraid to come out or that you may have different things that are hindering you come out. They may be your financial stability, and that you're afraid if you leave, then where you gonna go? And so there are definitely organizations that will help you get out, just not get out, but you have to get out safely. It has to be a safe exit. You can't go somewhere where you know that your abuser will find you and then they'll do more harm to you. And so there are definitely organizations, like there's a hotline, the domestic violence hotline. It's so many I can't think of off the top of my head. Just depend on where you live. Just to look up on Google, look for domestic violence help with domestic violence organization near me.
Okay. And we'll put like the number, domestic violence number in the show notes where someone they can watch it and they can reach out as well. Woo, honey, that is a lot that you do. And that is so amazing that you have the heart, first of all, to do it and to plan a 10 city tour. I'm still blown about that one. But so once you got into it, how did it come together? Did everything like did you find your photographers, your videographer? Did you go in now saying, okay, this is what I needed? It all came together, or as you went from city to city, did it progress?
Yeah, it definitely did progress, but I did find my photographer. I did find a person to take pictures. I found help. I realized, oh, they may need snacks. so, so I found somebody who could help bring snacks to the venue and things like that. found different venues to go in the other cities, and because I'm doing it like trying not to do it all in one city. It's a 10-city tour. Also, I met my friend, and she actually hosted one of my events. She hosted in Tennessee, and so that was even bigger than what I could envision because she travels from Tennessee to Georgia a lot. And so as I progressed, I did find, like I said, and she did sponsor a lot of my events for me, and I found more sponsorships, so everything don't have to be coming out of my pocket.
I know that's right. Because listen, there's so many different companies and businesses, especially
Yeah.
like big corporations, that if it matches their mission, they will
Yeah.
sponsor you for your events. It's all about knowing how to reach out. It's just
Yeah.
reach out. I mean, that's what I say. Just start calling. For anyone that's listening, if you have a passion to do something, reach out to these corporations, because a lot of times they have money set aside
They
to
do.
help. And a lot of people think they need to have the nonprofit status, but that's not necessary all the time. You
No.
just have to have a dream, a vision, and then be willing to execute and then do what you have to do to reach your goal. So I'm so glad that you just stood in there and you learned more. So now you know exactly what to do when you have another event.
Exactly. Because
You learn from that. That is so good. Now, so what do you do when it comes time to sort of debrief from everything that you do, from writing your books, from being an advocate and protesting? What do you do for yourself for self-care to sort of detach yourself?
To detach myself is like I have to just read daily. I love to read, so I do read daily, pray daily, motivate daily, meditate daily. Just like, hey, and like sometimes even if I doubt myself, forget who I am. Even if I forget my essence, like I just look back at what I did. Like, hey, you did all this not knowing what you were doing. And so it's just important just to believe in yourself.
I know that's right. I love it. I love it because a lot of times we're like, I be like, I'm patting myself on the back because I know I'm the secret sauce, baby. Don't be
Exactly.
like, yeah, you think you all that? I am.
Exactly.
I am all that, a bag of chips and a big gulp. You better know it. So, and that's what you have to do sometimes because we devalue a lot of times things
Yes.
what we do and all of that. And it's just like it's okay to say that you're super dope. It's okay to
Exactly.
say that you rock, without being conceited or heady or
Yeah.
whatever they say. Because maybe over here I am like pat myself on the back.
Exactly.
So that is good for you. So now with your books, now are any of your books sort of leaning towards the domestic violence awareness or no?
Most of my books are about how to find your purpose and building up your confidence. I have books, journals. I wrote my first fictional book called Family Dynamics. And so that book is about, it was a story in the news that inspired me to write that book. And so I wrote that book about a young lady who was basically she was shot in front of her home in a party. She was shot by the police because the police came out to him because they were called because she got in a fight with her foster care sisters. But they ended up shooting the wrong person. Like she wasn't the one that was actually she was protecting herself, but the police didn't know that she was protecting herself. But they shot her, and so it's a great book, and that's my latest book that I wrote, my first fictional book.
Oh,
So that's
congratulations. Let me get my little clapper. Woo! Congratulations on that. So how do they find your books? Where are your books for sale at?
my books are for sale on Amazon and also
Okay.
on my website, but mostly they can find it just by looking up my name on Amazon.
So Lakeisha, that's Lakisha Copeland, Copeland, Land. So look her up on Amazon and purchase her books so you can be inspired. Now, if I have someone saying, I want to be like Lakeisha, I want to do like Lakeisha, I want to write some books. Tell me, what is the first steps other than getting their thoughts together? What's some steps that they can do to make them successful author?
You want to first, once they know they want to write a book and they have a title or a topic they want to talk about, I would suggest them to outline it and go to Google and think about the different things that you want to talk about in your book and just start outlining, work off your outline. Chapter one is going to be about this, and these are the points that I'm going to talk about. So outline those points and then just flow off of the points. Like have your introduction, just like in school when we had to write those five, those
Don't remind me, honey.
those paragraphs. you start with the topic paragraph,
okay.
then the points, and then the conclusion.
Wow. Oh, I remember my English teacher. Ooh, how much? That was a trigger, girl. Okay. Okay, so then once they have the book, what do they do next?
Okay, so now they have the book. Now you need an editor, you need a proofreader, someone that can edit and proofread the book for you. There's definitely a lot of resources for that. Mostly, I outsource it to Upwork. I found Upwork is an outsourcing company like Fiverr, but they have more quality people there. And so I looked for a person for editing and proofreading, submitted the job. A lot of people applied. And so I picked the person that I wanted to edit whatever book it is. And so they, like, you pay for it and then they edit it and give it back to you once you're satisfied with it. And then you think about, how do you want to publish it? Do you want to publish it traditionally or do you want to self-publish it? My books are self-published.
Okay, now, so for self-publishing, you still have to get the ISBN.
Yes.
Okay, so you go somewhere separate and buy that?
Yes, you can go. You have to go to Booksky. I think that's the name of it, to purchase the ISBN. That's if you want your books to be in bookstores and things like that. So you can publish using Amazon directly, or some people use I think it Ingram Spark, something else that you can use. So it will go to Amazon in different places like Lulu, or you can use Lulu. Some people like Lulu. And so it can go into bookstores as
what?
well. Lulu, Lulu.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I've heard. I thought you said Hulu, like TV. I was like, what? They doing that too? Okay. So now I've tapped in a little bit and I understand how the ISBN for people that are new, if you get yours from Amazon and you upload, you can't take that book and sell it like in Barnes and Noble because your ISBN is just for Amazon.
Yeah, so it's just that for that particular store, and then a lot of bookstores, things like that, they won't purchase your book if you don't have your own ISBN number. So it definitely is important to do that, especially if you want your book to go further and sell in different places. And Barnes and Noble has a free ISBN too, and so if you upload it there, you still you can use theirs or get your own. And then most of those the place that I can't think of it offhand, the place that sell it, they do have a bundle where you can get 10 ISBN numbers. They do have a bundle that you can purchase.
Okay, that's good. That's good to know. All right, so with that, I'm just trying to make sure somebody out here, they have all the steps. That's very important. Listen, I learned that on TikTok. I was calling a girl who do books, and she was like, now she had an ISBN through Amazon, but to sell it in other stores, she has to get another ISBN, and then she's gonna lose all her reviews that was on Amazon. So it's better to have her own and then just go to different platforms. So anybody who's trying to do your book, remember that. All right. So now once you got your book, you have your ISBN, then it's time to put it on the platforms to sell it. Right?
Yes.
Oh, what about formatting? Don't you have to format it?
Yes, you definitely have to format it. Pick how you want to format it. Most self self most books are used to 6 by 9. That's the standard. 6 inches by 9. That's the standard of formatting. So you have to format it for whatever platform that you directly put it on to make sure that it goes through all. Because I remember when I first started, like if you have one error, like when I'm submitting to KDP, I have one error. I got to do the whole thing over.
Oh no!
Yeah, so you definitely got to do work on that first.
Oh my
Especially when
goodness.
you're doing those journals and stuff, and you did the whole journal, like, oh, this was so beautiful, and then you try to submit it, they're like, you gotta fix it.
Like, don't get too happy. No, no, no. Okay, that's good. That's very good. That's so inspiring and empowering that someone can take your tips that you're just giving us and they can go ahead and start writing their book because
Mhm.
you've given them the practical tips of how to do so, which I love to do that here at the show. All right, so awesome. So Lakeisha, tell us tell us a fun fact about yourself. Something people don't normally know about you. What's up?
Well, the fun fact, let's see. um, Probably
Hobbies.
I flew on my first plane this year.
Oh wow. Okay,
Yeah.
congratulations.
Yeah. So I went to the Bahamas, and so we flew on a plane to go to Miami to, the connecting stop.
Awesome. So how was that experience on the plane for the first
Oh my
time?
God, it was my ears.
Really?
Yeah, popping in my ears.
Yes. The key for that is to take gum. You gotta have chewing gum. Gotta keep
Yeah, I
your ears
learned.
from being popped.
Yeah, they told me afterwards.
Oh no, not afterwards.
Yeah.
Yes, that's why a lot of parents don't feed their children until they get on the plane because that motion will help the ears stay, from the
Mhm.
pressure of the plane. That's too funny. Well, I'm glad you had that experience. All
Yeah.
right, so tell me, how can people get in contact with you? We know how they can get your books. Um, is there something that you offer or how they can be in contact with you? Do you coach people in writing books? Tell us what you got.
I do plan on coaching people, so when I start that, you definitely can continue to follow me. You can follow me Instagram, Lakeisha Copeland _ You can follow me on Facebook. You can go to my personal page, or you can connect with one of my business page, Lakeisha Copeland, or Winning While Waiting, or my newest page, Confident Chits. And so those are definitely the platforms that I'm on pretty much every day.
Oh, awesome. Awesome. Okay, so we'll have all of that in the show notes. So, Lakeisha, before we go, just tell us something that you want to tell our audience, something inspiring, something that some tips or just something to close it out so they can remember you.
Okay, definitely just work on your belief system. But work on your belief, because once you believe that you can do something and that you believe that this is what your purpose to do, you'll start acting on it. So when you believe, you'll know that my vision looks like this, but I have to cultivate what I have. I have to steward the gifts that I have. I have to invest. I have to read more. I may need to invest in people who have the resources that I need. I may need to do this in order for it to grow. And so just to remember that you are worthy and that you have a purpose and that you can do it.
Yes, I love it. I love it. Thank you so much, Lakeisha, for sharing your wisdom, sharing your experiences, and sharing your inspiration. Thank you very much. And as we close out today, I want you to just take and listen to everything that she spoke of today. And if anything resonates with you, just send us a comment. Let us know that, something inspired you that, hey, I'm going to do this as well. I'm going to write a book or I'm going to be an advocate for something that I'm passionate about. And understand that everything that you have is within you, but you're going to have to be diligent to pull it out. You have to be the one to execute that dream. Okay. So if you want to join the show, you want to be a part of the show, or if you would like to be a sponsor, or you like to have your ads, listen, that's what we do for you. Because listen, we here at this the Sheila C. Hill Show, we're powered by CTR Media Network, which has over 350 million households in over 100 countries. So listen, if you want some exposure for your brand, this is how you do it. So if you want to add, or if you want sponsorship, or if you want to be a guest, go to the SheilaCHillShow.com. That's the SheilaCHillShow.com and request to either be a guest, sponsor, or purchase an ad. We are here for you to help motivate you and to help make your brand more visible. All right. So if anyone, no one's told you this today. If no one's told you this, I'm the one to tell you. You are loved and highly appreciated. And baby, don't you dim your light for nobody, okay? Don't you dim your light for no one. Be unapologetically yourself and embrace who you are, because we need you in this world. It's going to make this world go around a little bit smoother, okay? We want to hear your voice. We want to hear what you have to help someone else as well. So I know it's time to go. Until next time on the Sheila C. Hill Show, we will be here. And don't forget to subscribe. Don't be playing with me. Y'all need to subscribe and tell mom and them the Sheila C. Hill Show is here for this. Okay? Have a good
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Thursday, Thought for Thursday. All right. I'm so happy to be here with you today on the eve of a long weekend, huh? On the eve of Friday, huh? That starts our weekend. Anyway, I'm happy to be here today with a 3-day weekend coming up. How's that? All right. Time to rest, time to restore, time to maybe do some of those things that you've been wanting to do and you just haven't done. Yeah, it's time for all that. So hopefully you will be making the best for those of us who actually have the holiday. You'll be making the best of the time off. All right. So in case you haven't seen the post that I put up earlier this week, I talked about being sure that in the next couple of months, actually, we're going to talk about things that are going to help us to finish the year strong. It's the last quarter of the year, and I want us to be in it and be on fire about it. Be excited about it, meaning whatever didn't happen already this year, don't fret it. It's not too late, first of all. And secondly, remember that everything that happens to us, everything is a part of a greater plan for our lives. So whether we're supposed to learn something from it, build, whatever it is, we have no regrets. So however the year has gone, congratulations, y'all. We are here in the fourth quarter and we're going to end it strong so that we can start out 2024 strong. How about that? So what I told you about today in the teaser that I had up for this is, how are we going to end this year strong? And for many of us, again, we may be feeling a little like there's some stuff we didn't get done, some things we planned that we really wanted to happen, and they didn't happen for whatever reason, financial, time, illness, life. It lifes, right? Life be lifing. I hear that a lot lately. Life just happens. So who knows why we may not have actually, it could be any number of reasons why we haven't been able to do some of the things that we wanted to do. But let's commit right here, right now, to do whatever we can to make sure that we are going about the end of our year strong, determined, and believing that we can do those things that maybe we haven't been able to do thus far. But do those things that we've desired to do, knowing it's not too late. So what are some of the things that we can do to ensure that we are ending our 2024 on fire? All right. And I'm sorry, our 2023, I'm ahead of year. But ending it on fire, making sure that we're going to be able to do the things that we want to do. The first thing I want to tell you about is it's very important to prioritize self-care. You know, we have a couple holidays coming up in this quarter, the big ones, you know, Christmas and Thanksgiving, and not to mention all the other things in the middle. And those are the holidays where we get to be teen too much. Yeah, we do too much. And we totally forget about ourselves in the process. Make sure, not only during the holidays, but during this last quarter of the year period, that you are prioritizing taking care of you, because you only have one you, right? And if you don't take care of yourself, you won't be able to finish the year strong. You won't be able to start next year strong, and you won't be in optimal position to do the great things that you want to do. So make sure that you take care of yourself. Something else you need to do, all right? Make sure that you set realistic goals. I already talked about the fact that we may not have, accomplished the things that we thought we were going to accomplish. Make sure that any goals that you set for this quarter, that they're realistic. You know, we always hear about the SMART goals, specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and timely, I believe, is what the acronym goes for or stands for. We want to make sure that what we are trying to do, we realize that it has to be done within a certain period of time. And that may not mean that we can do a whole bunch in these last 3 months of the year, right? But we can make a dent in something that we really want to do. And we can really get prepared to launch, say, something come January. We can get prepared to start a new program come January. We can get prepared to look for that new job. We can get prepared for just a number of things. Even if you have not been able to get them done up until this point, you still have time to get prepared so that you can kick things off in 2024. And the only way you're going to be able to do that is to set yourself up with some goals and to make sure those goals are realistic. You also need to manage your time well. I guarantee you, without even having spoken to most of you who are watching right now, I guarantee you that you could have done some things differently to ensure that you had time to hit some of the things that you wanted to hit during the year. The only way to ensure that you're actually going to be able to make some strides, to accomplish some things, to finish strong, is to make sure that you manage your time well. So what you'll need to do is make sure that you look at some effective time management techniques. There's something recently that I kind of attached to. 10 before 10. What 10 things, for example, can you get accomplished before 10 in the morning? That's kind of, different. However, you would be amazed at how it really sets your pattern for the day when by 10 a.m. you look up and say, I've already gotten all of this accomplished. There's so many different things that you can do for time management. So look into them and put them in place. The other thing is, you are only one person. We already said that. Please feel released, all right, to delegate and ask for help. So many of us think that it's a crime to actually say that we're in need, that we need somebody to help us. If we're going to finish strong, we need to be able to have all of the things in place. I talked about a tribe this week, and that's our word for the week. People who are going to support you, who are going to help you. You will probably need to tap into your tribe during this quarter. I know you will. If not for just encouragement, definitely if you're in need of some support around getting things done or need of support just to say, you know what, I'm here with you. Let's do this together. An accountability person. Your tribe means so much to you. And that's family, that's friends, that's people around you who love you and who want to ensure that you are doing your best, being your best, and that you are achieving those things that you really want to achieve. Another big one for the end of the year, financial planning. That is so, so important. Review your financial goals for the year and make any necessary adjustments that you need to make to ensure that the year is going to happen the way you want it to at the end of the year, to ensure that you got things straight for the holidays and gifts. Perhaps you don't get as many gifts this year. Perhaps you do things differently. Make sure that whatever you do, you are ensuring that you have taken care of the obligations that you need to take care of, and you have a real good indication of what your finances look like as you go to the end of the year. You have a real good idea of what you're going to need next year, and you're going to plan for it. You're going to, if it is your first time doing it, set yourself a budget. Make sure that you have all of these things in order so that you will be able to have a real firm hold on your finances in this last quarter, and of course, going forward and always. Make sure that you stay active. That really kind of falls into prioritizing self-care. Sometimes we get really busy, and a lot of the times, I know for me in particular, I will look up and I will have been sitting at this desk for I don't know how many hours, and I have not moved. That's not healthy. That's not good. That's not good for us physically, nor is it good for us mentally. We get so much by, for example, going outside and getting some sun and some vitamin D from moving our joints, all right? And did you know that exercising and being active really does help with some of those things we deal with, you know, in these mid-years, that whole foggy brain thing, and being able to think clearly, and being able to, being able to set our goals, and being able to just do anything. Exercise really is important to making sure our entire body functions the way that it should. It's all connected. We operate the way we should. We think the way we should. We think more clearly. Emotions, the whole roller coaster of emotions that we sometimes feel, can really be controlled sometimes with exercise. That may not be the only thing, but it's definitely something that you want to prioritize because it has been proven that it is a help. Something else you may want to do. Oh my goodness, we are digital from 9 to 5, 12 to 7, 24 hours basically is what I'm trying to say. It would do us so good to do a digital detox. Now, if you're like me, the thought of not being able to get to emails and the thought of not being able to get on social media, okay, I struggle. More so with being in touch and getting my phone calls and being on emails than I do with social media. Social media is how I connect with you. So I do struggle there if I can't get to it as well. But in honesty, it is not very healthy to be on there 24/7. Everything on social media isn't healthy for us, for example. Social media also takes away time from us that we really could be spending on something that's really going to elevate us, something that we really want to get done, something we want to make happen. So perhaps we do a digital detox once a month so that we can replace the time that we're spending doing all of our digital stuff with some of these things that we've really been wanting to accomplish and perhaps haven't, but we know that we definitely want to make happen by the end of the year. Something else, this is huge for me. You may have heard me say this before. A cluttered place, a place that's out of order, just does tremendous things to me mentally and how I function. I don't function well in clutter. So this is a big piece for me. It is so helpful if we can declutter and simplify things. If we do that, you would be amazed at how quickly we're able to find things, how quickly we are able to address things, and how we may even have more time to ourselves because we'll know where things are if we organize them, right? And for me, it's just a peace of mind. When I look out and I see things in total disarray, my focus is thrown off. And all I can think about, particularly working from home, all I can think about is I need to get up and put that up. Now, we can't declutter all day, all right? But we can set aside time to do so. And if you're one of those people like me who looks up and sees things that are out of order and it throws you off, then you need to be more productive, right? So what you do is you make sure that the area around you is clutter-free, that things are simplified, that you know where to find things. And in this way, it is not affecting your day. You can carry out your day, get the things done that you need to get done, and then dedicate that time that you've set aside for decluttering. Go ahead and do that during the time that you've set for decluttering. And the last thing that I want to tell you about is stay informed. Things are happening so quickly in the world right now, and I know I don't have to tell you that. Not just current events. We want to stay informed about what the government is doing. We want to stay informed about things that affect our health. We want to stay informed about anything that could impact our family, our jobs, our livelihood. We want to stay informed, but I also want to stress what I talked about with the digital detox is the importance of making sure that you know when to gather information and when enough is enough. Now, if you are triggered by so much of the tragic incidents that are happening in the world, if anything at all really makes you uneasy, there are so many different ways that you can get your news, be able to just get it straight to the point and not have to listen to CNN 24 hours a day to find out exactly what's going on. Find a blog or a service that will just give you the information that you need in one simple email, give you a couple lines. And if you want to pursue further and find out more information, then hit CNN and the news. But it is so important to make sure, number one, yeah, it's important to stay informed about the things that impact our lives, but it is also important to protect our mental in doing so. So if you feel that staying informed about everything that's going on in the world is really putting you in a bad headspace, is really interrupting your day, messing up your total mood, yeah, and I know it definitely can, then you don't want to stay glued to the news. You don't want to stay glued to finding out what's going on in your world. Set it up so that you can get the information in the way that you need it and you can still function, be productive, and finish strong, because that's what we've been talking about, right? Finishing strong. So those are some tips I have for finishing the year strong. Gotta take care of you. Make sure you know where things are financially. Plan. Do a digital detox. Make sure that you set realistic goals and you stay active. Do all of these things just to make sure that you're good. But again, these are things that you can do to make sure that you are finishing your year strong and that you are ready to take on 2024 with a bang. All right? Now listen, I've got some things coming up and I want to hear from you. Comment on my posts. Let me know what you think. If you want to see more of something that I'm posting, say see more. If you want more details and if you think that something I'm talking about, you definitely want to pursue. You definitely want to fine tune and hone in on and find out how it is that you can boss up, level up, all right? And get to the things or erase the things that you really need to take care of. Reach out to me. You can reach me via my website at joliseenterprises.com. Hit me on the contact tab. You can just write in the DM right here. I want to hear from you. I need to speak with you. And I promise I'll get back to you. And you can always send me an email at atucker@joliseenterprises.com. All right? That's it, guys. Listen, go out. Have a great weekend, like I already said. Make sure you do some things that are going to help you to level up in this last quarter of the year because we want to finish strong. It's not an option. It's a have to do. We have to come out strong because we owe it to ourselves to pursue the best things for our lives and do whatever we can to ensure that we hit them. All right. So go out as unique as you are. Be confident in who you are. Know that just who you are and what you do, what you look like, what you feel like, you are enough because you are fearfully and wonderfully made with a purpose for a time and a plan to do some things. So go out and touch something with that imprint that is unique to just you. Go out and make a difference. The world needs it. You need it. Your family need it. We need your touch. Go out and be you in all of your authenticity. All right? So that's it, guys. Have a great long weekend, and we'll talk soon.
And as always, you guys know that I love you. Be blessed. Thank you so much, ladies, for coming through. Dr. Doreen, we love you. Thank you so much. And those of you on the East Coast, West Coast, and over across the seas, we thank you. Y'all have a great night. And as always, you know that I love you. Take care, as they say. We're praying for the peace of Jerusalem tonight in Jesus' name. And y'all take care. Be blessed. Ladies, hang out with us if you will. All right. Take care. All right. Bye-bye.
Living with a special needs child.
Amazing. Oh my. Listen, I'm getting more and more excited about getting this book. Lady Keys, come on, share with us about your chapter and just introduce us to you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Keetris Keys. I am the owner of Keetris Keys Enterprises and also K Majestic Couture Online Boutique. I am excited to be here with Dawn and Sandy to have this conversation today about Finally Free. This will be my second anthology, and the title of my chapter is Take Flight. Take Flight. And so what it basically talks about is, if anyone had asked me maybe about 3 or 4 years ago, what's the biggest fear you have in your life? It would have been, I would have had to have said getting on an airplane and taking a flight. But because I chose to face my fear and look at it head on and be bold, I no longer have that fear. I took that flight. So taking that flight initially launched me into doing everything that I'm doing today. And it has happened in yearly increments for me. I was 45 years old when I took that flight. I'm 47 today, and I have made some amazing leaps and bounds because of facing that fear of getting on that airplane. And so that if someone asks me that question again today, like what is your biggest fear? I can't say. I don't have one now because that was the thing that scared me to death. So I faced it. I took that flight. And I'm here to let everybody else know, once you face that initial thing that really just scares you to death, there's nothing you can't do. You can soar. And I am so grateful to be here. I am especially grateful for Dawn Leak. I'm telling y'all, she will push you. She will push you. She will make you do some things you never thought you'd be doing. I am so grateful for this space. Thank you, Sandy, for having me. And if I had to say anything to anybody, face your fear, take the leap, take the flight, take the jump. You'd be surprised at the things you can accomplish.
That is amazing. That's so amazing. Okay, come on with us, Dr. Renee. Let us know about you. Let us know about this fabulous self of you and your book chapter.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I just, first of all, want to say thank you. Thank you. I am just so grateful for this opportunity. Thank you, Sandy, and a big thanks to Dawn. This is actually my 4th anthology, and I just find that in the process, I grow stronger, and there's a kinship that comes out of that. So this was definitely the right project for me, so I'm very grateful for that. A little bit about me. I'm an ordained minister and a psychotherapist, a Christian-based psychotherapist. And I'm very, very concerned about mental health, and I'm concerned about stigma and how stigma affects us. So the title of my chapter is Butterflies Are Beautiful and Free. And it's really a faith-based journey of adversity to the point of completion and beauty. So it's it takes you through leaps and hills and valleys and adversity, but it really is about faith and how to find the resiliency within yourself through God.
Awesome, awesome. Miss Princess, that is fabulous. I can't wait to talk more about the butterfly. Princess, share a little bit about yourself and your chapter.
Hi, everybody. I'm Princess Allman. I'm really grateful for this opportunity. Thank you to Dawn and thank you to everybody who's contributing to this. My chapter is about my pain and trials, how I found my purpose through my pains and trials. So I found myself, became a single mom of 3, and I had to find a way to make it happen, produce, take care of my kids and just be unstoppable for them. So my chapter is mostly on just my journey and the trials I went through and what helped me get over it.
Awesome. Yes. Pain and trials. Amazing. Amazing. Miss Pamela.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Pamela Connerly, and I am just grateful to God. I am humbled, I am honored, and I'm just grateful to be able to even have a chance to collaborate with everyone and to put this chapter in this book. And I just thank God for freedom and finally tasting freedom. And I know I couldn't do it at all without him, because he is the only one that has brought me to this place of freedom. And I give God all glory and all praise. But I also thank Dawn for this book and for the group that she has, Finally Free. And I thank you, Sandy, for allowing me to be on this platform. And I'm humbled, I'm honored, and I'm grateful. And the name of my chapter is Night Bloomer, Bloom in the Night.
Oh my. Y'all get the tissues. Come on. Let's go get the box of tissues. Okay, because we're going to need them. We're going to need them. Yes, indeed. I love you. Oh, you all are amazing. Come on, Miss Robin, help us out. Okay, that's your sister. Okay, so let us know a little bit more about you and your chapter.
Hi, Sandy. Thank you so much for allowing us to be on your platform, to share your platform with you. Just like my sister, I'm so glad to be a part of this family. I thank God for this opportunity. The name of my chapter right now is Don't Lose Your Cry. And it just tells my story of being don't lose your cry, which also is synonymous for your voice. But it just tells a story of being a young child, a young girl who's insecure, who grew up to be an insecure young woman, and somewhere along the way lost my voice or the value of my voice. And so I became silent. And so it's the story of refocusing and having the Lord teach me the value of my voice. My voice.
My voice. Amazing. Excuse me. Miss Valerie, come on, let us know about your chapter and introduce yourself to us.
Hello, thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here. So thank you, Sandy, for this platform. And thank you, Dawn, as an amazing woman. I appreciate you so much. And everyone else that's on here. It's really exciting. This is my second anthology. So for me, I have a heart for women, especially women who have been in domestic violence. So the title of my chapter is Own Your Truth and Rise. And for me, the word rise, stand up in your truth, stand up in your power, embrace your whole being. And so part of that for me is understanding that we may, on this journey, right, we face trials and tribulations, and sometimes we don't like what we're going through, but we have to own it. And then we have to thank God for seeing us through. So it is a faith walk, and I want to encourage, inspire, and uplift women all around. And I'm very grateful to be here. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Awesome. Listen, you all are amazing. And I'm telling you, these titles,
already it make you want to say, when is it going to be out? When is it going to be out? You know, I want to be in line. I want to get my book. And so, and then I'm telling you, yes, we might as well be up and just, you know, going through. Well, we do have some questions for these amazing authors. And I'm looking, and as we talked to, as they let each of us know about what their chapter is all about. So when we look at Finally Free, when we look at this amazing 2 words, finally free, when I hear that phrase for the first time, it gives me the impression that at some point, an individual in their journey, either they were or they felt trapped, closed in, excluded, or shut out. Now, you all have heard their titles. So we're just going to dig a little bit deeper, and we're going to ask Robin, Pamela, and Princess, could you share, how did it feel when you, if that was you, how did you feel if you were ever trapped, closed in, excluded, or shut out?
For me, the word that resonates with me is trapped. And so I think for me, I felt trapped, I guess, within myself, inside myself or inside my head. And the picture that comes to mind is like of a bird that's in a cage, and it lives in the cage, and it's become complacent with living in the cage, and it's happy in the cage, but it looks out through the cage and sees what else is out there. And it may take a chance and go to the door that's opened and not shut, and it may be too scared to go out. So I felt that I've been trapped, like probably inside myself, but like that bird, I'm going to take the opportunity to push myself out through the door and take flight, like Keisha said, and see what happens. Take a leap of faith. And I believe this project it's a leap of faith for me.
Awesome, awesome. Pamela?
And for me, with the title of my book being, chapter, Night Bloomer, Bloom in the Night, I will take the word shut in and trapped, because it was like with things that were going on in my life, I was meant to be in a well with flowing water and the water to shoot up. But instead of my well having water in it, my well ran dry and it became a hole. And then instead of me getting out of the hole, it became a cave. And then instead of me getting out of the cave, I capped the well off and I was in a grave. And I began to lose my sense of who I was and what I was created to do. And one of the analogies that came to my mind is like a rice colander. The rice colander was made to have water flow through it. But when those holes are filled up and trapped up with debris and things are stuck in them, it can become simple. It looks like, and it can seemingly seem to be a bowl, but it's not a bowl. It can only keep so much water in. And when I lost my identity, I would say, or I lost myself of who I was and who God created and made me to be, I couldn't shine, I couldn't bloom, I could not open up the way that God wanted me to open up. And I shrank in and I capped the well off, and it became a grave and almost a tomb. And what it was like the Bible says in Matthew 24, it was like I was in a whitewashed tomb full of dead man's bones. But I thank God that he shot open that top and he burst me forth. And I thank God that I'm able to just share my testimony on Finally Free anthology with Don Leek and with the rest of the authors, and on this platform with you, Sandy Sanders.
Listen, y'all need to unmute yourself. Unmute, please. Just a second.
Yes.
You need to hear the applause because we're pushing you. You need to hear the applause. Oh my goodness. Did you all see the vision? The vision of what she compared with. Miss Dawn, you got some powerhouse women here on this anthology. I'm telling you. Princess, come on. Now, which one of these would you say? And the question, I want to repeat the question because after that, I want to wheel us back in. Finally Free.
When I hear the phrase for the first time, it gives me the impression that at some point in your journey or in our journey, you felt either trapped, closed in, excluded, or shut out. What was that like for you?
For me, finally free. I'll use the word trapped, but also um, dying to self and allowing God be the direction in which I step on or move in, and also that helps me helps me lead and making me becoming more fearless in doing what I would choose to do each time now.
Wow, I love it. Question number 2, and scripture's coming to mind, Dr. Renee. This one, it says, he who the Son has set free is free indeed. Lord have mercy. We gonna have some church in this afternoon. Who the Son is set free is free indeed. And I'm just seeing God all over this. I just listen. And yes, you're free indeed. You're no longer shut out. You're no longer trapped. Truly, you're free indeed. Question number 2. When it was difficult in your journey, when did you decide to be fearless? Describe that moment and how did it make you feel? Renee?
Okay. My story actually,
excuse me.
That's okay. That's okay. My story actually, part of my story talks about physical infirmities that I had. I've actually been paralyzed twice. And once you're in that situation, your body does not respond the way that your mind believes that it can. And unfortunately, you're stigmatized. And you don't have control of the situation, but you have to find something from somewhere to hold on to. And that's where my upbringing in a faith-based home was what I went back to. You can't have fear and faith operating at the same time. And I had certainly been fearful. I was fearful that I would never walk again. I was fearful that I would never talk again, but I am talking. I'm sitting down now, but I can walk. And I praise God for that. But I think part of the healing came from my faith. So when I was able to dig back into what I knew, the lessons that I had learned as a child about faith, that's when things started to turn around. And I was no longer going to be the victim of the infirmity, nor was I going to be stigmatized any longer. So that was the point for me when I dug back into what I already knew, which was my faith.
Amen. Amen. She dug back into her faith. It is our faith that keeps us. It is our faith that sustains us. It is our faith. Carlika, can you share with us?
Ooh, you're right, Miss Sandy. Let's go to church, right? But
come on, girl.
For me, and let's paint the picture though. Have you all ever had one conversation? You went to one conference, you attended whatever that was, or you even had one phone call that really just shifted the whole perspective and changed the trajectory of your life. And so for me, even when I think of the words finally free, do we realize how many people are still bound from something that happened 20 years ago? But we're here today because we're finally free in something. This is the thing. For me, I had one phone call that changed everything. And that phone call, I was sitting on the couch watching a movie, eating my snacks, y'all. And I ignored the call. How many of us have done that before? We ignore the call. We don't even decline it. We don't even pay it any mind. And so I said, oh my gosh, they calling again. I didn't answer again because I was watching the movie and eating my snacks. But on the third time, that's when Jesus rose too, right? On the third day. So on the third time, I said, you know what? Let me just answer this phone. I couldn't hear any words on the other end because it was so much crying. So I sat up immediately. My hands started sweating. My heart was racing. I'm like, oh my God. 2 words that I heard. She's gone. Who? I'm all the way in Georgia. Most of my family's in Virginia. And I'm like, oh my God, something happened to my mom, my sister, but it was my aunt. But the whole thing in a nutshell of the story was the day that she retired for life, she was supposed to be celebrating her retirement. And that was a profound moment for me because I said, you know what? No longer can I sit on the gifts that God has given me. No longer can I wait for the perfect moment. Keep in mind, I was living in a box of perfectionism as a church girl, right? A preacher's kid, 3 children out of wedlock, all of these different things, living in the box trying to please other people. So in that moment, I said, you know what? I have to get up and F it. Now I said, I'm a church girl, so F it does not mean where y'all might would have went. It means faith it. And we've been talking about faith on tonight. It took faith for us to get finally free. So our faith, Sandy said it, it's what's got us started. And guess what? It's going to keep us going. Number 2, is face it. I heard Catrice say, Lady Key say, you know what? I had to face my fears. So we have to face these challenges and go back even to our childhood. Because some of us, even on this live, whoever I'm talking to, it's time for you to get free from those childhood traumas that are now adult issues. And then the third thing is saying, you know what, I'm going to be committed to fulfilling my purpose. So that's what Finally Free has done for me. I'm walking in my purpose. I don't care if you don't like me, like my message. It does not matter because we're all on a mission. I heard someone else say, I'm just on a mission to empower women, empower them to take action. And so for me, that one phone call changed everything for me. So even when self-doubt come in, even when I tried that perfectionism try to sneak in, I look at myself in the mirror, I'm in the car, wherever, and I just say F it, because we're on a mission to do ministry. We're on a mission to touch someone else's life. And this book here, someone said, Miss Sandy said it, God is all in it, right? Because we're free, and someone else is going to be free because we're speaking out. We're not being silent. You all heard me say I was sick, I was silent, and I was stuck. No longer am I sick. No longer am I silent. I refuse to shut up. Okay?
Yes.
And no longer are we stuck. So whoever else is out there, look, it's time for you to get free.
She says, time to get free. Oh my goodness, that is so amazing. I want to yield over now to our amazing visionary author, Dawn Leak. And because many of you may not know that Eric is her son. And I want to talk about that mother-daughter relationship because it's so important to see that. And so I kind of put it out there. Eric, maybe you probably say sometime it's it. Okay, so I want you, yes, we're going to put ourselves on mute and let you all have a dialogue. This is that moment, you all. Okay.
What? Oh my goodness. You really did put us on the spot there, didn't you? Well, I am, first of all, Eric is my best friend. And so, you know, we're only really 17 years apart in age. So, you know, we've grown up together and we've learned things together. And I mean, literally grown up together. It was a child raising the child. And so he has been very, trying not to get emotional. He has been very gracious in walking with me through this thing called parenthood, motherhood. You know, he has not judged me for my shortcomings. And, you know, he just is my very best friend. And it only made sense for Eric to be in my first anthology. And we talk about pretty much everything. And, you know, having his firstborn be a special needs child. And we've gone through this as a family, my first grandson. And we've gone through this as a family. And, you know, he's surrounded by all women. So he has myself, he has his wife, and he has his mother-in-law. And we're all very close knit. And so he's the man. And so he, you know, he acts as such. And, you know, most men do. And I will let Eric cover it from there because it's a lot on a man. You know, we have the stigma, you know, the stigma as well that a man is a man and he should act and react in a manly way. That's where mental health issues come in. when men are not allowed to voice their feelings or, even feel them. A father has the same emotions as a mother when it comes to their child. And not being allowed to show that for fear that he is going to disappoint the women in his life is a struggle. So I will let Eric go from there and try to, take back my tears on this show.
You did just a perfect job with your parenting. It was a fun ride, like a roller coaster, but we made it to the end. And now it's my turn to get to really do things right and mess things up. And, hey, as long as the kids are still alive and running around, you haven't done anything wrong, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of like what Dr. Renee was saying is, it's stigma. And a lot of it is the man is supposed to be the rock of the family, the provider, the safety net. But who is looking out for the man? The man is taught and thought to growing up, you hold everything in and you don't show that emotion. That's not healthy for your mindset. That can drive you to depression. That could drive you to not being right mentally. And, you can have that faith, but you also got to have that external venting mechanism or just that external support system. Because yes, God is good, but you need people to keep you in line with God's plan. Accountability from your support system will definitely help with that.
Thank you, Eric. I sense that when I first met you, you're a man of few words, but oh my goodness, power behind you, the force of this mother and son. I'm about to cry because I have a son.
Join the She Trucking Foundation today and be a part of a supportive community of women in the trucking industry. Unlock exclusive access to valuable resources, including mentorship, educational workshops, and networking opportunities. Whether you're an experienced professional or just starting your trucking journey, She Trucking is here to empower you and help you thrive. Visit www.shetrucking.com to join us and drive your trucking career to new heights.
Thanks to her, my podcast.
We got it. Reaching 350 million. They tuning in.
CTR Media Network is now accepting new podcasters to join our growing network that's reaching 350 million global listeners. Have you heard? CTR Media Network offers podcast production, podcast training, distribution, and product placement. Book us for your next event or schedule an interview with CTR Media Network podcasters today. To learn more, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.